Welcome back to MetaFanfic, the place where your favorite words get rewritten. This video included a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI-generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. If you love powerful what-if stories, you are in the right place. Before we begin, hit that subscribe button so you never miss a new twist in the wizarding world. Today's story is one of our most exciting yet. What if Snape trained Harry into a living weapon of magic? Let's dive in.
Here is short summary. After a single detention changes everything, Snape reluctantly takes Harry under his wing, only to discover a power far greater than anyone imagined. Through brutal training, hidden truths, and forbidden magic, Harry transforms from a neglected boy into a living weapon the wizarding world isn't ready for. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Snape allowed himself a small smirk. Of course, it wasn't as if it had been due to anything but his own blind luck and the boys completely misconstruing the situation, but he wasn't about to admit that. Clearly you have a special bond with the child, Dumbledore continued approvingly. Snape lost his smirk. The last thing he wanted was for anyone to think he cared about the K.St. This was James Potter's spawn, for Merlin's sake. Already Minerva had contracted some wildly incorrect notion about his relationship with the boy, calling Snape his protector, of all things. He certainly did not want the headmaster to fall into the same trap and imagine that he felt anything but loathing for the little creep. After all, Harry Potter had already been the reason Dumbledore had actually levied a death threat against Severus, and meant it. Snape suppressed a shudder. He could still feel the power of Albus, magic blasting past him as he issued the warning, the only warning Snape was likely to get on the topic. Obviously, his best strategy was to stay as far away from the K.St. as possible lest he do something stupid. Again, Snape forced away the surge of guilt that still accompanied the mere memory of the skinny, raven-haired child with the enormous green eyes. It wasn't as if he meant to strike the child, well, yes. In fact he had, but he hadn't meant to strike him so hard. Well, actually, at the time he had, but he instantly regretted his actions. Now he was tortured not only by the fact that he had lost control of himself enough to injure a child, but also by his memory that at the time, he had actually wanted to do so. During all his time as a dedicated Death Eater, he had consoled himself with the thought that unlike many of the others, such as Lucius Malfoy or Voldemort himself, he had never taken pleasure in the torture and killing that accompanied their raids. Even before he lost faith and fled to Dumbledore, he had felt himself superior to the others for not sharing their perverse pleasures. When Dumbledore had saved him from Azkaban and encouraged him to spy on his former master, he had been able to do so knowing that his attendance at any future Death Eater revels would only serve to strengthen his commitment to the Order of the Phoenix and cement his revulsion for the Dark Lord. How then was he to square that image of himself with the one who deliberately slapped a small boy hard enough to throw him into a wall? Better not to think about it at all, and much better to avoid the boy in question as much as possible. No such bond exists, he said firmly, frowning at Dumbledore. The boy confided in me because I tricked him. As usual, Gryffindor naivete proved no match for Slytherin cunning. If you say so, my dear boy, the headmaster's tone made it clear he was humoring the potion master. Snape scowled more fiercely, but Dumbledore just twinkled back. As I was saying, Snape decided it was better to continue with the task he had come to discharge, rather than get immured in an argument he suspected he would not win. I am here to discuss where Potter is to be placed. Yes, Albus invited. Following extensive research into child psychology, proper child-rearing practices, and best treatments for the victims of child abuse, Dumbledore briefly closed his eyes, the pain on his face making even Snape feel a twinge of pity. I have determined that Potter would be best served by a combination of environments. Having no experience with normal families, he requires exposure to typical family life. By immersing himself in a family, he will be able to observe a healthy parent-child dynamic as well as observing how siblings normally interact with each other. While he may have been raised alongside his Muggle cousin, it is clear that their relationship was anything but brotherly. Potter needs to learn about normal sibling rivalry as well as the closeness that, I am told, is possible. This will serve him well later in life, should he have children of his own, as well as assisting him in his interactions with classmates. This sounds very reasonable, Severus. Do you have any potential candidates for such a family? Potter has already befriended the latest Weasley, and since the parents were both Order members in the war, I assume they would be all too pleased to foster the boy who lived. What is more, with the size of their litter, an extra child will hardly be noticed. Noticing Dumbledore's frown, Snape lifted a defiant eyebrow. Besides, the always impecunious Weasleys could doubtless use the allowance which you had provided to the Muggles. There is no doubt in my mind but that despite their greater need, they would be infinitely more likely to actually use it for things that would benefit Potter as well as the Weasley whelps, rather than, as the Dursleys did, reserving it for the exclusive advantage of that walrus of a son of theirs. Dumbledore nodded gently. I quite like your idea, Severus. I have noticed how Ron and Harry have become close friends quite quickly, and I think Ron will benefit from Harry's presence in the family as well. He is a bit too tempting a target for the twins, being without a twin of his own for backup, and while his younger sister might ally with him, Ginny's status as the only Weasley girl in 7 generations tends to result in her being protected from the twins' more excessive pranks as well as causing her to overshadow Ron in her own right. I think having an ally his own age might be very good for him. I hardly consider the Weasley child's welfare to be an important factor in the decision, Snape objected forbiddingly. Yes, Severus, I know, Dumbledore's tone was reproving. That is why I had to consider it. Harry will hardly experience a harmonious and helpful family experience if his presence negatively impacts members of the family, particularly the one member with whom he is likely to bond most closely. I had not considered the matter in that light, Snape admitted reluctantly. Perhaps it was my own experience as an only child that made me less attuned to the complexities of inter-Weasley relationships. No matter, Dumbledore's beaming smile reappeared. After all, we are agreed that it will in fact be a good thing for both boys, and I also think that Molly and Arthur are very likely to agree to the arrangement. But I believe you mentioned something about a combination of environments. Does that mean you do not want the Weasleys to be named Harry's guardians? Snape shuddered at the thought of consigning anyone, even a Potter, to the exclusive mercies of the red-headed clan. Hardly, Headmaster. I envision the Weasleys to be a frequent destination for the boy but not, under any circumstance, his guardians. While it is important for Harry to experience normal family life, it is even more imperative that he have a guardian with whom he can develop a close, trusting relationship. Given his history, this will be difficult. He has been told for years now that he is worthless and freakish. He will require guardians who can work to overturn this conditioning. They will have to be dedicated to assisting him in this by focusing on his unique needs. The books make it clear that Potter may not himself know what he needs, let alone be able to request it. For this reason, his guardians will have to be able to give him their undivided attention. The Weasleys can hardly do that. I see your point. Perhaps some young couple. Snape frowned. Young couples breed, Headmaster. Did I not make myself clear? Potter must be their sole concern. I will not have his guardians distracted with their own mulling K.sts. Besides, Potter will likely require a firm hand. Snape colored at Dumbledore's sharp look. I do not mean that literally, Headmaster, he protested defensively. I meant simply that even under the best circumstance Potter must be considered a troubled child, and as such he will require his guardians to establish a clear structure for his life with appropriate consequences for misbehavior. Snape cleared his throat. He hadn't come up with a way to say this next bit without sounding all touchy-feely. They will also be required to provide Potter with something called positive reinforcement, which seems to refer to copious amounts of support, encouragement, and reassurance. In short, love. Dumbledore's eyes gleamed with amusement, but he merely nodded sagely. So you think an older couple, with some parenting experience. That would of course be ideal, but we must be careful that they have done a good job in their past child rearing. And of course, the risk of grandchildren requiring attention would then be present. I am given to understand that grandchildren can be even more of a distraction than children. I am also concerned that an older couple might not have the energy to keep up with a small child, let alone understand the current concerns of adolescents. I do see what you mean. Perhaps the most important aspect, beyond the willingness to devote their efforts to Potter's behalf, is an understanding of what the boy has been through. It can be difficult for those with no personal experience of abuse to understand the behavior of survivors. That said, they must not pity the boy or excuse current misbehavior out of a misplaced desire to make up for the excessive discipline of the past. They will require great strength of character to stand up to Potter when he makes the sad puppy dog expressions that those manipulative little creatures employ. Dumbledore seemed to be fighting back a smile as he politely inquired, "Has Harry tried such tactics with you, Severus?" "Hardly, Headmaster," Snape retorted. "In fact, you have just proven my point about the need for Potter's guardians to be familiar with abusive situations. Potter has been trained, no doubt brutally, to accept any sort of treatment, no matter how vicious, as his due. In his current condition, he is incapable of trying to weasel out of a justly deserved punishment or even an unfair one, for that matter." He couldn't help but remember how instantly accepting Harry had been when he thought Snape planned to cane him for poor handwriting. He shivered. That was a little too close to some of his own memories of brutal childhood punishments. For some reason, such thoughts had been uncomfortably close to the surface of late. "However," he resumed, pushing away such uncomfortable reminiscences, "with appropriate treatment, as well as the Weasley spawn's inevitable encouragement and guidance, it is to be hoped that Potter will eventually reach the point where he will attempt such emotional blackmail. His guardians will have to have sufficient strength of character to treat such blatant manipulation with the scorn it deserves and to enforce previously stated consequences. I hope you are not suggesting Harry deserves a martinet. Surely compassion and caring should be the order of the day. Headmaster, providing drops and snuggles in the face of misbehavior will hardly give rise to a healthy adult," Snape said impatiently. "Potter must learn what it means to be held accountable for his actions in an appropriate way, not beaten bloody for something his cousin did, but neither excused from all rules because of his own special status. And while I know your position on corporal punishment, let me state that if potential guardians wish to use appropriate physical chastisement on the boy, that is hardly grounds for their exclusion. Harry, Potter, has been ferociously thrashed for alleged misbehavior for so many years that he may not even recognize anything but a swat as an attempted correction. What is more, he needs to learn to distinguish appropriate treatment from inappropriate, and a blanket ban on any and all violence against his person is unlikely to be helpful in the long term. If nothing else, he needs to get out of the habit of curling into a ball to protect his vital organs at the first sign of conflict or, worse, obediently holding still for anyone who wishes to injure him. You are suggesting that being struck will teach him not to hold still." Dumbledore blinked. "I am suggesting that abused children have often been trained out of resisting punishment. It would be better for Harry to learn to complain, argue, protest, flee, squirm, and howl. I suspect any of the Weasleys will be well able to teach him," Snape added dryly. "Once Potter learns that he does not have to hold still for anyone who wishes to beat him, and then realizes that not every smack will break bones, he will prove a much more adept student in the defense against the dark arts. Regardless of you-know-who's current whereabouts and likely return, Potter needs to learn to protect himself, and he is currently terrified to the point of catatonia by any hint of physical punishment. He merely stands there, Albus. I am not trying to excuse my own behavior, but he didn't even try to dodge the blow." Snape visibly reined in his emotions. Clearing his throat, he continued much more quietly. "This is why the child requires a guardian who will be utterly committed to him. Someone must help the child, K.St., regain his sense of self-worth. Without it, he will be easy prey for you-know-who, one way or another," he added darkly. "You do not have to remind me how seductive Voldemort can be for the wounded and unloved, Severus," Dumbledore sighed. "I have failed many people in my long life, but perhaps none so badly as you and Harry." "Please, Albus, no more self-condemnatory angst," Snape snapped. "We are talking about the Potter K.St., not me." Dumbledore pursed his lips thoughtfully. "Now then, as I was saying, the ideal guardian will not only require a strong character to withstand the blandishments Potter will one day seek to use, but also strength of mind. After all, in his day the K. Street's father was able to talk virtually the whole of Hogwarts faculty into believing anything he said. He rescued himself and his little band of terrorists from their just desserts many times over. It is reasonable to assume that, once he is no longer beaten into a submissive state, this latest generation of Potter will prove just as facile with a credible explanation as his father, though I do hope that he never is in the position of arguing on behalf of a would-be murderer. Snape glared at the older man. You will recall that the elder Potter's glibness proved equal even to that task, a feat I still am unable to comprehend. The headmaster sighed again and reached for a drop. As I have told you many times before, Severus, it was not James's pleading that caused me to show such leniency to Sirius after his actions against you. If you wish to blame someone for that decision, then the entire responsibility lies with me. I made the decision not to expel Sirius out of a desire to save the only other innocent person in the affair besides yourself, Remus. Snape snorted in contempt and the headmaster gave him a sad look. I know you disagree, my dear boy, but Remus was innocent. To this day, I believe that Sirius never intended to kill you. I am confident that his usual irresponsibility and lack of forethought convinced him that you would merely be frightened witless by Remus' werewolf form, thus preventing you from bothering them any longer and giving him the ability to taunt you about your fear. I am, however, equally confident that without James's intervention, you would have been killed, and even you must admit that Remus Lupin would never have desired that. Perhaps not my death, Severus admitted sullenly. But it's not as if Lupin were much better than the other three either. As you say, Dumbledore agreed. But when James did intervene and save you, then I had to determine whether expelling Sirius was worth Remus' life. For while I know you feel that my refusal to expel him indicated a lack of regard for you, the fact is that had I expelled Sirius, Remus would likely have been killed. If it had merely been a question of whether Sirius deserved to be expelled for putting your life at risk, I would have removed him from school by that evening. But I was well aware that, had I expelled the Black family heir, his parents would have demanded a full explanation. They may have been estranged from their son, though they had not yet disowned him, but they certainly would not have accepted the disgrace of his expulsion without a fight. And that would mean that Remus' situation would have come to light. The Blacks would undoubtedly have demanded not merely his removal from Hogwarts but his prosecution for attempted murder. We both know that the fact that doing so would have devastated Sirius would have been merely another reason for them to have done it. Given the Ministry's view of werewolves, the Black family's influence at the time, and fears about Voldemort's rising power, it was extremely likely that Remus would have been tried and executed, and that, especially because you had not been seriously harmed, was what I was unwilling to permit. I am so terribly sorry that you felt I cared more for them than for you, my boy. I can only hope that my actions over the last several years have demonstrated to you how very dear you are to me and how much I care about you. Snape huffed and looked away, but in truth he rather liked hearing Dumbledore announce his feelings like that. It wasn't as if Snape would ever encourage such maudlin statements by murmuring sappy endearments of his own, but if Dumbledore admitted how he felt while apologizing again for one of the few incidents in which Severus was morally blameless, the younger man wasn't about to complain. Even adult survivors of child abuse tend to remain insecure about their own self-worth. Enough of this sentimental nonsense, he said loftily, waving one hand in dismissal. He chose to ignore the knowing twinkle in Dumbledore's eyes. We are getting off the topic at hand. Potter will require someone who is smart enough to avoid whatever blandishments the K.St invents. That means they must be someone who will not be swayed by protestations of urgent need or heroic intent, which means his guardian should not be another Gryffindor. Do you agree? Well, Severus, you have certainly provided an excellent argument. Dumbledore replied noncommittally. He will already be spending a significant portion of his time with Gryffindors between his house and his time with the Weasleys, Gryffindors all. Potter should have some exposure to other houses and ways of thinking. I do understand your logic, Severus. Who were you thinking, then? A Hufflepuff family perhaps. Albus, have you not heard a word I've said? There were all too many idiot Hufflepuffs who were dim-witted enough to believe in you-know-who, then too loyal to disavow him even after his insanity became undeniable. You must first and foremost find someone who will pose no threat to the boy. It must be someone who fought against the Dark Lord. The war is over. Are you mad? Who knows when the Dark Lord will rise again? And even if he doesn't return during Harry's lifetime, have you forgotten the Longbottoms so easily? Even in you-know-who's absence, he still has loyal followers and the danger to Potter is ever present. He cannot be placed with anyone who has not proven where their loyalties truly lie. Yes, I see your point. Then you must also see that no Hufflepuff will have the strength of character to withstand the boy's first crocodile tear. They will smother the K.St with K.ss and presents and excuse any misconduct with sad noises about his past life. I will not allow it. Very well, Severus, if you feel that strongly about it. Perhaps a Ravenclaw would be better after all. Lily was quite an adequate student, wasn't she? Albus, are you becoming senile? Snape snapped angrily. How dare the man insult Lily with such faint praise? She was one of the brightest in our class, though she never acted like an arrogant know-it-all. She excelled in both potions and charms, and she had Minerva eating out of the palm of her hand, quite literally, with her skill in transfigurations. How could you have forgotten her accomplishments? Dumbledore's smile held an element of mischief. Quite, my boy. Thank you for reminding me. Well, do you not think Harry might have inherited some of that formidable intelligence? Snape sneered. If you are asking whether James Potter's heritage is sufficiently strong to overpower that of Lily Evans, I would not hesitate to say no. The notion that Harry's, Potter's, only maternal inheritance is the color of his eyes is absurd. I am confident that Lily's influence will in fact overpower that idiot's, and the boy, K.St, will resemble his mother a great deal, once his own personality begins to reveal itself. I am a bit concerned, then, Severus. We both know that Ravenclaws, for all their fearsome intellect, do tend to be overly influenced by logical arguments. If Harry is able to combine Lily's cleverness with James's persuasiveness, I wonder if there is a Ravenclaw alive who will be able to withstand Harry's arguments. Snape frowned. He hadn't thought of that. Well, Headmaster, there must be someone. It isn't as if we can look to Slytherin. There weren't many Slytherins in the Order during the war, and of those few of us, fewer still survived. Other than myself, I can only think of two, and Giles is in Australia while Jean is out of the question for, oh, no. No, not on your life. Now, Severus, Albus said easily, you must admit that you yourself admirably fulfill the criteria you have identified. Absolutely not. I am not going to be that Street's guardian. Have you gone mad? Well, if you are so opposed, Dumbledore sighed. I am. And you must be insane to contemplate it. Especially after my actions of the other night. Do you imagine Minerva or Poppy would consent to having me named as Potter's guardian? Well, Minerva seems to think. She was clearly hallucinating. I have long believed that menopause did something to Minerva's mind. Snape snarled, too nonplussed by Dumbledore's ridiculous suggestion to consider the wisdom of making such a statement without instantly obliviating all within earshot, including himself. Very well, the headmaster said airily. Then let us think of who else might be suitable. It will obviously be important to find someone with whom Harry can form an attachment. After his deplorable treatment by the Dursleys, I wonder how difficult that might be. Severus snorted, highly relieved to have dissuaded the headmaster from his previous, highly inappropriate line of thought. I wouldn't worry too much, Albus. After all, the boy has already showed signs of having bonded to me. Too late, he saw the trap. No, wait, well, my boy. It does seem as if we keep coming back to the same place, no matter what route we take, Albus beamed. It would seem to be destined for you. No. Snape bolted to his feet, looking about wildly as if for an escape route. This is madness. I am wholly unsuitable. How so? Dumbledore interrupted genially. He completely ignored Snape's frantic head shaking and panicked pacing. You are certainly able to give Harry the attention he requires. You have no other family commitments nor plans for any. You have already done extensive research into the proper treatment of such a child. You understand all too well what being the victim of abuse is like. You are also better placed than anyone else to understand the dangers that Harry faces, and will face, from dark powers. You have sufficient strength of character to withstand any emotional manipulation, and your intellect will certainly demolish any spurious arguments, not to mention nipping overly Gryffindorish tendencies in the bud. I am certain that you will have no difficulty establishing a clear framework of rules and responsibilities, and while I suspect that you may need to work on demonstrating emotional openness and caring, I imagine that Harry will be able to help you in that regard. Headmaster, I will not. And your being here at Hogwarts is all the more convenient, as you will be able to provide Harry with support even during the school year. Of course, the strong wards here will keep him safe, even without the blood magic of the Dursleys. Yes, Severus, I think this is quite the best option. After all, whatever else may happen, I know you at least will never attack the child. The again was unspoken, as was the threat of what would happen if Dumbledore's faith was misplaced. Snape swallowed hard. The headmaster wasn't nearly as dotty as he liked to pretend, nor as oblivious. It was obvious, very, very obvious, that his own protests were going to be ignored, and to continue to fight could potentially lead to another display of Dumbledore's power. Was he prepared to keep remonstrating, when he might, in the end, still lose? Was, in all honesty, likely to do so? I can't. Even if I wanted to, I can't. If you know who does return and he finds out Potter is my ward, he'll expect me to turn him over immediately. If I don't, he'll know I no longer serve him. I won't be able to function as your spy anymore. True, Dumbledore agreed blandly, still smiling. I am not a nice person, Albus, Snape argued with increasing desperation. I cannot believe I am the best choice in the entire wizarding world to deal with an emotionally fragile, abused child. Molly Weasley will, I'm sure, be able to provide all the cuddles and K.SS Harry could desire. And I suspect you will surprise yourself. In fact, I'm quite counting on it. At those words, Snape knew his fate was sealed. The whole conversation had been a sham, a way for Dumbledore to get him to agree, more or less, to what Dumbledore was going to make happen no matter what. All the time he thought he was lecturing the old man on what was needed, the infuriating old coot was just nodding and smiling and watching Snape dig himself deeper and deeper. How could he have missed it? He, of all people, should have spotted Dumbledore's manipulation from the start. How could he even call himself a Slytherin after having been played like this? He should replace Sprout as head of Hufflepuff. Now, my dear boy, don't be too hard on yourself, Dumbledore soothed, showing that uncanny ability to read the mind of even the foremost Occlumens at Hogwarts. You know you've always had a bit of a blind spot where Lily is concerned. Now by all means go back to your quarters and sulk about the indignity of it all, but then be sure to go and get the Weasleys' consent. I'd suggest you break the news to Harry this weekend, I know he's been worrying a bit. Snape was doing a very credible impression of a basilisk, but unfortunately Dumbledore appeared immune, perhaps because of extended exposure to Fawkes. He gently steered the younger, speechless wizard out the door, giving him a pat on the shoulder and a tin of drops. As the door closed upon Snape's outraged expression, the last thing he saw was Dumbledore selecting a sherbet fizz with the unmistakable air of rewarding himself for a job well done. Severus remained in his quarters for the next few hours, thinking, not sulking, he was quick to tell himself, but in the end he knew he had to do what Dumbledore instructed. Much as he would like to fortify himself for the ordeal with a glass of fire whiskey, he suspected that the odor of alcohol on his breath would not go over well with the Weasleys. For a brief moment he considered showing up drunk, in the hopes that they would rush to Dumbledore, insisting he was an unfit guardian, but he reluctantly dismissed the idea. It would take no effort to convince the Weasleys of his unsuitability for the role, but Dumbledore was made of sterner stuff, and he would see right through Severus' plan. Snape gnashed his teeth. Just his luck. He went from serving a near-omnipotent, egomaniacal lunatic to serving a near-omniscient, manipulative old coot. Why couldn't he have ended up like all the other potion masters? He read their letters in the Journal of Potion Educators. The other potion masters complained about how their headmasters didn't provide them with enough room for their supplies or refused them funds for new cauldrons or were snippy about the occasional potion-related mishap. But no one else wrote in complaining about being compelled to adopt a prophesy-marked child or having to participate in setting up elaborate traps on school grounds for Dark Lords who were after a half-mythical treasure. Severus mentally composed his letter. Dear JPE, I would be interested to learn how other potion masters balance their time commitments. I find it challenging to create new lesson plans and prepare for laboratory sessions while simultaneously spying for the light. Does anyone have any helpful tips about combining Death Eater meetings with Newt's prep? No, no one else seemed to have these problems. Lucky him. He realized that the hour was getting late. He would have to do it now or explain his lapse to Dumbledore, and if he had to deal with one more twinkle or drop, he would go stark, raving mad. Life in the bed next to the Longbottoms was looking more attractive by the day. He took a deep breath and activated the flow. "Mrs. Weasley," he called out to the redhead bustling about the comfortably shabby living room. "Yes." "Why, Professor Snape?" Molly's eyebrows rose in surprise, then drew down in a fearsome frown. "What did they do this time?" "Surprisingly, I am not calling about the twins," Snape replied dryly. "May I come through?" Molly's look of surprise returned. Of course. No sooner had he entered the burrow than Molly Weasley had him ensconced in an armchair that was only slightly battered, with a cup of tea at his elbow. He struggled to hand back the plate of homemade biscuits. "Thank you, no," he insisted as politely as he could through gritted teeth. "Are you allergic to chocolate?" Molly asked sympathetically. "I have some peanut butter ones in the kitchen. Or would you prefer oatmeal raisin? Or shortbread? I could whip up some scones." "No." He caught himself and forced himself to abandon his, "Start listening to me or you will blow up your cauldron and I will feed your internal organs to the squid," tone. This was a parent, not a student. An annoying parent, to be sure, but a parent nonetheless. "I mean, nothing for me, thank you. I'm fine." Molly looked hurt. "You don't like my cooking?" Severus could feel his blood pressure rising as he grabbed a biscuit from the plate. Delicious," he snarled. Molly smiled and sat down. "What can I do for you?" "I have something I would like to discuss with you and your husband." "Is he available?" "Yes, he's just in the back with Ginny, denaming the garden." "Can you give me some idea what this is about? I think it would be best to explain it to both of you at once. And perhaps your daughter could be sent away for an hour or so." He paused, thinking of how best to ensure her compliance without having to A. explain more or B. consume additional biscuits. "I am here at the headmaster's request." More or less. It was obvious that Molly was afire with curiosity, but as an Old Order veteran, she responded predictably to Dumbledore's name. Of course. Within 5 minutes, Ginny had been dispatched to her grandmother's via the flow, and Arthur, Molly, and Severus were gathered in the living room. "I apologize for disturbing you tonight, and sending Miss Weasley away, but I felt it best for our discussion that there was no chance of being overheard." Now both Weasleys were wearing expressions of concern as well as curiosity. "Is something wrong, Professor?" Arthur asked, brow creasing. "Are the boys all right?" "Your children are all fine," Snape assured him. "I am here to ask if you would like one more." That didn't seem to come out properly. Now they were both staring at him with their mouths open. "Not full time," he hastened to explain. "More on a short-term lease." "You're renting out children?" Molly asked, her voice rising to a squeak. Arthur took her hand. "I'm sure it's not what it sounds like, dear." Severus frowned. "It wasn't that complicated. Honestly, leave it to a bunch of Gryffindors to need everything spelled out." He decided to take it very slowly. "You have, I believe, met Mr. Potter." "Harry," Molly exclaimed in surprise. "That sweet little bespectacled boy. My heavens, what a lovely child." "Ron seems to have become friendly with him," Arthur agreed. "And the twins and Percy also wrote, saying nice things. I understand he was sorted into Gryffindor. The, of course, was politely withheld, given present company." "Indeed," Snape said flatly. "I discovered that Mr. Potter's home life is unacceptable, and so—" "What do you mean?" Molly demanded. "Didn't Dumbledore put him with family after James and Lily were killed? I remember there was a big fuss because he wouldn't tell anyone where Harry was, but he assured all of us that the child was safe and well." Severus smirked. "Apparently not. Albus made the absurd assumption that ties of blood are synonymous with ties of affection. The boy was placed with Muggle relatives who were, at the very least, both neglectful and abusive." Molly's eyes grew wide. "Abusive? No. That poor child." Arthur patted her shoulder, but he looked very grim. "Does the Ministry know of this?" he asked. Severus shrugged. You may take that up with Albus, if you wish. My concern lies with Mr. Potter's current situation, not why he was allowed to remain with unsuitable guardians for the last decade. So you want us to take Harry? Arthur asked. Beside him, Molly stopped sniffling long enough to look up excitedly. Take Harry? Of course we will. I told Dumbledore 10 years ago that we would be willing to. I am not here to ask you to adopt Harry, nor even to become his guardians. Rather, I would like you to consider providing him with a regular destination that he can visit for extended periods over his school holidays. Arthur glanced at his wife, then turned back to Severus. I suspect from Ron's letter that we'd be likely to do that anyway, given how well the two boys are getting on. Molly frowned. Why can't we adopt Harry? You just said he needs a home. If we don't take him in, who will? The headmaster has another guardian in mind, Severus hedged. Who? Both Weasleys demanded. Me, he replied coldly, hoping to avoid the inevitable reaction. It was, as expected, inevitable. You. Molly recovered first. Ignoring Snape entirely, she turned to her husband. That's it. Dumbledore is senile. You'll have to alert the ministry in the morning. Arthur shot an apologetic glance at Snape. Now, Molly, let's not be hasty. I suppose that Professor Snape. Arthur. He was a Death Eater. And that's who Dumbledore wants to put in charge of Harry. The boy who lived. He was a spy, her husband pointed out. Dumbledore said so. Molly snorted. Eventually. Maybe. But he bears the dark mark. You think he got that deliberately, just so he could be a spy? Who are his people, anyway? I think he's one of the princes, isn't he? Arthur had by now followed Molly's lead and forgotten Severus completely. Well, what else do you need to know? The princes were all darker than pitch and even crazier than the blacks. Molly paused. Well, except for that one poor girl. What was her name? The one who was quite a few years ahead of us. Elizabeth. Elaine. That was my mother, Snape said with what he felt was admirable restraint. But there was something wrong even with her, Molly went on, tapping her chin. Let me see, what was it? What was it? Oh yes, she married that horrible muggle. That was my father, Snape pointed out. Yes, well, it would have been, wouldn't it? Molly agreed distractedly. Oh, Arthur, this is terrible. We can't possibly allow Dumbledore to do this. Harry needs love and family and Potter needs attention and consistency and guidance. Snape had had enough of being ignored. None of which he is likely to get in this household amongst your litter of children. Well, Molly glared at him. I like that. You have the nerve to come in here and insult us even as you ask for a favor. Arthur patted her hand. Let's hear him out, Molly. He's right that Harry may need more attention than he's likely to get in a big family like ours. Snape gave a jerky nod of formal thanks to Arthur. Exactly. I meant no offense to you, but while your home is well suited to model healthy family dynamics for Harry, he also will require someone whose sole focus is his welfare. Given his difficult background, Molly began to sniffle again. It would be unfair to place him in such a large family where his unique needs might be unmet. By having the burrow remain a special treat for him, he will learn its valuable lessons without having to give up the attention that he can receive as an only child in, he swallowed hard, my household. And why are you willing to take on this role? Arthur asked, giving Severus an odd look. My reasons are none of your concern, Snape snapped. Actually, they are, Arthur shot back, undaunted. You are asking us to, in essence, co-parent with you, and a child like Harry will have needs that are complicated not only by his background but also by his likely future. Snape frowned, but couldn't deny that Weasley's delicate implication of Death Eater interest in Harry was well-founded. We need to know what we are getting into. Seeing that Severus remained unconvinced, Arthur grinned. Besides, if we are going to play such a big role in Harry's life, then I'm sure we'll hear plenty about you. And since most of his comments will likely be couched as complaints, it would be helpful if we're in a position to defend you. Snape's face fell into a ferocious scowl. How dare Weasley suggest that Potter would have anything to complain about? Severus, Arthur said, highly amused. Every child complains about his parents. It's normal. But if we are all going to survive Harry's adolescence, then we will need to work together. Trust us on this. Snape didn't like it, but he had to admit the older man had a point. I agreed to do this, reluctantly, because I have a certain familiarity with what Potter has experienced. He glared at the couple, daring them to ask for details, but both were quiet. In addition, I was very close to Lily Evans. We grew up in the same neighborhood and were friends until near the end of our Hogwarts days. Oh dear, Molly said sympathetically. Did James come between you? Snape swallowed his emotions and looked away from her kind eyes. In a matter of speaking, I was extremely foolish. Our friendship never fully recovered. He took a deep breath. But I am willing to take on the guardianship of the boy. With your assistance as well as my own, I anticipate that he will be able to recover from his treatment by those muggles. He spat the word. Molly and Arthur exchanged a meaningful glance. Severus wasn't sure whether they took his venom as proof of his residual Death Eater sympathies or his apparent devotion to the child. Perhaps they were deciding that so long as he was devoted to the child, some Death Eater tendencies were a good thing, particularly when dealing with the muggles who had mistreated him. There is one other matter we must discuss, he added quickly, eager to change the topic of conversation. There will be a stipend associated with your agreeing to participate in this plan. As expected, both bridled. We don't need to be bribed to help Harry, Molly said indignantly. Snape sighed. Gryffindors were so predictable. It is not a bribe. It is a source of funds to defray the additional expenses that you will incur. We can mana. Harry will need to be clothed and fed. If you wish to go on family excursions, there will be the cost of his participation and travel to consider. We would never exclude. You will do Harry no favors if you treat him like a charity case, Snape said forbiddingly. This way, it is clear that there is a mutual benefit. He'll imagine that we're only doing it for the money, Molly argued. You will, unlike the muggles, be expected to provide an accounting of the funds. It will be clear to Harry, should the issue arise, that you are not benefiting financially from his presence. You are merely not suffering additional hardship because of it. Arthur and Molly exchanged a long look. Snape tried his best not to roll his eyes in exasperation. Well, I suppose we could agree to accept a small allowance that would be spent on Harry. Or for his benefit, for example, it could be used towards your grocery budget or upkeep on the house as he will be staying here regularly, Snape pointed out, heroically. Refraining from mentioning several obvious areas where funds were sorely needed, starting with the lumpy armchair in which he was currently seated. And if you don't accept, I will find a different family. Molly sat bolt upright. You wouldn't. Snape just looked at her. She glanced worriedly at Arthur. All right. We agree, Arthur nodded. And we will need to strengthen the wards around the burrow, Snape said. I am aware that they are already quite strong, given your war records and eldest son's profession, but with the boy who lived in frequent residence. No arguments from us on that one, Arthur said promptly. Should we ask Bill and the goblins or would Dumbledore prefer to do it himself? I will confer with the headmaster and let you know. I suspect he will prefer to handle it. I'll look forward to seeing him. Molly had a militant glint in her eye, and Snape fought down a snicker. Albus was in for a shock when he arrived. So you agree? He pressed, needing clear acceptance. Arthur glanced at Molly. We'd be happy to help you and Harry, Severus. I suggest that you bring Harry over here to give him a chance to spend some time with Molly and me. If that goes well, then we'll bring the boys home this weekend and have a family meeting and let them and Ginny know what's going to happen. After that, you and Harry can come to dinner and then maybe Harry can sleep over Saturday night. What do you think of that? Severus was grudgingly impressed. Weasley had come up with a reasonable plan. After all, he and Harry had never met, and it would be prudent to ensure that Harry got along with the adult Weasleys as well as he appeared to get on with Hogwarts, current crop. Very well. I will be speaking with the boy in the next day or two. Why don't you bring Harry over for dinner tomorrow? Molly suggested. Flow over when you can. Arthur can come home early and we'll have the chance to get to know each other, just as he suggests. Your being here will reassure Harry. Snape nearly snorted. Reassure the boy. Considering his past treatment of the child, it was much more likely that he'd find Snape's presence unnerving, but Snape wasn't about to admit that to the Weasleys. Fine. They all stood, and Arthur and Severus shook hands. Molly smiled a bit uncertainly. It was clear she was still worried about the Prince family's reputation, but Arthur gave her a reassuring squeeze. Until Thursday, then, Arthur smiled. Until Thursday. Snape ducked back into the flow and headed straight for his fire whiskey. What on earth are you doing here? The fat lady demanded. Open up, Snape snarled at the portrait concealing the entrance to the Gryffindor tower. Not likely, she replied haughtily. Run along, little Slytherin. I'm not a student any longer, you idiotic scrawl. I am the head of Slytherin House and the school's potion master, and I want to speak with one of my students. Now open up. Shan't, she retorted airily. Snape's eyes narrowed. Open up or I will. Just what Snape would have done was never made clear, as at that moment, the portrait opened and a third-year Gryffindor started to step out. Finding his way blocked by the looming form of everyone's least favorite professor, he squeaked in terror and fell backwards. A model Gryffindor, Snape sneered. Byerly, go fetch Potter. Yes, sir. Byerly managed to gasp out, then raced away. The fat lady tried to close the entrance, but Snape seized hold of the portrait frame and held it open. In a very short time, what appeared to be half of Gryffindor Tower had hurried up. Professor Snape, sir, what can I do for you? Oliver Wood, Quidditch team captain, had apparently been nominated as their spokesperson. Produce Potter, he replied. With both brevity and menace. Wood swallowed. What do you want him for, Professor? I mean, he quickly added, seeing Snape's expression, should I get Professor McGonagall? If Potter's in some kind of trouble, then she should be notified. I did not request your head of house, merely Potter, Snape pointed out, with rapidly dwindling patience. Kindly produce him. He's gonna make him into potions. Came a frightened whisper from the crowd. What if he's planning to hand him over to Death Eaters? Came another. Idiot. He is a Death Eater. Said another. We can't give Harry to him. Quick, hide him. I told you he was extra nasty to Potter. Has somebody gone for McGonagall? Get Harry back to his room. Does Harry have a detention with you? Wood asked uncertainly. 10 points from Gryffindor for nosiness, Snape snarled. His eye caught a movement at the back of the crowd as if someone were trying to push their way through and being rebuffed. And 5 points from anyone who blocks Potter's path. As if by magic, the crowd parted and a flushed Harry could be seen at the back. He colored even brighter, then hurried forward. Snape noted some of the students' worried looks turning suspicious as Harry came forward willingly. He seized Harry by the scruff of the neck the instant he was within reach, and intoned, 5 points from Gryffindor for dawdling, Potter. But, Professor, I wasn't. Potter's protest broke off with a squawk as Snape raised his arm, hoisting Harry onto his tiptoes and cutting off most of his air. He spun around and stormed away, dragging Harry with him. Behind him, as the portrait closed, he could hear several comments, most of them containing the term, git. Well, at least they were no longer angry with Potter. As soon as he turned the corner, he released his hold on the boy. Harry dragged at his collar and looked at Snape, wide-eyed. Do not argue when I am deducting points, you foolish child, Snape scolded. You will merely lose more for being rude. I'm sorry, sir, Harry gulped. But I wasn't trying to dawdle. Honest, I just couldn't get them to move. And you think I don't know that? Snape demanded, catching Harry by the shoulder and pulling him along. Don't I have eyes? But if you know that, then why did you take away points? Harry asked in bewilderment. Because your fellow Gryffindors were becoming suspicious of your compliance with my orders, Snape retorted. Your complacency in the face of their alarm was considered odd, and Gryffindors, being of little k.sin, do not like oddities. Harry pondered this as he trotted at Snape's side. Finally working out the meaning, he frowned. I don't think Gryffindors are of little k.sin. Hermione Granger's awfully smart. A veritable Ravenclaw in lion's skin, Snape said sarcastically. Harry chewed his lip. He couldn't figure out why Snape wanted to talk with him. He hadn't even had potions class that day. The last time he'd actually spoken to Snape had been the morning after his detention, when he was still in the infirmary. Snape had entered and promptly been pulled into Pomfrey's office. After a lengthy period, he had emerged with 2 bright spots of color on his cheekbones, while the Mediwitch appeared grimly triumphant. She had ushered him over to Harry's bedside and left the two of them with a final, "And I'll be watching you, Severus." "Potter," Snape had growled. "Yes, sir." Harry had been cautiously optimistic. Snape had made him a promise that he was fiercely hoping the man intended to keep. Just because he could hit as hard as Uncle Vernon didn't mean he wouldn't keep his promises, did it? "Potter, I owe you an apology," Snape had said in a rather strangled tone. Harry's breath caught in his throat. An apology? From a grown-up? What for? What would Snape have to apologize to him for? Oh, no. Was he apologizing because he couldn't keep his promise? Was the headmaster determined to expel Harry after all? It was true that his handwriting was awful and he didn't really know any of the material like Granger did, nor even much about the wizarding world, like Ron did, but he was trying really, really hard. It had only been a few days. Surely they'd let him try a little longer before deciding he really was a worthless freak. But no, if Snape were apologizing then it must be because he couldn't do the things he had promised about not being expelling Harry or returning him to the Dursleys. "That's okay, sir," he said around the enormous, hot lump that had suddenly appeared in his throat. "It's not your fault." He blinked hard, forcing back his tears. No one liked a crybaby. He just hoped that Uncle Vernon wouldn't be too mad when he showed up again. Madame Pomfrey had just given him some awful-tasting medicine that had healed all the welts and bruises on his bum as well as the cuts and lump on his head. He really didn't want to get another thrashing now that he was finally feeling better. "What are you talking about, Potter?" the professor demanded angrily. Here he was, actually apologizing to a student, and the little idiot was only half listening. How dare he say it wasn't his fault? What was he suggesting? That Snape had been controlled by Voldemort's ghost? "S okay," Harry insisted, hastily wiping at his eyes when the traitorous tears leaked out. "I know you tried. "S my fault. I should have worked harder." Though in all honesty, he really didn't know how he could have. He was already staying up late every night trying to do all the reading and work on his handwriting and learn about Wizarding Society. "It'll be okay. They probably won't be that mad." After all, his uncle's last words to him had been, "They're not going to like you any more than we do, you little freak." Uncle Vernon would probably be pleased to have been proven right. That might save Harry from a beating for a day or two. Maybe longer, even, if he got right to work and painted the garden shed or something. Snape ground his teeth in anger. What was the little K.St babbling about? Why couldn't he just accept the apology, gloat like his bastard father would have, and let him return to his dungeons? But no, now he was whimpering and sniveling and acting as if Snape had fired a stinging hex at him. Any second now Poppy would be storming over, and this time she probably would make good on her threat. Snape really didn't want to see what a talented Medi-Witch considered an appropriate punishment for child abusers. How dare the little monster play up like this just to get Snape into more trouble? "Stop that whining at once, Potter." Then something the K.St said caught his attention. "Who won't be mad?" Dumbledore and the other staff were already mad at him, as the little creep must very well know. Why else would Poppy have hauled him bodily into her office as soon as he crossed the infirmary's threshold? If he hadn't been so quick with a muffling spell, they would have heard her yelling at him all the way down in the Slytherin common room. "My relatives," Harry answered, surprised. Snape scowled horribly. Did the wretch think that he could threaten Snape with his Muggle relatives' displeasure? Would his dreadful uncle take exception to someone else using the boy as a punching bag? "What are you talking about? What do your relatives have to do with anything? When you send me back. They didn't think they'd have to see me again until next year." "I just meant that." "What? Who's sending you back to those Muggles?" Snape exploded. "Did the headmaster say that?" Bad move. As soon as he started yelling at the K.St, Pomfrey flew out of her office. "Severus Snape, I warned you." Now, rather more alarmed by her determined expression than he wanted to admit, Snape hurriedly pointed at Potter. "He said Albus is going to send him back to the Muggles." That distracted Poppy all right. "What?" She was even louder and angrier than Snape. "He said what?" Harry looked from one to the other, panicked. No. Somehow everyone was all confused, and he had a sinking feeling it was all his fault. Things usually were. Albus Dumbledore, get down here. Poppy stuck her head in the flow. A moment later, the twinkling headmaster appeared, only to be confronted by two irate staff members. What do you mean, telling Harry he was going to return to his relatives? Poppy demanded. Dumbledore blinked. What? Poppy turned to Snape, annoyed. Isn't that what you told me? Snape turned to confront the boy, only to find an empty bed behind him. Where is that little monster? He seethed. Ahem. The headmaster pointed. Both Snape and Poppy crouched down and looked under the bed. In the far corner, Harry had curled into a small ball, only his frightened green eyes were visible above his knees. I'm sorry, he whispered. Please don't be very mad. Potter, get out here. Snape snarled. Poppy punched him in the shoulder. Hard. Shut up, she hissed. Mr. Potter, she said in much sweeter tones, come here. No one will hurt you. Harry's eyes flickered over to Snape and Poppy punched him again. Get away. Affronted, Snape withdrew to nurse his sore shoulder. Come on, Harry, she wheedled. No one will hurt you. Come to Poppy. To Snape's secret delight, the witch's coaxing was completely ineffectual. After a few minutes, she gave up in defeat. What on earth is wrong with him? I promised him that he had nothing to fear. Albus twinkled at her. Yes, my dear, but he had just seen you strike Severus. Twice. Quite firmly. I imagine he might have assumed that if you would hit a fellow teacher, you would be even more likely to strike a student. Poppy's eyes grew wide with dismay. Oh, I never thought of that. Albus, you try. The headmaster stooped. Harry, my boy, will you please come out here? No answer. Harry, please. Nothing. He straightened with a sigh. It appears I have yet to earn the boy's trust. Snape sneered. Considering that he has you to thank for his living conditions for the last 10 years, I think he shows remarkable perspicacity. Ignoring Poppy's scandalized look, he turned back to the bed. Potter, he said, once again crouching down. Are you going to come out of there? Are you very angry? Potter gulped. I will be if you don't get out from under the bed, Snape retorted. Hurry up. To Poppy's shock, Potter crawled out from under the bed. He stood up, half flinching, but didn't jerk away when Snape picked him up and deposited him back on the bed. There. Snape couldn't resist sending a look of triumph at the disgruntled Medi-Witch. Harry, she said, coming forward very slowly and tentatively. I promise I won't hurt you. Yes'm, Harry acknowledged nervously. That's what they all said, right? Well, not Snape. He'd never made such a ridiculous claim. That was why he could trust the man. When he was mad, he let you know it. He didn't lie or pretend. Harry was rather surprised Snape hadn't walloped him as soon as he'd emerged from under the bed, but hadn't the man come to apologize about having to send him back to the Dursleys? Maybe he felt badly enough that, this one time, he'd overlook Harry's hiding. Why did you tell everyone the headmaster was going to send you back to the Muggles? Poppy asked gently. Oh no, not again. If there was one thing Harry really hated, it was being asked why he had said or done something he hadn't. He knew better than to deny it, of course, but taking a punishment for something he hadn't done always made him that much angrier inside. Still, there was nothing he could do. He forced down his fury at the injustice of his life. Getting mad or talking back would just make things worse for himself. Sorry, ma'am. He shut his eyes tight and hunched his shoulders, waiting for the first blow. Potter. It was Snape again. He swallowed hard. He knew just how much a clout from the tall, dark man could hurt. Look at me. He didn't want to open his eyes, he really didn't, but he knew that he was just making them angrier. Uncle Vernon sometimes wanted you to see it coming, too. He forced his eyes open and glanced up warily through his fringe. The potions professor was glaring at him, but his arms were crossed over his chest. Harry blinked. How was he going to hit him from that position? Then Harry realized that Snape and the others had actually retreated a bit. No one was currently within arm's reach, and Harry sat a little straighter. Potter, Professor Snape was looking at him strangely. When I said I was sorry, you replied that it wasn't my fault. Both the headmaster and the Medi-Witch looked at him in surprise. Is that correct? Harry nodded immediately. This was a lot better. He might still end up getting hit, but at least it would be something he'd actually said. What did you mean? Just that I know you tried, sir. You had said you would. So I don't blame you. For what? Snape pressed. There was something wrong here. Merlin, what was the boy talking about? For my getting expelled. Now both Snape and Pomfrey were staring at Dumbledore. You expelled him. The Medi-Witch breathed. Even Snape was looking bewildered. There was no artifice in the boy. He truly believed he was expelled, and where would he have received such information but from the headmaster? But why on earth would Albus do such a thing? Yes, the old coot played a very deep game, but to expel the boy. To remove him from one of the few places where he was safe from harm. Harry, the headmaster stepped forward, and Harry flinched back. Okay, here it came. He still wasn't sure what he had done, but obviously he just kept doing it. Dumbledore held out his hand, and Harry tried not to cower. They hated when you cowered. Drop. The headmaster offered, and to his amazement, Harry realized that the man was holding a tin of candy in his hand. As Harry watched, the headmaster took one and popped it into his mouth, smiling encouragingly. He glanced nervously at the headmaster and then at the other two. What was the right answer? But the old eyes were twinkling at him, and though they were sad, they seemed kind. Harry slowly reached forward, and when no one shouted at him or slapped his hand away, he carefully took one. Thank you, sir, he said politely. Even if they jeered at him and grabbed it back the next minute, he still had to be polite when anything was offered. Just as slowly, he moved the candy to his lips, waiting for the snarl or the cuff, but they didn't come, and then the delicious white taste was filling his mouth. He couldn't suppress a smile, and the headmaster smiled back. Now then, Harry, I wonder if you can help me, Albus said easily. I'll try, sir, Harry agreed. He looked over to Snape. Was that okay? The potions master was just standing there, glowering, but he didn't seem any angrier than usual, which meant Harry probably hadn't done anything stupid. Yet, it seems that there is a little confusion here, the headmaster continued. What makes you think you have been expelled? You mean, I haven't? Harry asked, confused. Answer the headmaster's question, Potter. Snape snapped, and Harry jumped. Yes, sir. He gulped. Sorry, sir. He looked at the headmaster, and although the old man didn't look angry, he still scooted back just a bit. After all, Snape was pretty big and scary, but even he listened to the headmaster. That must mean that the headmaster was even more powerful, and hadn't he been the one to send Harry to the Dursleys in the first place? Obviously he wouldn't think twice about sending him back to them. You were telling me why you thought you had been expelled, Dumbledore prompted gently. Because Professor Snape apologized, sir, Harry explained. And that apology was because he couldn't keep his promise, sir. He had promised that I wouldn't be expelled, so, Harry trailed off. He could tell that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what it was. Harry, did Professor Snape actually say that he couldn't keep that promise? And no, sir, Harry admitted. But what else would he have to apologize for? Poppy let out an odd noise, halfway between a sob and a snort, and left abruptly. Albus merely patted Harry's foot under the blanket for a few moments. I see. He patted some more. Harry looked from the headmaster to the professor. Snape was scowling as if he was about to explode, while the headmaster looked very old and sad. Sir, I'm sorry, he offered. He still had no idea what he'd done wrong, but an apology was usually a good idea. Potter, stop apologizing. Professor Snape snapped. Okay, maybe not such a good idea after all. Yes, sir, sorry, sir, Harry replied automatically, then realized what he had done. Sore, he cut himself off before he did it again. Dumbledore chuckled softly, though it didn't sound like he thought anything was very funny. I see you have your work cut out for you, my boy. He rose to his feet, gave Harry's foot one last pat, then placed the tin of drops on the bed. For you, Harry. Then he was left alone again with Professor Snape. Sir, Harry thought better of apologizing again. What did I do wrong? He asked. He knew it wouldn't excuse him from punishment, but maybe if he knew what he'd done, he could avoid doing it in the future. Snape frowned at him. Be still, Potter. Just listen. Harry obediently straightened up and looked attentive. You were not being expelled, Potter. I meant what I said about your not going back to those relatives. You will not live with them again. Ever. Harry's eyes flared with hope and Severus caught his breath. Lily looked out at him, and he had to fight to keep control of his voice. You are staying here at Hogwarts, and even if you were to do something so egregious as to require expulsion, which is hard to imagine, given the current headmaster, even then you would not return to those disgusting muggles. Do I make myself clear? Harry nodded. He didn't trust himself to speak. He got to stay. He got to stay. My apology to you was for the injuries I caused you yesterday, Snape continued. I should not have struck you in that fashion, and I apologize. Now why was the child frowning at him? That had been a very nice apology, even Minerva would have been impressed. What? He demanded, aggrieved. Why are you apologizing for that? Harry asked blankly. He'd misbehaved in class, messed up his lines, and tried to leave detention early. Why was the professor apologizing for punishing him? Snape stared at him. Was the boy trying to be funny? But no, even without legilimency, it was clear that Harry genuinely saw nothing wrong with how he'd been treated. We will discuss that at a later time, he temporized. For now, you will merely accept my word that it was inappropriate. Yes, sir, Harry said. Obediently. Continue your recuperation, Snape instructed, his voice once again coldly formal. We will talk after you are feeling better. Yes, sir, Harry nodded. Thank you, sir. And now Snape had pulled him from his dorm, presumably to have that postponed talk. At least that's what Harry hoped. He didn't think he was in trouble, but then again, there were plenty of times when he'd made that mistake. Better to check. Sir, did I do something wrong? He asked, trying not to sound nervous. Do you know something I should? Severus asked dryly. No, sir, Harry assured him, shaking his head vigorously. Very well. Step through, Snape instructed, opening a portrait with a muttered password. Harry obeyed and found himself in a large sitting room. Tea and biscuits awaited on a low table. Sit down, Potter, Severus pointed to the couch, and Harry tentatively obeyed. This was a little odd. Why was he in what had to be the professor's private quarters? The next moment, the fireplace roared, and Professor McGonagall's head appeared in the flames. Severus, do you have, Mr. Potter, you are there. Yes'm, Harry answered obediently. Severus, perhaps you could explain why half my tower came rushing to my office to inform me that you had abducted Mr. Potter and were likely in the process of disemboweling him. Perhaps because your students are insolent, disrespectful idiots who have read too many heroic epics. Severus Snape, there is no call for such rudeness. Minerva, annoyingly, used the same tone on him as she did on her little lions, and Severus heard a muffled giggle behind him. He shot a look promising instant death to the K.St on the couch, and Harry hastily hid behind his teacup. I went to fetch Potter and your students instantly assumed I was up to no good. Are they always this prone to paranoid fantasies? I had thought such ideation was largely confined to my house. She smirked back at him. Only where you are involved, Severus. I shall reassure them as to Mr. Potter's continued good health. You had also best award points to them for whatever euphemism you used to refer to mindless K. Svato masquerading as overprotectiveness, or Mr. Potter may be criticized for his part in bringing me to your doorstep, Snape added reluctantly. It hurt, oh, how it hurt, to even contemplate awarding points to Gryffindor, but he did not want the K.St to get off to a bad start with his housemates. He knew too well what it was like to have to make it through 7 years at Hogwarts without the friendship and support of your house. Minerva was obviously taken aback, but then her gaze shifted to over his shoulder and her expression softened. You are a good man, Severus Snape, she said unexpectedly. Before Severus could comment acidly upon this new habit of spouting non-sequiturs, she returned her gaze to him. I think 20 points for protecting a housemate should do it. 15 would be more than sufficient. Snape retorted. 10, even, considering the rude comments that were made about my personal hygiene. That prompted another giggle behind him, quickly converted to a cough. Thank you for the suggestion, Severus. You'll see that Mr. Potter is returned safely. No, Minerva, he snapped. I will turn him loose to wander the corridors until he is either captured by Filch or eaten by Fluffy. Sarcasm is most unnecessary, she sniffed and, with a final nod to Harry, withdrew. Harry kept his eyes firmly focused on his tea. Maybe he would get away with the Snickers. Maybe Professor Snape hadn't actually heard him. Maybe. Did you find that amusing, Potter? He looked up, scared. Sorry, sir. But looking closely at the man, Harry realized Snape wasn't that upset. Oh, he was still scowling, but he was always scowling. His eyes weren't snapping, though. If anything, they almost looked a little, well, resigned. But that couldn't be right, could it? I'm sorry, sir. Snape rolled his eyes. Now what are you apologizing for, Potter? For being here. I brought you here, Potter. Did you forget that little fact? No, I meant for being here when Professor McGonagall said that stuff. She kinda treats you like a student sometimes, doesn't she? Snape growled, but Harry didn't think it was aimed at him. Never take a teaching position at your alma mater, Potter. Not unless there has been a complete staff changeover. Yes, sir, Harry agreed obediently. Poor Professor Snape, no wonder he had to be so snarky all the time. It wasn't just that students were likely to blow up half the castle if they didn't listen to him, it was that the other teachers didn't show him much respect either. Harry knew what it was like to be the odd man out. He gave Snape a sympathetic look. Snape frowned. What was that for? The K Street's expression was almost friendly. How could this urchin feel anything for Snape but dread and loathing? Potter, we need to talk about your future, he announced sternly. Harry felt his stomach lurch. He trusted Snape that he wouldn't have to return to the Dursleys, but then where would he go? An orphanage. Could he still attend Hogwarts and just return to the orphanage during halls? He bit his lip anxiously. Snape frowned in thought as he sat down opposite the K.St. He had had a brilliant idea after talking to the Weasleys. If Harry objected to Snape's nomination as his guardian, surely Dumbledore wouldn't insist. The old coot seemed genuinely distraught at the boy's past treatment, so if Harry threw a fit at the notion of Severus being his guardian, the headmaster couldn't possibly force yet another hated adult upon the boy. So all Severus had to do was to present the plan to Potter, wait for the K.St. to start screaming, and then summon Albus. Snape could hardly be blamed if the young Gryffindor didn't want the greasy git to be his guardian, and Albus would just have to reopen his search for an appropriate parent. He nearly smirked. Perhaps the headmaster would pick on Minerva. He could just see the old witch's expression the first time Potter hid under the bed. Or maybe Dumbledore would take the boy on himself. But no, Severus remembered with more than a hint of gratification. Harry had made it abundantly clear he didn't trust the headmaster. Potter, as I said before, you will not be returning to your Muggle relatives, Snape began, passing the boy the biscuits. Might as well start off slow and easy and let Dumbledore see that he had tried to ingratiate himself. It wasn't his fault if Harry was a Gryffindor through and would never accept a Slytherin's supervision. Thank you, sir. From the joy in the boy's eyes, Severus assumed he wasn't merely expressing appreciation for the food. Their treatment of you was unacceptable, and the K.St. started to speak but then obviously thought better of it. Snape sighed. This timidity would get old very quickly. Not that he wanted the boy to inherit his father's arrogant ways, but to see a Potter cringe was strangely upsetting. What is it, Potter? Ask your question. Well, I was just wondering what it was that they did that was wrong. Not that I want to go back. He added hastily. But, why am I being taken away now? Was it because of the letter? Snape frowned. What letter? The Hogwarts letter. Was it because they wouldn't let me answer it? Is interfering with the owl mail a really bad thing? Snape frowned at the boy's innocence. This was rather alarming. What was next? Excuse me, sir, but how do you know Death Eaters are evil? I mean, they don't actually wear signs that say so. Are we sure they mean to kill me? Maybe I should strike up a conversation with them when we meet, rather than put up a shield, just to be sure. Potter would have the life expectancy of a housefly if someone didn't teach him some simple facts of life. No, you absurd child. What they did wrong was to beat you and starve you and call you names and lie to you. They are disgusting, evil creatures who took out their own inadequacies on an innocent and helpless child. Harry blinked. But, what? This half starting a comment then biting it back would drive Snape mad. Good thing he wouldn't be dealing with the K.St. much longer. But they've been doing all that for forever. Harry burst out. So why didn't I get taken away sooner? Ah, maybe he wasn't such an idiot after all. Severus considered. What should he say? He did feel a loyalty to Dumbledore, and he knew that Potter's mistrust hurt the old man deeply. On the other hand, he found it hard to believe that the ancient wizard's decision to place Potter with the Dursleys had been quite as innocent an error as it appeared. What if Dumbledore had known exactly what kind of home life Potter would have and yet still went ahead and placed him there for reasons of his own? If Snape knew one thing from his spying activities, it was that Dumbledore would put people in harm's way if he felt it was for the greater good. If he were convinced that having Harry grow up in an abusive, unloving home would make him a better weapon against Voldemort, would Albus have hesitated? Snape honestly didn't know. In the end, he said the only thing he knew to be true. As soon as I learned of your situation, Potter, I took steps to end it. Harry's eyes widened, and then he nodded. There was a look in his eye that Severus didn't recognize, but he dismissed it as unimportant and continued. As I have said, you will not be returning to the Muggles. However, you are obviously too young to be on your own, so a new home and guardian must be found for you. Could I go live with Ron? Harry asked, then quickly clapped his hand over his mouth. He knew better than to interrupt. Snape ignored the gesture. I have already spoken with Mr. Weasley's parents. They have invited us to dinner tomorrow to discuss your spending some time with them every holiday. Harry's eyes were shining with delight. I would suggest you not speak of this to your schoolmates yet, as it is not settled. You must first meet Mr. and Mrs. Weasley and see how you get along. Yes, sir. But even if all goes well, the Weasleys will not be adopting you. Snape felt a twinge as he watched Harry's face crumple. He was oddly compelled to explain quickly, almost as if he cared about the boy's distress, but that could hardly be the case. After all, he was the horrible, nasty, death-eating potion master. He didn't care if a student was in tears. But he still went on rapidly. The Weasleys have a large family and are happy to extend it to encompass you. But you require more than a seat at a dinner table. You also need a family of your own. One that will not be distracted by the competing needs of other children. So you will have a guardian who will be focused on you, and you will also have the opportunity to spend time in a family setting with the Weasleys. Do you understand? Harry's sadness had magically evaporated. You mean I get two families? Snape considered. I suppose you could phrase it that way. Wow, yes, well, Snape cleared his throat. With regards to who your guardian will be, here it came. He mentally prepared himself for the tantrum and made sure the flow powder was handy. He would need to contact Dumbledore while the K.St was in full hysterics. Could it be you? Harry's voice was so soft Snape wasn't sure he had really spoken. What? Harry ducked his head. Stupid. He was so stupid. How could he have just blurted it out? He should have known better than to ask something like that. Now Professor Snape would be furious with him. Why would someone like Snape want a freak like Harry? It wasn't like Harry was a member of his house, even. He was just one of the professor's potion students, along with practically every other kid at Hogwarts. Harry peeked through his fringe and hurriedly dropped his gaze. Oh yeah, Snape was mad all right. He had that wide-eyed, maniacal expression that he'd had just before he'd clouted Harry last time. Harry surreptitiously curled his fingers around his seat cushion, hoping that it would help to anchor him if he got hit again. What did you say? Harry gulped. I'm sorry. It was really rude of me to ask that. What did you say? I asked if you could be my guardian, Harry said in the lowest voice he could manage and seed himself. He stared at the floor, preferring to be surprised by the blow rather than have to see the look of revulsion he was certain the professor wore. Snape blinked in utter shock. He couldn't remember the last time he had been this taken by surprise. Well, except for the night he'd learned about Harry's home life. Why was it that this annoying K.St kept shocking him? He was supposed to be unshockable, unmovable, unfeeling. Yet this irritating child kept sneaking through his shields. Why would you want me to be your guardian? He demanded. He was pleased to note that the bewilderment came out sounding like anger. Harry wouldn't raise his gaze. He raised one shoulder in a half-shrug. Answer my question, Snape commanded sharply. Harry wasn't sure if his not yet being hit or sneered at was a good sign or a bad one. He knew Snape wouldn't agree to his request, When was the last time Harry ever got something he had asked for? But he thought that maybe, just maybe, he could explain so that the man would at least feel a bit flattered, rather than repulsed. Why, you're nice. Potter. I am not nice. It was as if he had accused the man of some truly vile practice. You were nice to me, Harry said stubbornly. No one else is. Well, except for Hagrid or Ron. And you already said I'm going to spend time with the Weasleys, and Hagrid, well, I don't think he'd be a good guardian. He's a great friend and all, but I don't think he's really, you know. Snape smothered a snort of amusement. Well, the boy wasn't a complete dunce. He obviously had Hagrid figured out. Go on. And you haven't lied to me. And everyone says you're really smart. And no one ever picks on you, so maybe if you were my guardian, no one would pick on me, either. Harry's voice trailed off and he slumped in despair. Good one, Harry. Of all the things you could have said, you had to pick one that shows how needy and desperate you are. Of course he'll choose you now. Who wouldn't want such a useless, whiny little freak? Snape suddenly found it hard to swallow. The scrawny, dark-haired child, huddled so forlornly in the corner of the sofa, had brought back an unexpected surge of memories. Wanting desperately to belong, needing someone's protection or even just a scrap of concern, craving someone's, anyone's, affection, and of course, receiving nothing but violence from all sides. His father, the Marauders, his housemates. So much for Hogwarts being a sanctuary. Yes, it had spared him the worst of his father's excesses, but it hadn't exactly offered safety, not when he was constantly ambushed and mocked. Little wonder he had fallen prey to the blandishments of the Dark Lord. Though of course, in the end, he turned out to be just another sadistic, violent tormentor. Snape forced down his emotions with brutal efficiency. This wasn't about him. It was about the Potter spawn, though he didn't really look like a spawn all huddled over like that. More like some pathetic, broken, stop right there. You are getting ridiculously sentimental, he told himself firmly. What difference is it to you if James Potter's son has had as awful a childhood as you did? Why should you care if, and then the child looked up, and Lily's eyes begged him. Yes. He nearly looked around to see who had spoken. That couldn't have been him, could it? Finn. RTBC. You tell me. Yes. He nearly looked around to see who had spoken. That couldn't have been him, could it? The boy's shining eyes told him that yes, it had been him. Before he could curse himself or obliviate the K.St., Harry's body had rocketed into his, grabbing him about the waist. The entirely unexpected force of the boy's small but solid body knocked the wind out of Snape, and it was a moment before he could actually speak, or at least that's what he fiercely told himself. Yes, all right, he said testily, patting the K.St. gingerly on the shoulder. We're all children this, childish. Do you really mean it? Harry looked up at him, but maintained his tight hold around Snape's middle. This had the effect of digging the K.'s pointy little chin into his solar plexus, and made Severus' words come out a tinge more breathlessly than usual. Well, that's how he explained it to himself. I said it, didn't I? He snapped. Are you accusing me of mere insincerity or outright deceit? No, Harry protested, eyes widening with horror. I just meant, I didn't think. Obviously. Snape glared down at him. Somehow his hands were still around the little monster's shoulders, despite his very clear intention to have pushed him away well before now. Harry ducked his head and buried his head in Snape's robes, further jolting the man's midriff and forcing out a grunt. Thank you, the K.St. mumbled into his robes. You're welcome, he replied gruffly. Merlin, what have I done? Now how will I get rid of the K.St.? Am I doing this right? Harry asked uncertainly, still holding on to Snape as if he were never going to let go. Doing what right? Snape demanded irritably. Now what was the little horror on about? Was this how it was going to be? Never-ending questions. The need for constant reassurance. He himself had never been this needy. You never had anyone to whom you could express your need, a traitorous voice at the back of his mind pointed out. K.Sging. Harry looked up again worriedly. I only did it once before, when Mrs. Weasley said goodbye to me and Ron at the station. She K.Sged him first and then she K.Sged me. I wasn't sure what I was supposed to do. Ron pulled away, but that seemed rude, so I didn't, but I didn't know if I was supposed to do something else instead. That effectively ended any questions Snape might have had about how the Muggles treated the boy. Right. His homicidal fury, unable to be unleashed at the proper targets, found outlet in another direction. He pulled the boy off and set him back on the couch, pinning him with his eyes. You and I need to have a little talk. Harry immediately flinched back, eyes darkening with panic. Stupid. Uncle Vernon had had these talks with him before. He mentally kicked himself. How could he have been such an idiot? He knew better than to try to someone. He'd been slapped around enough times for trying it with his relatives, and just because the professor was nice enough to help him avoid the orphanage didn't mean that he wanted to be touched by a freak like Harry. As soon as Snape agreed to be his guardian, Harry had gone and grabbed him. No wonder he was going to catch it. He could only hope the professor wouldn't change his mind about everything else. I'm really sorry, he gabbled. I won't do it again. I just got excited. I won't touch you again. Honest. Snape's eyes narrowed. So the precious little Gryffindor didn't want to touch the nasty Slytherin. And just what is wrong with me that you dare not soil yourself with my touch? He demanded menacingly. If the little K.St thought that he was going to be able to insult him with impunity. Harry's face clouded with confusion. It's not you. It's me. I know I'm not supposed to touch normal people. Then he really panicked at Snape's expression. I'm sorry, he cried out, cringing back before the inevitable blow. Potter. Snape forced his fury down. He was so going to enjoy visiting those Muggles. Stop cowering and apologizing. Sore. Harry caught himself. He watched Snape with frightened eyes. He couldn't understand why, given the man's obvious rage, he hadn't yet struck Harry. What was he waiting for? The professor took a deep breath and used all of his occlumency skills to calm himself. Potter, he said, in much more measured tones. Who, precisely, do you consider normal people? Harry blinked. People who aren't freaks. And who exactly is a freak? Me. Harry spoke with an utter lack of self-consciousness. He could have been discussing the color of his hair. Snape ground his teeth. Those Muggles would pay for this. And why are you a freak? Well, because I'm different. You know, from normal people. Harry studied his professor with confusion. Why was he asking such simple, basic questions? He might as well ask why the sun was hot. Normal people being your relatives. Snape spat. Harry nodded. Then you are considered a freak for being different to the Muggles. Another nod. For being a wizard. Another nod. Then obviously you consider me to be a freak as well. Panicked, Harry started to shake his head. No, he hadn't meant to insult Professor Snape. And therefore you need not avoid touching me, as we are both freaks together, Snape continued inexorably, so caught up in his rage at the Dursleys that he was oblivious to the fact that he had just given the boy permission to K.S. him. In fact, you can K.S. anyone in the wizarding world, which includes everyone here at Hogwarts except Filch, and I cannot conceive of even you being desperate enough to K.S. that squib. Harry was staring at him, mouth agape. However, if you ever so much as contemplate K.S.ging that walrus of an uncle of yours or any of the rest of those despicable Dursleys, I will have Madame Pomfrey confine you to the infirmary until the mind healers from St. Mungo's can collect you. Snape glowered at him. You idiotic child, how dare you imagine that you are the freak? Have you not yet realized that your horrible relatives are the unnatural monsters? Every word they spoke to you was either a deliberate misstatement or a blatant lie. The next time you quote them, I should wash out your mouth with soap. Their lies are filthier than any expletive could be. Harry blinked, stunned by this chain of logic. Yes, he'd known that his relatives hadn't been honest with him from the moment that Hagrid walked in, blew in the door, but he still hadn't quite realized how all-encompassing their lies had been. It wasn't until Snape laid it out like that he realized his entire view of the world might be somewhat off. Do you remember those despicable Muggles' rules? Snape demanded. Harry gulped and nodded. Right. You were to forget them. Entirely. Harry goggled at him. Snape glared. The boy looked anoidal with his mouth hanging open like that. What is so difficult to understand, Potter? I am now your guardian, and you will have a new set of rules. Yes, sir, Harry managed to stammer. That made sense, at least. You will naturally attend classes as previously arranged and live in your dorm with your housemates. However, I will arrange with the headmaster for another room to be added to my quarters for you so that. A room. A whole room. For me. Harry couldn't help himself, it just burst out. Snape rolled his eyes. Merlin save him from idiot Gryffindors. Why couldn't the boy at least have been a Ravenclaw? Yes, Potter. A room. For you. Where else would you sleep? A cupboard. To his astonishment, Harry merely nodded. An awful suspicion took root in Snape's mind. Potter, where exactly did you live in those bastard muggles' home? Like it said on my Hogwarts letter, Harry explained, wondering why this was news to the professor. The cupboard under the stairs. Snape hadn't wanted to hex something this badly since Harry's father and godfather had tried to sabotage his Newt's potion. And what exactly was a typical day like in that house? Harry bit his lower lip, wondering why Snape was so curious. Then it dawned on him. He probably wanted to know what kind of chores Harry was good at, so he could assign him his new tasks. Harry sat up. Hopefully he could impress Snape with all the things he could do. The man wouldn't mind having adopted him once he realized how useful Harry could make himself. I'd get up first and make breakfast for everyone, he began obediently. Then after serving everyone and cleaning the kitchen, I'd do my morning chores. If it wasn't a school day, then I'd usually do the garden first, then the house, and on Sundays I always washed the car. After making lunch I usually got to have a sandwich or some leftovers before starting on my afternoon chores. If Aunt Petunia had her garden club or bridge club or book club or something coming over, then I'd get the living room all set for them before making tea. I'd usually finish any outside chores before making dinner. Uncle Vernon liked me to repaint the garden shed and fence anytime they looked dingy, so I did that a lot. After my relatives finished dinner, if I was allowed to eat, I'd do that before cleaning the kitchen and washing the floor, and then I'd go to sleep. He paused, thinking, oh, and I'm a good cook. Even the bridge club ladies said so. And I can paint things really well, without drip marks or anything. I've done a lot of gardening, from planting things to mowing the lawns to weeding to pruning the hedges. And I can clean the bathroom really quickly, so I don't get in the way. I know to be careful about fingerprints and stuff, so you don't have to worry. Snape was staring at him. That idiotic old coot had turned Harry into the boy who lived to be a house elf for muggles. Even Snape's own father, for all his brutality, hadn't expected such a level of servitude. What had Dumbledore been thinking to allow those hideous muggles to mistreat this child so badly? Do you really imagine I agreed to be your guardian because I am in need of a house elf? At Harry's blank look, Snape remembered that the boy was new to all things magical. A slave. Harry frowned. How else am I going to earn my food, sir? Snape pinched the bridge of his nose. This was getting thoroughly depressing. Let me guess. Another rule at the Dursleys was no work, no food. Harry nodded. If I don't do a good job, I don't deserve to eat, and I get punished. Snape's eyes narrowed. Punished how? In addition to starvation, I mean, he added sarcastically. Harry's eyes dropped. He guessed it was only fair that his new guardian knew how his relatives had punished him, but he really hoped that the professor might not be quite as strict as Uncle Vernon. Of course, he reminded himself consolingly, while he was attending Hogwarts, there were 3 meals a day, so whatever other punishments he got, he probably wouldn't go without food. Unless the professor decided to order him to skip meals. Well, Snape's harsh voice broke in on his musing, and Harry hurried to answer. Mostly just a slap or a smacking and being locked up in my cupboard, Harry explained. But if I got in real trouble, like at school or for doing, he shot a quick glance at the professor, freaky stuff, then I'd get the belt. What about restriction of privileges? Withholding treats or toys, extra chores? At Harry's blank look, Snape rolled his eyes. Of course the boy would be puzzled. How could you withhold privileges or toys from a child who never got any in the first place? And it sounded like there were no extra chores for the boy to do, because he was already doing them all. Out of curiosity, Potter, how did they punish that whale of a cousin of yours? Did they strike him as well? Dudley, Harry asked in surprise. I don't think they ever punished Dudley. And you see nothing wrong with such an inequitable situation. Harry guessed what inequitable meant. Well, they wanted him. They were just stuck with me. Potter, you will drive me mad with your lack of insight, Snape scolded. You were a child. You were a child. It is an adult's responsibility to treat any child in their care appropriately. Children are to be fed and housed and clothed and protected from harm. They are. Harry looked over at Snape worriedly. That sounded like a lot of work. What if the professor decided Harry would be too much trouble? Please, sir, I'll be good. I won't be any bother, and I'll do whatever work you want me to do, and... Snape interrupted this pathetic litany before his blood pressure could rise any higher. Shut up, Potter. I've already agreed, you need not try to convince me further. Harry relaxed with a sigh of relief. The professor was really nice. Maybe he wasn't going to be hit for the K.S. after all. Maybe this talk was to be just that. Snape scowled. He really didn't want to open this next topic, but he knew he had to do it. Potter, in the infirmary, you said you didn't understand why my actions to you at your detention were inappropriate. You thought my treatment of you was justified. Yes, sir. It was not. Faculty at Hogwarts do not strike students. What is more, my blow was excessively harsh. No child should be treated in that fashion. He paused. That is a rule. Harry tried hard to understand what the professor was saying. But, if teachers don't punish students like that, he said slowly, thinking it out, then why did you hit me? Snape fought not to squirm. Trust the irritating K.St to ask the one question he really didn't want to answer. But he owed the little monster the truth. I wasn't hitting you, Potter, he retorted. At Harry's look of complete bewilderment, he forced himself to elaborate. Yes, of course, I hit you, but I wasn't really aiming at you. He broke off in frustration and decided to try a different approach. You strongly resemble your father, Potter, he began. The boy sat up straighter at his words. I do. Snape glared at him. Of course you do. Haven't you seen pictures? Oh, of course not. Not in that household. Even as the thought occurred to him, Harry shook his head. My aunt and uncle said they didn't want to have any pictures of worthless drunks in the house. I haven't seen any pictures of my parents, and he colored, as if confessing a grievous sin, I don't really remember them. Snape fought back pity. Naturally you don't, you foolish K.St. You were little more than a year old when they were killed. Shouldn't he? In the end, he said what he knew Lily would have wanted. I have some pictures of your mother. I'll show them to you at some point. For a moment he thought the K.St. would hurl himself at him again, and he C'd for the onslaught of the bony little frame, but Harry restrained himself, though his glowing expression of gratitude spoke volumes. Snape cleared his throat. Yes, well, I suspect there will also be pictures of your father somewhere around the school. He was always attracting attention to himself, he spat. I will speak with the other faculty and see if they have any photos that could be copied. Thank you, Harry managed to gulp out around the enormous lump in his throat. Snape might call him names and snap at him, but the man's kind actions belied his snarky tone. HMF. Snape huffed, highly uncomfortable with both the boy's thanks and the worshipful look that was growing on Potter's countenance. As I was saying, he forcibly dragged the conversation back on course. You resemble your father and... Again the boy interrupted him. Don't I look like my mum at all? He asked plaintively. You have her eyes, Snape admitted reluctantly, then stifled a snort as the boy practically crossed his eyes trying to see his own features. With a glower at the delay, he conjured up a hand mirror and handed it to the troublesome creature. Harry stared at his face as if he had never seen it before, trying to feel some connection with his dead parents. Snape felt his throat start to tighten in pity, and he hurriedly transformed the mirror back to its original form. If you were quite done interrupting me, he snapped at the boy, and Harry meekly nodded. You were very nearly a carbon copy of your father, as he appeared when I first met him. We did not get on. During your detention, your appearance made me think of your father, and when I misunderstood something you were saying, Snape felt himself flush, lost control of my temper. I struck you quite brutally while thinking of your father, and for that I have apologized. To his complete shock, Harry leaned forward and patted him on the arm. I sometimes get confused too, he whispered confidingly. Like when my teacher would lean over my desk and I'd think it was Uncle Vernon about to hit me. Marvelous. The K.St had flashbacks. As if Snape needed further confirmation of how awful Potter's home life had been. It was amazing the child wasn't catatonic, and yet Albus thought Snape was the best person to look after this broken, damaged child. The headmaster really was delusional. Perhaps he and Potter could get a group rate at the Mind Healers. He cleared his throat uncomfortably. Yes, well, those memories will likely start to fade now that you are away from that dreadful environment, he explained, and since you will no longer be treated in that fashion. Harry stared at him. You mean I'm not going to get hit? At all. This was sounding perilously close to the meaningless words the other teachers had mouthed. He gave Snape a distrustful look. You will not be hit by your instructors, Snape replied, relieved that they were getting away from the specifics of his own transgressions and into more general topics. That is against school policy. If anyone were to try to harm you, I expect you to defend yourself. Harry looked as if he had suddenly started to spout gibberish, and he supposed that, to the boy, he had. Potter, when your uncle struck you, you were obliged to remain still and silent, correct? The boy nodded. Those were his rules. Harry nodded. And what did I tell you about those rules? Harry's eyes widened. You said to forget them. Then you mean, I don't have to hold still. Didn't I just explicitly tell you not to do that? Snape demanded. Yes, but, Harry trailed off. He hadn't really thought the man was serious. When I tell you to do something, I expect you to do it. Snape admonished him severely. This was much better. He was good at this sort of thing. Do you imagine I speak merely for my own benefit? No, sir. Harry shook his head vigorously. Sorry, sir. Snape paused, thinking, how much should he tell the boy? Would it be better to put him on notice now about Voldemort and Death Eaters and the fact that to many in the wizarding world, Harry was an irresistible target? Should he explain that Harry would require special tutelage in defense and dueling? He looked over to the small boy, so recently released from one form of bondage and slated to another kind of indenture, this time to the entire wizarding world. He decided not to reveal everything just yet. First Harry had to become accustomed to not being a punching bag. There was plenty of time to explain that he was still a target. You are my ward, Snape decided upon his tack. As such, your discipline is my responsibility. The other teachers may assign you punishments or dock points, but none of them is to lift a finger to you. If they do, he tried hard not to think about Quirrell in particular, you are to defend yourself and prevent them from harming you. That is also true of your classmates. If any of them seek to harm you, you are to defend yourself. Vigorously. He was the most hated professor at Hogwarts for good reason, and it wasn't inconceivable that some of the more foolish students might try to get even with Snape by attacking his ward. Harry would need to demonstrate that he was far from easy prey in order to dissuade assaults, though hopefully Snape's position in Slytherin and Harry's sorting into Gryffindor would reduce the likelihood of such attacks. Assuming the lions and snakes wouldn't attack him, that only left Ravenclaws or Hufflepuffs, and Snape wasn't all that worried about those houses. Besides, making Harry an honorary Weasley should provide him with plenty of backup. Merlin help you if you start a fight, he continued, giving Harry a menacing glare, but if another little dunderhead is foolish enough to try something with my ward, you had better demonstrate that you are well able to protect yourself. I will not have my reputation diminished, do you understand? That Harry could understand perfectly. The Dursleys were very concerned about their reputation too. It made sense that Professor Snape wouldn't want Harry to seem weak or stupid, now that he was going to be responsible for him. This is also why I will expect you to succeed academically, Snape continued firmly. I will not be embarrassed by poor marks. Harry bit his lip. But I'm not good at school stuff. Who told you that? Snape demanded. My aunt said. And what did I say about your quoting them? Snape interrupted before Harry had even finished speaking. He was half tempted to make good on his earlier threat. Why you said they were liars and I shouldn't. Harry offered nervously, his mind going down on a similar track as Snape's. Exactly. Shall I have you write that 500 times in order to remember it? Snape threatened. Or do you prefer the soap? Harry tried to distract the dour man. But I've never gotten good grades, sir. I got in trouble for falling asleep in class and the teachers were always yelling at me. Potter, Snape managed to gain control of his temper. At this rate he was going to have an ulcer before the week was out. Do you not see that some of that was due to your relatives' treatment of you? Can your tiny mind comprehend that being undernourished and overworked impaired your scholastic performance? Your parents were accomplished wizards and excellent students, and I expect no less from you. It pained him to admit that about Potter, but it was undeniably true. But my uncle said that freaks were stupid and my parents were worthless drunks who couldn't hold down an honest job, Harry protested. He didn't want the professor to think that he was smart and be disappointed later. That's why I had to learn how to earn my keep by doing chores. Your relatives are appalling creatures who mistreated you since you were a toddler. You were a child. You do not have to earn your keep. It is the adults who are obligated to care for you, not the other way around. You are obliged to attend your classes and obey the rules. I am responsible for feeding you, clothing you, housing you, caring for your emotional and physical maturation, and otherwise ensuring your welfare and safety. Do you understand? There. That was clearly stated in small words. Even a Potter should follow that. Naturally, the boy looked confused. But Uncle Vernon said, "That did it. 500 lines, Potter. I told you not to pay attention to that lard-filled balloon." Harry flinched at the tone, but couldn't restrain a giggle at Snape's description of his uncle. "Yes, sir. I'll try to get good marks. But I really don't know very much." Snape rolled his eyes in exasperation. "I realize you are your father's son, Potter, but perhaps you might consider studying or doing homework. Perhaps reading a book once in a while." "I'm allowed?" Harry asked cautiously. "I'm not supposed to read or do homework in case I get better grades than Dudley." "And who told you that?" Snape asked silkily. He would give the K.St. another 500 lines and wash his mouth out with soap if he uttered that muggle's name, he swore he would. UNC, Harry caught himself and actually grinned. "Oh, right." Snape glared at him another moment before continuing. "From what you tell me, it is obvious that you will require remedial tutoring. I shall speak with your head of house. If, as I suspect, Gryffindor is lacking in suitable tutors, you will report to my quarters several times a week until I am satisfied with your performance." Snape gloomily bade farewell to his peaceful evenings free of horrible, mewling K.Sts. At least Death Eater meetings were adults only. "So I just have to go to class and follow the rules," Harry said in tones of dazed happiness. "That's all. That was too much for your father," Snape sneered. "I trust you have not inherited his talent for mischief or you will not like the consequences. You will find me, at least, difficult to manipulate." Harry's brow furrowed. He really wanted to hear more about his dad, though Snape's tone was far from encouraging, but he was more worried about those threatened consequences. "I'll be good, sir," he promised. "You'd better be," Snape retorted, though he wondered what he would do if the boy misbehaved. Well, aside from verbally filleting him, he was reluctant to do anything that smacked of the boy's previous life, and cleaning cauldrons or being confined to his room were uncomfortably close to what the Dursleys had done. Oh, Harry wouldn't make it through Hogwarts without having a few detentions with Filch, but Snape wanted such punishments to be related to his student status. It was one thing to be punished the same way as his classmates, another to be treated, again, like a house elf or prisoner by his guardian. So what did that leave? The boy had no trinkets or hobbies which could be temporarily forbidden. Lines and essays might work, Snape mused, but he would need to make a foray to the toy stores of Diagon Alley to find some things that the child liked. Only in order to withhold them as punishment, he reassured himself hastily. It wasn't as if he were desperate to make Potter happy, for Merlin's sake. Then again, considering how abysmally ignorant the K.St. was about all of wizarding society, he probably should take him on regular outings to various wizard destinations, such as Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade. Then, when the little monster misbehaved, he could be denied the excursion. That should be worth a few tears. Snape smirked in satisfaction. Never let it be said he couldn't find ways to torture a Potter, even if it did mean a further curtailment of his own free time. "Honest, sir," Harry gulped. You won't need to belt me hardly at all. Did you not hear what I said before? Snape exclaimed angrily. Irritating child. You will learn to pay attention to me. But, Harry gazed at him in confusion. What did I do? I told you that I will not mistreat you. Again, Snape silently added. You will not be beaten with a belt, Potter. Oddly, Harry did not look reassured. Please, sir, not the cane. Oh, for Merlin's sake. He really needed to get the boy some adequate spectacles. Come with me, Snape ordered, yanking Harry up and pulling him down the corridor to the door into his classroom. Harry's heart thudded wildly. Why had he even bothered to ask such a ridiculous thing? After the professor had been nice enough to promise that no one else would hit him, and that he could run and duck and even protect himself from bullies, what had Harry done? Had he thanked Snape, or promised to make him proud? No, he had sniveled about not wanting to be whacked with the cane. It would serve him right if the professor walloped him for his ingratitude and cheek. In fact, Harry saw with a sinking feeling, that was precisely what was about to happen. They had come through a hidden door and were now standing in the professor's classroom, right next to his desk. This was just where Harry had nearly been caned a few nights ago. This time he doubted he'd have the same miraculous escape. Well, you'll just have to take it, he told himself stoutly. At least he no longer had to worry about holding still and keeping quiet. The professor was a lot nicer than Uncle Vernon in that regard. Snape dug under his workstation and pulled out his polished cedar cauldron stirrer. Come here, Potter, he ordered. Harry forced himself to move forward, trying not to look at the cane clutched in the professor's hand. Do you know what this is? Snape demanded. Yes, sir, Harry gulped, eyes averted. S.A. cane, sir. Idiot. Do you think canes have inscriptions on them, commending me for winning the 143rd annual All-Counties potion-making competition? Snape demanded, K.S.N. dishing the stirrer under the little simpleton's nose. This is a charmed cauldron stirrer, Potter. It is both rare and expensive and is not to be abused by bringing it into contact with annoying children's posteriors. Harry blinked and squinted at the stirrer. But, you mean, he looked up at Snape, an incredulous grin breaking over his face. You're not going to hit me with it. The professor rolled his eyes. No, Potter, Snape drawled sarcastically, I went to all the trouble of winning this award just so I could break it across your impervious backside. Harry snickered. The professor was kind of funny, once you got used to his sense of humor. Great. Now the little K.St thought he was a comedian. Stop that ridiculous sniggering, Potter. It wasn't that funny. Yes, sir, Harry replied cheerfully. Snape glowered at him. So with the threat of the cane removed, suddenly the boy was all smiles, was he? It would do him no harm to realize that he wasn't completely immune to the only form of discipline he'd ever known. You will find that I have no need to rely on vicious beatings to punish you, Potter. Since when does any Slytherin worth his salt have to rely on brute force? But you will feel my hand if you violate my two most important rules. He paused impressively. You will not, he paused. What was the little wretch supremely unlikely to do? The last thing Snape wanted was to have to carry out the threat he was about to make. He eyed the now apprehensive child in front of him. Deliberately disobey me, that should work. The boy had been beaten into complete submission by the Muggles. Or place yourself in jeopardy, that was another good one. The boy was timid to the point of catatonia, he wasn't about to put himself in harm's way. But now Snape had gone on the record as placing a high value on the K.Street's life, thereby helping to overcome the decades' worth of disparagement and undermining from the Dursleys and their penchant for the term, worthless freak. Harry's eyes were wide. I won't, he swore. No kidding. See that you don't, Snape said darkly, or your backside will regret it. But those are the only things I'll get hit for. Harry asked uncertainly. Not for other stuff, such as, Harry shrugged. Not doing well on my homework. Being cheeky. Breaking something. Not listening. You may think I have nothing better to do with my time than obsess over your petty misdeeds, Potter, but I assure you I do, Snape said austerely. I have no intention of spending every waking moment stalking you, watching for minor indiscretions, and then striking you for them. I have already told you what actions are sufficiently egregious for me to resort to corporal punishment. See that you avoid those actions and you need not worry." He pretended not to see the boy's expression of incredulous joy. "And if someone tries to hurt me, I can hurt them." Harry sought clarification. "You were not only permitted to do so, Potter. I expect you to do so. You were absolutely forbidden from sitting there like a lump waiting for someone else, probably me, to come rescue you. I have enough to do, thank you very much. If someone is trying to hurt you, then get off your lazy bum and stop them. Need I make it any clearer to you?" Snape's Slytherin instincts were abuzz. If and when Voldemort returned, he would surely go after this child. By that time, Snape wanted Harry to be completely comfortable with the idea of fighting back, or even launching a preemptive strike. Harry grinned wolfishly, and Snape was strangely heartened to see a glimpse of his father. Of course, the last time he'd seen that expression, Potter Sr. in black had been stalking him. "What are you thinking?" he asked the child, curious. "Just that I'd really like to go back and visit my cousin, sir," Harry replied with a glint in his eye. "I told you were not to start anything," Snape cautioned him, but he was relieved to learn that the boy's spirit had not been entirely quashed. "Oh, that's okay. As soon as he sees me, Dudley's sure to try something," Harry said confidently. Then his face fell. But he'd probably have a bunch of his friends with him. He usually did for Harry hunting. Snape's eyes narrowed at the term, and any thoughts he might have had of sparing the Dursley whelp from his vengeance went out the window. "So they would gang up on you?" Harry nodded despondently. "There were usually 3 or 4. I couldn't hope to fight them all at once. Dear Lord Voldemort," Snape's mind busily penned an imaginary letter, "I am writing on behalf of the boy who lived. Would you please be kind enough to refrain from sending more than one Death Eater at a time after him? It is quite unsporting of you to gang up on the boy. Potter," he said sternly, "you must learn to defend yourself against superior odds. To do anything else is foolishly unrealistic." "That's Harry caught himself. Snape raised an eyebrow. "What? Easy for me to say." Harry nodded, shamefaced. "I will have you know, Potter, that when I was a student here, I was routinely set upon by a gang of 4 bullies, and more often than not I was able to hold my own against them." Harry's eyes were shining. "Really? Could you teach me how?" Snape preened a bit. "I suppose," he allowed, with seeming reluctance. Suddenly Harry's eyes clouded. "Sir." Snape frowned at the abrupt change in demeanor. "What is it?" "Sir, was one of the 4, he broke off and tried again. "Was my father, is that why you didn't get along?" "Because my dad was one of the 4 bullies." Harry stared anxiously at the professor. Snape's shield snapped up, just in time to prevent his shock from showing. Now that had been an impressively quick feat of deduction. But what in Merlin's name was he supposed to reply? If he told the truth, the boy would likely decide that his dead, sainted father knew best and promptly reject Snape's guardianship, but to lie was unsupportable. There were too many people around Hogwarts who knew the truth, the boy would learn it sooner or later. Besides, he scolded himself, why was he acting as if the Street's renouncing him would be a bad thing? Hadn't he started this conversation desperate for a way out of the guardianship? He ignored the sudden hammering of his heart and said, with all the cool disdain he could muster, "Yes, Potter. Your father was one of them." The Street's eyes fell. Here it came, the look of contempt or revulsion. The demand to know what Snape had done to incur the elder Potter's enmity. The implication, or perhaps explicit statement, that such feelings must have been deserved, and therefore Snape was obviously an inappropriate guardian for James Potter's only son. But instead, when they slowly rose, Harry's eyes were wet with unshed tears. "I'm really sorry, Professor. I'm sorry my dad was a bully. He must have been awful, just like my cousin, to pick on you like that." There was a roaring in Snape's ears. It was incredible, unbelievable. If anyone had asked the younger Severus Snape for his fondest wish, it would have been for James Potter and Sirius Black to beg his forgiveness on bended knee. But suddenly Snape saw that for the dross it would have been. How much better, how much more ineffably sweet, to have the man's only son apologize on his behalf, repudiating his father in the bargain. Now this was truly a Slytherin's revenge, and to make matters even better, he hadn't even had to manipulate the K.St to extract it. He had, if anything, taken the moral high road. And still he got his apology. Truly, nothing that could possibly top this moment. He reveled in the inexpressible satisfaction of the moment, the unutterable sweetness of his revenge, before managing to veil his emotions and nod briefly to the boy. Apology accepted, Mr. Potter. He even managed to add, do not think too harshly of your father, boys do foolish things. You didn't. Snape choked and nearly swallowed his own tongue. What? You didn't gang up on anybody when you were at Hogwarts, Harry said angrily. You didn't bully anyone. You don't have to pretend my father was something better than he was. Potter, Snape struggled awkwardly for words. Suddenly he didn't feel so morally superior. He was, after all, the one who allowed some childish bullying to drive him into the arms of the Dark Lord and commit atrocities 1,000 times worse than anything Potter and Black had done to him. We all do foolish things. Some more foolish than others. You just need to try not to harm others by your actions. Harry's eyes held both tears and fierceness. I would never hurt anyone. Like that. I'm going to protect people from bullies, not become one. Snape felt the hairs on the back of his neck rise. And so it begins. Harry's eyes held both tears and fierceness. I would never hurt anyone like that. I'm going to protect people from bullies, not become one. Snape felt the hairs on the back of his neck rise. And so it begins. Snape dismissed the boy back to his tower not long after that declaration. Anything else would be anticlimactic. He had informed Potter that after his last class on the following day, he was to report to the dungeon so that the two of them could join Mr. and Mrs. Weasley for dinner. Wear your best clothes, Potter, he had instructed. You need to make a good impression. Just because he knew that nothing short of a rabid hippogriff would keep Molly Weasley from fostering the child was no reason for Potter to be complacent. The boy had nodded obediently to that, as well as to the repeated command not to mention anything to any of the Weasley boys. It would be up to the parents to decide what and how to tell their brood, and Snape wasn't about to have Potter spill the news prematurely. The next day, his own classes ended early after a third-year Hufflepuff managed to produce a cloud of poisonous gas instead of the blood replenishment potion he had assigned. He still wasn't certain exactly what the idiotic girl had done, but he suspected that she'd been too busy eyeing the Ravenclaw boy at the next bench to actually select the right ingredients, let alone combine them in the proper order. No matter, the fumigation spells would clear the air by morning, and only 3 of the students had ended up at Poppy's. Snape used the unexpected leisure time to lurk about the Quidditch pitch. The Gryffindor and Slytherin first years were having their first flying lesson with Madame Hooch, and Snape was eager to see if there was any new talent for the house team. The Potter K. Streets being there was merely a coincidence, he told himself. The fact that Potter had been raised by Muggles and would likely fall off the broom and break something had nothing to do with him. Just because he was now the boy's guardian didn't mean he was expected to, well, guard the boy. Hooch was in charge of teaching flying and it was her responsibility to ensure that none of her students were injured. Not that she did a very good job, Snape reminded himself darkly, but that was Potter's problem, not his. He was there to look for Slytherin talent, not to protect some Gryffindor K.St. The fact that he had his wand in his hand and a cushioning charm on his lips was merely coincidence. Sure enough, the lesson had barely begun when that plump nitwit Longbottom promptly broke something. Obviously his ineptitude for potions was the rule, not the exception. And Voldemort insisted that purebloods were superior. Obviously the Dark Lord needed to spend some time teaching at a magical boarding school. That would cause him to revise his theory of eugenics pretty quickly. Hooch hustled the crying boy off to the infirmary, ordering the remaining students to wait quietly for her return. Ah yes, that was likely to happen, Snape sneered. Take a class full of young dunderheads, give them some broomsticks, remove all adult supervision, and expect them to sit politely. How rational. And the headmaster rebuked him for his methods of maintaining classroom order. Maybe if Hooch had beaten a few of them with their own broomsticks before departing, she might have had a hope of being obeyed, but Snape rather doubted it. Sure enough, it took just a few seconds for hostilities to break out, and, perhaps unsurprisingly, it was Malfoy who started it. Snape's eyebrows drew together. That spoiled little horror. The first day, after the feast, he had delivered his usual lecture to his entire house about not embarrassing the Slytherin name. He directed his usual, particularly menacing glares at the first years, but at the time, he'd suspected that Draco's arrogance would cause him to require additional persuasion that the rules did in fact apply to him. Now, here was the proof. The only surprising aspect was that Malfoy's opponent in the conflict was Potter. Snape would have expected it to be Weasley, who better for a pureblood to taunt than an alleged blood traitor, but perhaps Draco couldn't resist taking on the famous boy who lived. Snape was too far away to hear what the argument was about, but it was obvious that for all his timidity and past abuse, Potter was holding his own against the blonde Slytherin. Then, abruptly, the argument escalated and suddenly Draco was airborne and, no. That disobedient little K.St. Potter was somehow in the air beside him. More than that, he was keeping up. Snape blinked. To his certain knowledge, Draco Malfoy had been receiving special tutelage in flying since his 6th birthday, and now Potter, in what had to be his first time ever on a broomstick, was matching him. Damn. Snape hated to admit it, but perhaps the K.St. had inherited something worthwhile from that prat Potter after all. What's more, if he enjoyed flying, then that was one more thing that could be withheld for punishment. Snape smirked at the thought of having another hold over the boy. Obviously, though, he would need to purchase the K.St. a broom, and given his obvious talent, it had better be a good one, because unless Harry had a broom of his own, how could Snape confiscate it? Snape smiled to himself at the thought of all the tears that would doubtless be shed, though the image of a radiant Harry unwrapping his new broom kept intruding. Snape irritably shoved such thoughts out of his head. He wasn't interested in pleasing the child, just in finding ways to torment him when he misbehaved. But then Draco shouted at Harry and hurled something away from him. A snitch. A rock. Whatever it was, Harry instantly shot after it, and Snape surged forward in horror. That little fool. He was surely going to crash into the castle wall. He couldn't pull up at that speed. He was going to, and then Potter did the impossible. Somehow, he managed to snatch the item and simultaneously twist around a mere instant before he should have, smashed himself to paste against the stone walls of Hogwarts. Snape found himself storming towards the Quidditch pitch, absolutely incandescent with rage. He had almost reached the students, who were busily twittering about a proudly beaming Potter, when he was nearly run into by an equally incoherent McGonagall. "Severus, did you? I couldn't, never in all my years, I can't believe, that boy." She sputtered at him. "I completely agree, Minerva," he said grimly. "Wait until I get my hands on him." "Oh, no," she said abruptly. "He's mine. He's in my house. And he is my ward," he retorted furiously. "That is irrelevant," she said, her voice uncharacteristically shrill. "He was sorted into Gryffindor. That makes him mine." By now their raised voices had attracted the children's attention, and suddenly Potter was looking apprehensive. Snape fought down his ire. What were they arguing over, anyway? Obviously Minerva was as angry with the boy as he was. If they coordinated his punishment, it would probably be better for Potter anyway. That way, he would see the adults presenting a united front. "All right, Minerva," he said, lowering his voice so that the students couldn't overhear. "There is no need for us to be at odds over this. It will probably be best if we share." "Absolutely not," Minerva declared. "Don't think you can get around this one, Severus. The rules are unequivocal. It makes no difference if a parent works at the school or not. A student's house allegiance is exclusively based on where the Sorting Hat placed him. Harry is a Gryffindor and will play only for Gryffindor." Snape blinked at her. "Play for? What are you talking about, you daft woman?" McGonagall looked smug. "Quidditch, you idiotic bat. The boy will play for my team, not yours." Snape gave serious thought to strangling the older witch. Potter had come within millimeters of death, flying an unfamiliar broom at unconscionably high speed directly at a stone wall, and the only thing his head of house was thinking of was her chances for the house cup. No wonder she and the headmaster got along so well. They shared the same priorities. "You seem to have forgotten the other rule, Minerva," he purred. "The one that says that first years do not go out for Quidditch." She made a rude noise. "With his talent, I'm sure the headmaster will make an exception for Harry." "Which his guardian can override," Snape pointed out silkily. He watched with satisfaction as Minerva's eyes widened in horror as she realized the truth in his words. There was a distinct pause, then McGonagall spoke again, her tone suddenly honeyed. Severus, surely you wouldn't deny the boy an opportunity to enhance his popularity within his house. He has a talent that should be nurtured and save it, McGonagall, Snape said rudely. Your dreams of Quidditch glory are based on my ward's reckless endangerment of his life, not to mention his complete disregard of Madam Hooch's orders. Aren't you the least concerned with that? McGonagall cleared her throat. Yes. Yes, of course. And I was going to speak with Potter very firmly about that. Very firmly indeed. But, about the Quidditch team. Before Snape could hex the witch in an effort to derail her one-track mind, Madam Hooch came hurrying up. What's all this, What's going on? She demanded. Potter, Malfoy, get over here, Snape thundered, and, looking scared, the two boys hurried up. These two miscreants, Snape told Hooch, glaring at the now trembling children, deliberately disobeyed you and went flying in your absence. Did they now? Hooch scowled at them. Young blighters. And Potter displayed flying talent that we have not seen in a generation, McGonagall put in slyly. Hooch's eyes lit up. Did he now? Really? A chip off the old block, Even better, Minerva said with a conspiratorial wink. Really? Hooch rubbed her hands together with gusto. Well, Snape gnashed his teeth. Merlin save him from Quidditch addicts. Malfoy, Potter, go wait for me at the castle entrance. The boys fled. His tone alone told them that they were about to be very, very sorry for their impromptu flying. Now then, if you two could kindly focus on the children's well-being instead of your pathetic desires to vicariously live your own Quidditch dreams through your students, Snape began, ignoring the affronted huffs from both women, I would be interested in learning what penalty you are planning to assign the boys for their abysmal behavior. Well, I didn't actually see anything, Hooch began, but at Snape's expression, hastily changed her mind. How about 5 points from each for failing to obey instructions? Please, professors, the Gryffindor know-it-all had to stick her nose in, Harry just wanted to rescue Neville's remember-all. He dropped it when he fell. Malfoy took it and was going to smash it against the wall, that's why Harry had to go after it. Snape's fury surged anew. A blasted remember-all. The boy had nearly killed himself over some silly trinket. Worse, he saw McGonagall nodding in approval. Protecting a housemate, how very noble of him. 5 points to Mr. Potter. Snape nearly choked on his own anger. The silly witch was rewarding the K.St. for risking his neck over some easily replaced bauble, which, knowing Longbottom, he was likely to lose within the next 12 hours anyway. How exactly was that supposed to teach Harry that his life had value and was not to be risked needlessly? Idiot Gryffindors. Always bleating about heroism and nobility, but never bothering to look at the big picture. No wonder the Weasleys bred like rabbits. Gryffindors had the survival instincts of a brick. If you will excuse me, he ground out, I will go see to my ward and my student. Minerva trailed after him anxiously. But Severus, you won't really oppose Harry joining the House Quidditch team, will you? It would be such a wonderful way for him to honor his FA, she abruptly broke off. Gryffindor she might be, but Minerva wasn't stupid, and she knew that invoking James Potter would not help her cause. It would give him something to talk to the other children about, help introduce him to wizarding society. He interrupted before she could ramble on any longer. If I support you in this, I assume I will have your full support in my dealings with Potter, even over the headmaster's objections. McGonagall paused, eyeing him shrewdly, then, deal. He nodded, grimly triumphant. He was quite certain that Albus, meddling in Potter's life was far from over, and he wanted to ensure that he had plenty of allies in the inevitable battles. He also wanted to be sure that he didn't have to worry about Minerva quibbling with him about his handling of the boy. Harry's placement in Gryffindor gave her a certain responsibility for the boy, though Snape couldn't see that she had been particularly vigilant in evaluating and providing for his needs, and he didn't want her second-guessing him at every turn. She left him as they drew near the boys. I'll fetch wood and meet you in your office, she called as she headed through the doorway. He nodded, then turned to the boys. So, he turned his fiercest glare upon them and had the satisfaction of watching them quail. You decided to ignore Madam Hooch's instructions and lost each of your houses 5 points. Potter gulped. Sorry, sir. Oh, you will be, Potter. Go to my office and wait for me there. With only the briefest glance back at the Quidditch pitch, Harry obeyed, leaving Snape and Malfoy alone. Mr. Malfoy, you have barely arrived here at school and you are already losing our house points. Don't worry, I'll make it up in another class. Draco tried to emulate his father's sneer, but failed miserably. That isn't the point, Mr. Malfoy, Snape said, his voice low and curiously hypnotic. You were warned about embarrassing the house. You were told not to bring disgrace upon the name of Slytherin, and yet what do? In one of your first classes, you blatantly disobey your instructor. It's just flying. Draco tried desperately to bluster his way out of it. No, Mr. Malfoy, it is not. By your actions, you not only demonstrated disrespect towards Madame Hooch and her orders to your class, but also towards me and my orders to our house, Snape gently pointed out. Draco paled further. I do not treat disrespect lightly, Mr. Malfoy. I am surprised you appear unaware of this. Draco tried to speak but no sound came out. You will return to your dormitory where you will spend the rest of the afternoon writing, I apologize for my disrespectful actions 500 times. He ignored Draco's dismayed expression. This weekend, while your classmates enjoy their free time, you will serve 2 detentions with Mr. Filch, paying for your misbehavior by scrubbing the Ollery floor with a toothbrush. If I hear even a hint of complaint from you or Mr. Filch, I will awl your father about my dissatisfaction with your conduct. Need I point out the likely consequences of that action? Draco was now a light green in color and was shaking his head vehemently. You are not only an arrogant and foolish little boy, Mr. Malfoy, Snape continued in the same quiet, dangerous voice, but you are also an extremely ill-informed one. Mr. Potter has come under my protection. Draco's jaw dropped. He is now my ward, and any action against him will be considered an action against me. He is to be thought of as a Slytherin and treated accordingly. If I see you arguing with him in public, I will take it as a deliberate violation of our house code, Slytherins United, one against the world. Do you understand? Why yes, sir, Draco managed shakily. Then I suggest you start those 500 lines. If I do not have them by breakfast tomorrow, we will make it 2 weekends of detention, and I promise you that the second weekend's task will make the first one's appear a garden of delight. Do you understand me? Draco nodded jerkily. Good. And do pass on my warning about Mr. Potter to the rest of the house, will you? I will be very displeased with you if someone repeats your error. Yes, sir. The blonde stammered and fled. By nightfall, Snape mused, the Ollery will likely be empty as every Slytherin writes home about this news. It would be very interesting to see what happens next. Meanwhile, outside Snape's office, Harry was waiting with a deepening sense of dread. The look on the professor's face, he shivered. Snape often snapped and snarled, but he didn't really feel angry. This time, the anger was radiating off of him in nearly palpable waves. Harry thought he might sick up if he had to wait much longer. He didn't know what Snape was going to do to him, but he was utterly terrified that the man would change his mind now that he had seen how much trouble Harry could be. Snape swept up behind him, robes billowing, and opened the door with a wave of his wand. Harry scuttled in and stood before the desk, head down and eyes on the toes of his shoes. Potter, I am prepared to hear whatever excuses you may have to offer for your behavior, Snape said coldly, standing next to him, arms folded. No excuses, sir, Harry whispered, feeling his stomach clench. Then perhaps you can explain what you were thinking. I just got mad when Malfoy took Neville's Remember All. He's been awful to Neville, really mean and nasty, and when he tried to break it, I just didn't want to let him do it. So you allowed Malfoy to manipulate you into breaking the rules and losing points for your house. Had he led you by the nose, it would hardly have been any less deliberate, Snape said bitingly. Harry winced. Are you always so easily controlled, Potter? Are you completely incapable of thinking for yourself? Of deducing another person's intentions? I knew Malfoy was trying to get me in trouble, Harry protested, eyes welling with tears, but I didn't want Neville to lose his Remember All. I'm sorry about disobeying but Potter. Snape's voice cut like a lash. You moronic child. Why do you think I am so angry with you? Because I didn't listen to Madame Hooch. At Snape's contemptuous snort, Harry was surprised enough to look up. Then what? Snape was in front of him in an instant, and had him by the shoulders. Stooping down so that he looked directly into the child's eyes, Snape punctuated each word with a little shake. You could have killed yourself with that stunt. How dare you fly at the castle like that? Harry's eyes were wide. I didn't even really see the wall. I was just after the ball, he gulped. If anything, that just made the professor angrier. Do you think so little of your own life, of your parents' sacrifice, that you don't even consider the consequences of your actions? Snape demanded furiously. Harry felt a warm glow begin deep in his belly. The professor wasn't mad because he had disobeyed. The professor was mad because he might have gotten hurt. This was the first time Harry could remember where anyone had ever worried about him. When he was ill or hurt back at the Dursleys, they had only cared what it meant for his ability to do his chores and make their food. Occasionally they might worry about what the neighbors would think, but they never, ever cared about Harry for his own sake. Yet here was Professor Snape, absolutely furious over the fact that Harry might have been hurt. He didn't even care that Harry hadn't been hurt. He was still mad that Harry might have been. The butterflies in Harry's stomach were gone, replaced by a warm, happy feeling. He risked a quick glance up at the professor's livid face and quickly dropped his gaze again. Ooh, Snape was angry. Harry fought to keep the tiny smile off his face. The professor cared. He really cared. The insufferable K.St., Snape fumed. Grinning over his hierarchy, sign stunt like it was something to be proud of. Obviously it would take sterner measures to communicate his message. Potter, he said dangerously, do you remember what I said I would do if you were foolish enough to place yourself in jeopardy? Harry's eyes widened. Ha! That had wiped the smirk off the little snot's face. Why yes, sir, he stuttered. And what did I say I would do if you deliberately disobeyed? The same thing, sir. Obviously you didn't believe me, Snape said coldly. Harry looked up at that. No, sir, I believed you. I just. Since you obviously require a reminder of how seriously I take such behavior, I am happy to provide you with one. Or two, as the case may be. Snape spun Potter by the shoulder until the boy stood at right angles to him. You were not to put yourself in jeopardy. He gave the boy a sharp swat on the seat. You were not to disobey your instructors, without a very good reason, he added cautiously, then administered a second brisk smack. This one wrung a little yelp out of the K.St. I trust I have made my position clear, he said sternly, turning the boy back to face him. If the little K.St. thought he wouldn't make good on his promises, he had just been disabused of that idea. Harry's expression of shock was almost comical. Snape fought down an unfamiliar feeling of guilt. The K.St. had deserved it. He'd been warned, and he'd gone ahead anyway, then had the temerity to snicker at his scolding. Well, if it took a stinging backside to get the boy to take him seriously, then he would accommodate him. Hash. Potter, do you remember what I said I would do if you were foolish enough to place yourself in jeopardy? Harry's heart sank. He remembered all too well. Why yes, sir. He hung his head. He hadn't even been the man's responsibility for a full day and already he'd earned his first whipping. Although, Harry remembered hopefully, the professor had said he wouldn't use a belt. Or a cane. So maybe he'd just get walloped with a hairbrush. It wouldn't be much fun, but at least he'd be able to keep any marks hidden from the other boys. The professor sounded awfully disappointed in him. That was bad, but Harry couldn't help feeling just a little bit happy. Even if he was getting smacked, for the first time it was because someone was worried about him. Harry decided that wasn't such a bad thing to get whacked for. Harry was sorry to have been foolhardy. Professor Snape was so smart, he would have known what to do in that situation. Harry just blundered ahead without thinking. No wonder the man was annoyed with him, but the fact he was annoyed sort of proved that he thought Harry should have come up with a better plan. And that meant he thought Harry was at least a little smart. Uncle Vernon would never have whacked Harry for doing something stupid, he was always pointing out how dumb Harry was. He'd have been only too glad if Harry did something foolish. But Professor Snape had higher expectations of him. He expected Harry to use his K.Sin, and he was disappointed when he didn't. Harry straightened up a little. It didn't feel nearly so awful to be punished for not living up to your potential. He rather liked the idea that Professor Snape expected a lot from him. No one else ever had. And what did I say I would do if you deliberately disobeyed? The same thing, sir, Harry spoke up more strongly. It had just occurred to him that the professor was keeping his promise about the punishment, and that meant he was likely to keep his other promises. Like the one about being Harry's guardian. Besides, he wouldn't go to the bother of smacking Harry if he weren't planning to stick around, right? Obviously you didn't believe me. Harry was startled. He hadn't doubted Professor Snape for a second. No, sir, I believed you. He trailed off, not having the words to describe how he felt. He just didn't think in terms of his own safety. He'd never had any reason to do so. No one in his life had ever cared enough to get annoyed with him if he put himself at risk, so he'd never learned to consider his safety. But now he had Professor Snape. And the professor was making it very clear that he did care about Harry, and he wasn't going to allow him to do stupid stuff anymore. That realization was worth a month of spankings, as far as Harry was concerned. Since you obviously require a reminder of how seriously I take such behavior, I am happy to provide you with one. Or two, as the case may be. Harry gulped. 2 hairbrush smackings. This was going to hurt a lot, but he guessed he deserved it. And Snape had warned him. When the professor put his hands on his shoulders and moved him about a quarter turn to the right, Harry wasn't sure what was happening. When was Snape going to have him drop his trousers and bend over? Or lie across his lap? But the professor was speaking again. You were not to put yourself in jeopardy. Almost before he knew what had happened, Snape had landed a swift whack on Harry's bum. Harry jumped, more in astonishment than pain. The professor hadn't even pulled Harry's robe aside, let alone had him lower his trousers. You were not to disobey your instructors, without a very good reason. A second slap fell on the same spot, and Harry was so befuddled he actually let out a yip. Was this the promised smacking? But it barely stung. Before he could sort out his whirling thoughts, he'd been pulled back around to face the professor. I trust I have made my position clear, Snape asked sternly. Harry could only gape at him, eyes wide and mouth in an "oh" of shock. Snape struggled with himself. He would not apologize. He had told Potter what to expect and he had followed through with the consequence. The fact that the boy had been abused by his Muggle relatives didn't earn him a free pass on all future behavior. All the books had been most explicit about setting consequences and enforcing limits. But when the child was staring at you with such a look of shock and betrayal, it was hard to obey the bloody books. Well, what is it, Potter? Snape's patience ran out. If the boy was going to howl or protest, he should just do it. That was it. Harry stammered. But you said. Snape scowled. I was perfectly clear, Potter. I told you that if you disobeyed me in this, your backside would feel my hand. And you did. You got one swat from my hand on your clothed backside for putting yourself in jeopardy, and another one for disobeying. In future, if you don't want 2 swats, then don't break both rules at once. But it didn't really hurt, Harry blurted out. His hands had automatically flown to cover his rear, but what little sting there had been was fading fast. Snape rolled his eyes. Potter, don't be a dolt. First off, if my goal was to hurt you, I would hardly use Muggle methods. There are dark curses that will leave you screaming in agony for days on end. Harry's eyes widened, and Snape abruptly remembered he was supposed to be reassuring the K.St. I am your guardian, it's my job to protect you, not hurt you. It was only because those bastard Muggle relatives of yours have such a perverted views of the world that you think adults are supposed to cause you pain and misery. We are actually here to try to ensure you don't experience those things. At least that's how it's supposed to be, Snape thought. You and I both got stuck with atrocious childhoods, but it wasn't either of our faults. I told you that if you were foolish enough to break the 2 most important rules, about keeping yourself safe and following the rules, then you could expect a special punishment, and that is why you were smacked, Potter, to show that I am very unhappy with you. But that's all the swats do. If I were to want you to truly suffer, I have many other, more efficient ways to do that. And he gave him a very Slytherin glare. And that was all it took for Harry to burst into noisy tears. Snape froze. What the bloody hell? Harry hadn't cried when Snape had bounced him off the walls, but 2 little whacks on the behind and he collapsed into a puddle. No one was going to believe that. He wasn't sure he believed it himself. Oh, Merlin, I'm dead. Neither Albus nor Minerva would ever accept that he hadn't done something awful to the little creep, not after Snape's track record. And Potter really did look pathetic, standing there with tears pouring down his cheeks and snot dripping from his nose. The second anyone saw the child, they'd assume that Snape had hexed him bloody, then quickly healed him before anyone could see the evidence. How on earth was he going to get out of this alive? Had Potter been unhinged by that last threat? But he'd been so careful to tell the K.St that he wasn't going to hurt him. He'd even been sure to use small words, appropriate for a Gryffindor. And those whacks were mere love taps compared to the hellish beatings Potter's horrible uncle had regularly put him through. So why all the tears? Was the K.St having a flashback? Well, if a light swat was enough to bring back the demons, then how was he ever supposed to teach the child to duel? The instant he felt even a mild stinging hex, he'd be wailing under the nearest desk. The child obviously required professional help, despite what Albus might want to believe. Potter, he began tentatively, taking an uncertain step forward. Why did this sort of thing always happen to him? He didn't see Sprout having to deal with emotionally unstable students, and she was the bloody Hufflepuff. Looking back on it, the step forward had been a mistake. The second he approached the K.St, Potter moved, but to Snape's surprise, rather than bolting for the farthest corner of the room, the boy grabbed onto him and started bawling into his robes. His nice, fresh, clean robes. Snape didn't know what to do with his hands. He really didn't want to touch the slimy, snotty child, but he could hardly stand there with his hands in the air either. He decided that the child's back was probably the driest surface available and put his hands there. The fact that to the uninitiated observer it might look as if Snape were actually K.Sging the K.St simply showed that appearances could be misleading. Now what? Stand here until the K.St cried himself into a dehydrated state and passed out. Weren't you supposed to slap someone who was hysterical? But slapping the little monster is what got him into this problem in the first place. He could call Poppy, but the Mediwitch would doubtless just punch him again. Of all the times not to have a calming draft in his pocket. Snape cursed his lack of forethought. Potter, what's wrong? He finally burst out, from sheer frustration. Nothing's wrong. I'm happy. Potter wept into his chest. Snape blinked. Then blinked again. What? The K.St was destroying his robes and taking years off his life because he was happy. He grabbed the boy by the upper arms and yanked him out to arm's length. Potter. Do you mean to tell me all this fuss and nonsense is because you're happy? The boy sniveled and nodded. You're so nice to me. No one's ever been so nice to me before. The nice man fought down an urge to slap Potter's head off his shoulders. Stop this outburst at once, Potter. I mean it. In 30 seconds, if you are not calm and quiet, I will conjure up a bucket of ice water and stick your head in it. The K.St had the temerity to laugh at the threat. But before Snape could shake off his shock and conjure up the bucket to drown the little fiend, Potter had managed to hiccup and sniffle his way to a somewhat sodden state of calm. Sorry, Harry managed to gulp. He really didn't understand why he had bawled like that, but all at once he had just felt safe. Like some horrible danger that he didn't even recognize any longer was finally over. The final straw had been realizing that he would never again have to worry about being whipped until he couldn't walk. All of a sudden, it had sunk in that Snape was going to care for him and protect him and make sure no one, at all, ever hurt him again. It was that realization, that for the first time since his parents died he was no longer alone, that had completely undone him, and he had broken down in a way he never had before. It was sheer, unmitigated relief, and he couldn't have stopped it if he'd wanted to. Which, frankly, he didn't. It had felt so good just to cry and cry. Though now, of course, he felt like a complete Wally. He dragged his eyes up to meet the professor's. Sorry, he offered. His gaze fell on the slimy spot on the man's robes, and he winced. Really, was he 11 or 1? Had he actually wiped his nose on the man's chest? Snape's eyes followed his, and he prepared to tell the horrible K.St just what he thought of over-emotional little fiends who couldn't be bothered to use a handkerchief, but before he could begin, there was a knock at the door. McGonagall called out, "Severus. I have wood." "Wait a minute," he shouted back, annoyed. St. Mungo's really needed to study how it was that otherwise rational people could be driven insane by Quidditch. Perhaps McGonagall had suffered one too many bludgers to the head during her playing days. He turned back to the boy and was startled to find Harry's eyes upon him, wide with fear. "Please, sir, don't let her." "You said they wouldn't." "Wouldn't what?" Snape demanded. Great Merlin, the child was worse than one of those Muggle yo-yos. Would these infernal mood swings never end? Inwardly, he marveled that Harry would still turn to him for help, even when it was clear he was irate with the boy. How had Potter come to view him with such trust? "Cane me. You said the staff didn't hit students." Snape frowned down at the frightened boy. "What are you talking about, silly child? Your head of house isn't going to cane you." Harry looked slightly less worried. "Wood isn't a cane." Snape rolled his eyes and gave Potter's shoulder a little shake. It was an exasperated shake, not a reassuring squeeze. "Definitely not. Wood is a student, not a cane, you little idiot." "Oliver Wood. He is the captain of your house Quidditch team." "Oh." The tension left Harry's shoulders, as Severus could feel, since his hand was inexplicably still resting there. He quickly removed it. "I know Oliver. Ron pointed him out. Ron really likes Quidditch," the boy explained. "And you?" Harry shrugged, wiping the last of the tears from his cheeks. "I don't really know much about it. Ron thinks it's great, so I guess I like it." Snape snorted at this further proof of the boy's inability to think for himself. "Professor McGonagall would like you to try out for the team. She believes that, based on your flying today, you might be suitable." Harry's eyes widened. "Really?" "Yes. Of course, I pointed out that as your guardian, I was certainly not going to reward you for endangering yourself, not to mention disobeying an instructor." Harry's face fell. "However, since being on the team would provide you with sorely needed instruction on how to fly safely, I have agreed with Professor McGonagall that you may meet with Wood and try out for the team. You will still be punished for today's actions, however, and if I see any further signs of such reckless behavior, with or without a broom, I will not hesitate to pull you from the team." Once again his breath was knocked out when Harry hurtled into him. Really, did the child need to launch himself in such an uncouth fashion? Thank you, Harry said over and over. Snape finally managed to pry himself loose. "Yes, well, you will not feel like thanking me once you hear your punishment, Mr. Potter. I expect 200 lines of, 'I shall not take unnecessary risks with my health and welfare,' and don't think I have forgotten the 500 lines you owe me for quoting your uncle the other night." Harry looked guilty. "And you will spend 2 nights next week in my quarters, writing an essay about the need to think before foolishly rushing into action." He frowned forbiddingly at the boy, but Harry was surprisingly unsquelched. "Yes, sir," the K.St chirped happily. Snape glared at him. What did the wretch have to look so pleased about? Hadn't he just lost several nights of free time and been harshly scolded? He'd been called a moronic child. He'd even been spanked. So why was Potter eyeing him so thoughtfully? "What?" he demanded defensively. Did the boy expect another cuddle? Well, if so, he was in for a long wait. Severus Snape, Death Eater and spy, did not cuddle disobedient, headstrong K.Sts. "I was just thinking about what to call you," Harry explained guilelessly. "Outside of class, I mean. When it's just the two of us." "What?" Snape squawked. "Well, I don't much want to call you Uncle Severus," Harry explained, oblivious to the way Snape's eyes bugged at his use of the appellation, "'cause that reminds me too much of my well, you know who. But I don't really think I should call you Dad either." Now Snape was truly incapable of speech. Only his certain, delicious knowledge that James Potter was spinning in his grave allowed him to remain conscious. Harry thought a moment longer, then shrugged. "I'll just have to keep thinking, I guess. Thanks, Professor. I'll go meet Oliver and Professor McGonagall, and as soon as I'm done I'll come back so we can go to the Weasleys." He paused, then grinned impudently. "Guess I won't be able to start on my lines until tomorrow." While Snape continued to fight for air, Harry headed to the door then, just before he reached it, he turned and darted back. The breath that Snape had nearly managed to regain was knocked out of him anew as Harry flew into him. "Thank you. I'm sorry I was bad and you had to smack me," he mumbled, squeezing his professor as tight as he could. "And I'm really glad you're my guardian." And then he was gone, sprinting through the door to the loud welcomes of the other Gryffindors, leaving behind a breathless and very, very pensive Snape. Snape had, mostly, managed to regain his composure by the time Harry returned to his quarters late that afternoon. Hearing a Potter contemplate calling him, "Uncle," or, "Merlin help us, the world was wobbling on its axis, Dad," had been enough to require 2 calming drafts and a cold cloth on his forehead. Even if Voldemort hadn't existed and James and Lily were alive, it was unlikely that Snape would have been a welcome visitor to Potter's home, let alone on friendly terms with their offspring. Harry's artless comments had shaken him to the core. A man who had, since childhood, avoided nearly all close friendships was all too easily undone by a child's naive words. Snape had barely emerged from the trauma of losing Lily's friendship when he had taken the Dark Mark. His service to Voldemort and the war in which they were engaged had then occupied all his time and efforts, and he was certainly not inclined to build friendships amongst those ranks. To the purebloods, he was a lesser creature, tolerated because his skill with potions had made him one of the Dark Lord's favorites, but certainly not someone you would befriend. Snape himself was still an awkward adolescent when it came to relationships, and knowing how badly he had botched his friendship with Lily made him more reluctant to risk being hurt again. When he had become a spy for the Light, it was too dangerous to become close to anyone, whether in terms of their learning his secret or by placing someone he cared about in danger. Then had come that awful Halloween and Severus felt his life had ended. He had retreated into a dark, bitter, bleak world from which that no one, least of all himself, cared enough to coax him. Albus had tried, but he had been distracted by all his other duties, and Severus had fought him tooth and nail. In the end, the headmaster had sadly resigned himself to waiting the Saturnine man out. By the time the rawness of his emotions had begun to ease, Snape had created a life for himself as the evil bat of the dungeons, the quintessential Slytherin whose caustic tongue blighted scores of childhoods. How could he even think of seeking normal friendships when his sole experience with such a thing had been with a redheaded witch nearly 2 decades previous? He had no idea how to get along with people, only how to intimidate, alienate, or otherwise push them away. If it weren't for Dumbledore, he would literally go months without having a civil conversation with another human. He'd burned any and all bridges with the other faculty within weeks of his arrival as a staff member, and the persistent rumors, suitably embellished by years of Hogwarts students, about his literally dark past hardly made him anyone's idea of a suitable date or even someone with whom to have a few pints at the Leaky Cauldron. So perhaps it was no surprise that Harry's simple words had rocked the foundation of Severus' world. In many ways, despite or perhaps because of the lonely, angry years, he was still that awkward adolescent, desperately seeking love and affection. And the unconditional, unwavering love of a child was very, very seductive. On principle, he was a Slytherin after all. Snape expected the worst, so he assumed that the K Street's attitude towards him would change the instant Harry found himself among the Weasleys. After all, they were the archetypical parents. Their children patently adored them and showed a fierce loyalty despite the family's limited means. Molly and Arthur probably knew how to handle all sorts of crises and didn't call their children derogatory names, let alone backhand them into a wall. Threadbare they might be, but you could practically feel the love oozing off the walls at the Burrow. Snape had always claimed it was Molly's diabetes-inducing biscuits that made him nauseous on his infrequent visits there, usually related to the twins' extracurricular activities, but if truth be told, it was the palpable feeling of home that always unnerved him. Harry would doubtless blossom under their care and forget all about the snarky loner who dwelt in the dungeons and hadn't the faintest idea how to be kind to a child. Terrorize children, oh yes. In that Snape was unparalleled. Even his Slytherins didn't like him. They respected him, appreciated his fierce protectiveness, honored his loyalty, and avoided him like the plague. No matter how much they might miss their parents, homesick Slytherin first years invariably decided to seek comfort from a prefect rather than their head of house. And yet despite his spiky temper, his acerbic put-downs, his utter lack of gentleness or indulgence, somehow Snape had impressed Harry as nice. Without even trying. In fact, while trying very hard not to. But Harry hadn't been driven away by Snape's efforts. Instead he'd somehow misconstrued them to the point where he openly preferred the potion master to the headmaster's grandfatherly approach, the Mediwitch's blandishments and sweets, and even his own head of house's Quidditch-obsessed adultation. Snape's Slytherin heart rejoiced at the thought of how much this state of affairs must irritate his colleagues, but his past history convinced him that it would be short-lived. Gloating now would only lead to pain later, once Harry renounced him and the others had their chance to take revenge. Snape sat up, flinging the compress off his eyes and savagely stalking through his quarters. What was wrong with him? Acting as if he cared if the K.St lived or died. Well, all right, he did care about that. But only because of his unbreakable vow. It wasn't as if he cared two nuts for the little monster. Disloyal K.St that he doubtless was. Let's see how long it took for the Weasleys to win him over. Snape dressed in yet another of his relentlessly black outfits. With a rare show of sensitivity, he chose a set of robes that, while entirely presentable, were far from new. He would still show his respect to his hosts, but without highlighting the difference between his own resources and theirs. He glanced at the clock and cursed. Where was that little snot-nosed? A knock interrupted him before he could get a really good rant going. A flick of the wand opened the door and Harry tumbled in, flushed and breathless. "I'm sorry," he exclaimed before Snape could snarl at him for his tardiness. "Professor McGonagall and Oliver kept me forever. They kept making me catch that little golden thing. Over and over and over till I thought my fingers would fall off. They just kept getting more excited and saying, once more. I don't know what was so special about it, do you?" Snape glared at the urchin. So much for his house's chances at the cup. Given how the little idiot was so blithely prattling on about capturing the snitch, over and over, Gryffindor would be nearly impossible to beat. Undaunted by his guardian's lack of response, Harry swung his bookbag off his shoulder and squirmed, stretching out his back muscles and rubbing his bum. "Sitting on a broom for that long hurts, you know. I had no idea that Quidditch was such hard work. I'm going to be sore tomorrow. It feels like when I had to weed all of Aunt Petunia's flower beds." Snape scowled harder at this reminder of how those muggles had pressed a wizarding child into servitude. In one pace he was at Harry's shoulder, ignoring both the boy's reflexive flinch and subsequent embarrassed flush. "Where does it hurt?" he demanded, probing along the boy's back and shoulders. Harry blissfully closed his eyes, wriggling in delight at the impromptu massage. Right there, between my shoulder blades, and lower down my back." Snape frowned at the knots along the boy's back. His trapezius was wildly overstressed and his lumbar area had been wrenched by all the acrobatics. "Where else?" Well, lower," Harry admitted, coloring. "You know, where you sit." Ignoring Harry's embarrassed squeaks, Snape bent him over and continued his examination. Yes, Harry's gluteus maximus muscles had been abused by too much exercise, and his backside and thighs were likely chafed and sore from gripping the broomstick through numerous dives and twists. McGonagall was a complete fanatic, Snape snarled to himself, irate that the witch would encourage his ward to overstress his body in this way. Hadn't she realized that the boy's muscles were exhausted? A few more minutes and his strength would have failed, most likely just as he was risking his full neck on some absurd stunt those idiots encouraged. "Ow, ouch," Harry protested as Severus' strong fingers kneaded his tender back and bum, but he had to admit he felt a lot better after the muscles were forced out of their spasm. Snape released the boy and achioed a potion and jar from his storeroom. Harry watched curiously. "Drink this," the professor ordered. Harry wrinkled his nose. He might be new to the wizarding world, but he'd already learned how foul the vast majority of potions tasted. He sneaked a glacé at the professor, hoping he might be able to wheedle his way out of it, but one look at the man's stern face and he knew better. He sighed and accepted the vial. Holding his nose with one hand, he tossed the contents down his throat with the other. "Ah!" he exclaimed, shuddering violently. "That tastes worse than dirty socks." As you might expect, considering they are the main ingredient, Snape said dryly. Harry stared at him. Really? He whispered, more than a little nauseated. Idiot. Of course not. Snape rolled his eyes. Gryffindors. I can see that remedial potions will figure prominently in your future, Mr. Potter. Before our next class, you will present me with 12 inches on the actual ingredients of a healing potion. Harry laughed out loud. You got me, he admitted cheerfully, much to Snape's confusion. He had just insulted the K.St and assigned him, rather unfairly for a first year in his first week of classes, a punishment essay, and Harry thought it was a good joke. Harry stretched happily. Professor Snape just kept on taking care of him. Even though, as Professor McGonagall had taken pains to explain, Harry would be playing against Snape's own house Quidditch team, the man had been interested in his tryouts. What was more, the instant Harry had so much as mentioned not feeling well, he'd been all over him, figuring out what was wrong and making it better. Harry hadn't really meant anything by the mild complaint about soreness. The Dursleys had liked hearing him groan, feeling it showed that he was working hard, so he had gotten into the habit of moaning a bit. Not enough to be guilty of whinging, mind you, just enough to indicate he wasn't slacking. But never in a million years would his aunt or uncle have rubbed his back, or bum, to make it feel better, let alone given him medicine. Harry squirmed in sheer happiness. The professor took really good care of him. He was funny too, pretending that Harry was really drinking dirty socks. Harry grinned. That was a pretty good one, he'd have to see if he could get any of the other kids to believe it. And giving him permission to study ahead. That was another sign of how nice Professor Snape was. The Dursleys would never even let him do his assigned homework, lest he make Dudley look even dumber than he was, and most of his teachers therefore decided he was as lazy and stupid as his cousin. Any questions Harry might have had about his schoolwork were answered briefly and simply, since such a slow student couldn't possibly understand complex concepts. Yet Professor Snape not only expected him to know the answers, he also wanted Harry to try to figure things out for himself when he didn't. Harry liked reading. At the Dursleys it had been his only escape, so being told to look something up was a welcome reason to spend time with his books. And knowing that the professor was willing to take the time to look over what he found, and tell him if he was right or wrong, well, that was more effort than anyone else had ever been willing to spend on Harry. How do you feel now? Snape asked, wondering if the potion had unexpectedly combined with the toxins from the overstressed muscles to create a paradoxical giddiness. Why else would the boy, K.St, be grinning to himself in such a peculiar way? Better, Harry answered instantly. He gave his bottom a last rub. Still a bit sore, sir, but lots better than before. That potion is brilliant, even if it does taste awful. Snape scowled, more out of principle than anything else, and handed the boy the small jar. Rub this salve into your backside and thighs before bedtime and again in the morning. Those muscles are particularly strained, as you have not flown before. You will need to build them up gradually over the next several weeks. He paused as a thought struck him. Would show you how to stretch before and after your workout. Harry shook his head blankly. No sir, you stretch the broom, idiot. Snape shook his head in annoyance. You stretch your muscles in order to avoid the very difficulties you have just experienced. His eyes narrowed as he contemplated how he would exact revenge on the Gryffindor captain. He would teach Wood to ignore the welfare of a first year in his mindless excitement over finding a new seeker. Sir, Harry's voice roused him from pleasant fantasies of Wood whimpering as he started scrubbing out his 15th cauldron of the night. Oh, he'd show that twit what a sore back felt like. What? He demanded. Shouldn't we be going to the Weasleys, sir? Harry asked tentatively. He wouldn't have been surprised to learn that the Weasleys had changed their mind. After all, the professor was a great guardian, and he was already taking better care of Harry than he'd ever dared hope. Having a second family on top of that, well, it almost felt greedy. Harry would have understood if the Weasleys had decided they had enough kids to keep them busy and didn't need a worthless free, Harry caught himself in mid-thought and looked guiltily at the professor. Given the man's other talents, Harry wouldn't have been surprised to learn that he could read minds as well. If Snape heard Harry referring to himself as a freak again, Harry figured he'd be lucky to end up with another set of lines. The professor had made it clear that he did not like Harry using that term, though Harry wasn't sure if he believed the man would actually deliver on the threatened mouth soaping. The professor had been, by and large, unexpectedly, amazingly gentle. For all his snap and snarl, and despite Harry's giving him plenty of provocation, he'd not yet given Harry a clout like the one that first night. Harry wasn't sure why. Yes, Snape had said that it had been inappropriate, but Harry knew perfectly well that sometimes he was really, really bad, like when he'd disobeyed Madame Hooch. And if he'd learned one thing at the Dursleys, it was that bad behavior was punished. But Snape, while far from overindulgent, didn't seem to grasp the concept of punishment. Instead of hauling off and really slapping Harry a good one, he did things like assign him lines, which would actually give him lots of needed practice in using a quill. Or have him write essays that would teach him something. Or insist that he had to come and spend time with the professor. Harry frowned. Professor Snape seemed to have the whole reward and punishment thing confused. Harry knew that punishments were supposed to hurt, but even Snape's spankings didn't, not really, they were little more than an admonitory tap on the bum. Of course, knowing that the professor was upset with him did hurt. A lot. More than any of the Dursleys' beatings, in fact. Feeling that he'd disappointed the man or let him down made Harry's heart ache more than his backside ever had, and that pain didn't fade nearly as quickly. Harry wrinkled his brow in thought. Maybe the professor did know something about punishment after all. Snape stifled a sigh. He couldn't put it off any longer. They had to go to the Burrow and dine with the Weasleys. He growled to himself, wondering if Molly would reprise her objections to his guardianship in front of the boy. Well, fine, let her. If the K.St chose to spend all his time with that clan of red-headed simps, let him. It wasn't as if Snape gave a damn. He looked the boy over. He'd obviously washed up after Quidditch, that messy mop he called hair was damp and even more unruly than usual. Come here, he ordered, crooking a finger to where the boy was frowning to himself, obviously lost in a daydream. Probably wondering what they'd have for pudding tonight, Snape sneered. Harry obediently walked over to the professor and stood, transfixed with shock, as the man caught up each hand to inspect his fingernails, then checked behind his ears. What? Snape demanded, catching sight of the boy's expression. Do you imagine I would let you embarrass both of us by arriving poorly groomed? And no, sir, Harry gulped. It's just that no one ever, I hadn't, he broke off, unsure how to explain that Aunt Petunia never cared if he looked like a complete ragamuffin, so long as he didn't walk too close to her family. He'd never had anyone go to the trouble of ensuring he looked appropriate. Usually he had to rely on the other kids at school laughing at him to figure out things like what, inside out, meant or that he'd buttoned his shirt wrong. Snape snorted in derision at this further example of the Street's inarticulateness. Unable to find fault with the boy's hygiene, he turned his attention to his clothes. Why are you in your school uniform? He demanded. Didn't I tell you to dress in your best so that you would make a good impression? Do you think I was talking to myself? Harry snickered at the mental image of Professor Snape having a pleasant conversation with himself, but hastily swallowed his mirth when Snape's eyes narrowed. No, sir, he said, bending over to retrieve his satchel. It felt good to be able to turn his back on someone without worrying that they'd take the opportunity to wallop him, or worse. He'd learned never to turn his back on Uncle Vernon or Dudley, not after the last time when a kick in the bum had not only lifted him off his feet but also sent him flying halfway across the living room. Yes, Harry mused, it was a great feeling to be able to trust Professor Snape. And to know he had the man's permission to defend himself if anyone else tried to hurt him. He wondered if the professor knew how good it felt to no longer have to worry about a blow coming out of nowhere. Snape stared at the bag in disbelief. The little monster really did plan on moving in with the Weasleys. What in Merlin's name are you doing with that, you atrocious K.St? The boy tugged out some stained rags. Well, I know you didn't want me wearing my school uniform, but my other clothes aren't very nice. I thought I'd bring them and you could decide. Snape wrinkled his nose and plucked the offensive garments from the boy's hands using as few fingers as possible. These cannot possibly be your best clothes, he hissed, glaring at the K.St. The cheap t-shirt and jeans were grimy and enormous. They would hang off Potter's slight frame like a clown's costume. Harry flushed. "I'm sorry," he said miserably. "I guess I should have gotten some regular clothes when Hagrid took me to Diagon Alley, but they weren't on the list." Snape incendioed the rags, wishing he were doing so to the Dursleys themselves. So they clothed Lily's child in poorly fitting cast-offs that no self-respecting charity would accept, and then made the boy feel it was his fault that he hadn't a pair of underwear to call his own. Rage made his voice even harsher than usual. "Of course they weren't, you moronic child. Normal parents and guardians provide suitable clothing for their children, and it is therefore unnecessary to specify it on the school's list. You had the misfortune to be placed with disgusting creatures whose freakishness is apparently limitless. You and I will go shopping in the near future. I intend to break, once and for all, the lingering legacy of your relatives' awfulness." Harry gulped. The professor looked awfully fierce, but instead of soundly scolding Harry for his lack of foresight, he had instead promised him a shopping excursion. Harry was getting awfully confused. Professor Snape really must be new to this whole parenting thing to have punishments and rewards so mixed up. Oh, maybe that was why they were going to the Weasleys. So that Ron's parents could explain things to the professor, like how children should be disciplined and how many hours a day they should spend on chores and stuff. Professor Snape obviously didn't really understand how things were supposed to be, and the Weasleys, with all their kids, would be able to set him straight. Harry gulped. He wondered how strict the Weasleys were. Ron had said his mum was famous around Hogwarts for her howlings. Harry didn't think he would like the professor to howl at him, though he guessed it still was better than getting slapped around by the Dursleys. Still, his stomach gave a little jump at the thought of having the professor scream at him the way his relatives used to do. "Very well, Potter. You will wear your school uniform. Now come along." Snape led the way to the flow, wondering why his stomach felt so leaden. Of course the boy would prefer the Weasleys to him. That was a given, and that had been the whole point, hadn't it? To give him over to a real family so that he could be snuggled and pampered by those red-headed nitwits. Potter, predictably, stopped dead at the fireplace. What are you doing?" He gulped. "Have you never flewed?" Snape said impatiently, then rolled his eyes. Of course he hadn't. A horrible thought struck him and he bent to stare directly at the boy. "Did your relatives ever burn you? In the fireplace or with the stove? If that were the case, then the child might be truly incapable of using the flow network." Harry blinked. "No," he answered honestly. As awful as the Dursleys had been, they hadn't been that depraved. Swats and smacks and beltings. Insults and neglect and expressions of disgust, all that had come his way, but his relatives hadn't been sadistic. They had had an unwelcome, freakishly dangerous child forced upon them, and they had made sure he was aware of that fact every moment of his life, but they hadn't hurt him just for the sake of hurting him. Mostly, they were just mean, you know, with what they said and what they called me and how they looked at me, but even when they hit me, it was usually just with their hand. Of course, Uncle Vernon's hand hurt rather a lot, as did Aunt Petunia's, but it was clear that they didn't really want to touch him. I got the hairbrush or the belt sometimes, but usually they'd just yell and smack me. It was more that I never knew when it would happen than that it was all that bad. Usually," he amended, remembering those times when it really had been pretty awful. "It's not like they broke bones or burned me or drowned me or anything," he added, mildly indignant. Snape let out a snort that was half relief that the Muggles' distaste for magic had led them to be more neglectful towards the boy than abusive, and half irritation that they could be so arrogant and insular in their thinking. Stupid Muggles. All right, then come along. But the boy still hesitated, watching the licking flames with dread. Snape exhaled in frustration and snatched the boy up in his arms. Startled, Harry instinctively wrapped himself around the professor's body, and as Snape marched steadily towards the fire, he gasped in fear and buried his face in the man's neck. Snape exhaled in frustration and snatched the boy up in his arms. Startled, Harry instinctively wrapped himself around the professor's body, and as Snape marched steadily towards the fire, he gasped in fear and buried his face in the man's neck. Harry heard the professor snap out, the burrow, but the rush of heat that he expected never came. Instead, there was a weird rushing noise, and then suddenly the professor was walking forward again, then halting. Harry cautiously peeked out and saw two red-headed adults staring at him, expressions of utter shock on their faces. Encouraged, Harry straightened up and saw that they were now in a cozy living room, with magical toys and books scattered throughout the room, along with a multitude of family pictures. Wicked. He grinned. That was amazing, Professor. Snape cleared his throat. What in Merlin's name was the boy still doing in his arms? He'd run out of patience at the boy's dithering, understandable though it might be to someone who was so new to the wizarding world, and had snatched him up so that they might make it to the Weasleys sometime before Voldemort rose again. It hadn't been out of a desire to protect or reassure the K.St., but simply that the boy was still small enough to be bodily picked up and forced into compliance. When Potter had clung to him like a bloody primate, he had been too nonplussed to remonstrate with him. Besides, it had prevented the K.St. from inhaling soot and then sicking up all over Snape's clean robes. Their arrival at the burrow had created quite a stir. Snape would treasure forever the look on Molly Weasley's face as he materialized through the fire with the Potter K.St. snuggled into his arms like some infant. Arthur recovered first. Welcome to the burrow, Severus, Harry, he said, only a faint tremor in his voice revealing his astonishment at the sight in front of him. Snape would have liked to have sneered, but realizing he was acting in the capacity as a role model, he forced himself to reply civilly. Thank you, Arthur. We appreciate your kind invitation. Harry, he prompted sharply. Why isn't he standing on his own 2 feet? Say hello to the Weasleys. "Lo, sir, ma'am," Harry said shyly. He knew perfectly well that he was behaving like a toddler. Any self-respecting 11-year-old would have scrambled out of the professor's arms at the first opportunity, mortified at being treated like a small child. But Harry had never been treated like a small child, even when he was 1, and he found he really rather liked the sensation of security provided by being carried in an adult's arms. What's more, he knew that once the Weasleys had a chance to talk to Professor Snape, they'd make it clear that 11-year-olds were much too old for such coddling, so he figured this was his one and only opportunity to get treated like this. Besides, there were no other children around to witness his embarrassing regression, so to hell with it. He was staying put until Snape pried his fingers from around his neck. Severus tried to put the boy down, but the little K.St. merely tightened his grip around his neck and clung harder with his legs. Potter, he hissed in the K.'s ear. Get down. To his intense irritation, the boy gave him a sidelong glance, then ignored him entirely. What on earth had gotten into the K.St.? He'd not shown signs of intense shyness before, but then it wasn't as if Snape knew him that well either. Shall we sit down? Molly suggested, as the seconds dragged on and it became clear to the adults that Harry wasn't going to get down voluntarily. Why don't you take this chair? It's the most comfortable one, Arthur invited, indicating the lumpy armchair that Snape recalled all too well from his previous visit. Thank you, Snape managed to get out from between gritted teeth. He sank into the chair, managing to maneuver the boy so that he was sitting in Snape's lap. A Potter, sitting in his lap. His lap. Snape would never live this down. Harry beamed, leaning back against the professor's broad chest. He couldn't believe that Snape hadn't shoved him away. He'd never sat in anyone's lap before, not even the department store Santas, since the Dursleys explained that Santa didn't bring gifts for little freaks. He squirmed, finding a comfortable spot. The professor had rather bony knees, and looked around with interest. Arthur Weasley had gotten over his original surprise and was now trying hard to suppress his mirth. He knew Severus Snape mostly from his work as the Order's spy in the last war and as his son's teacher. In neither incarnation had the man been anything other than menacing and grim. To see him now, awkwardly settling a child on his lap, Arthur wondered if the apocalypse were upon them. Molly blinked and kept blinking. It just didn't make sense. The Severus Snape she knew, or thought she knew, she admitted silently, would have no patience for a clingy child. Molly would have expected Snape either to brush him off with a stinging slap or, at best, to put the boy in his place with a few vicious insults. Instead, he had tolerated the boy's blatant defiance. Molly had excellent hearing, and was even now rubbing the boy's back reassuringly. Severus fidgeted nervously. He hated social evenings. He was terrible at them, not to mention wholly inexperienced. Dumbledore had forced him to attend a few, parent-teacher, social events early in his tenure, but after he had reduced several parents to tears with his cutting remarks about their children's scholastic prowess, upbringing, and likely career path, even Albus had given up. Snape was given special dispensation to avoid all events that were likely to bring him into direct contact with parents, and so his social calendar for the past decade had been largely confined to Death Eater meetings. Spying and socializing were a poor mix, and even his fellow Death Eaters had quickly learned not to invite him over for dinner. As a result, he felt like a gauche teenager at these things. What was he supposed to do? Was it his role as guest to make conversation, or the Weasleys as his hosts? Once again, he envied Lucius Malfoy's effortless savoir-faire. Say what you would about pureblood bigots, at least they all had exceptional manners. Not that they often chose to use them, but at least they could. Dear Pureblood Monthly, he thought, what advice would you have for a half-blood Death Eater retired who was invited to dinner at the home of blood traders and finds himself with the boy who lived glued to his knee? Do I use a fish, butter, or steak knife to surgically remove the K.St? Is it considered poor form to cut my own throat rather than suffer through such an excruciating evening? If not, which knife do I use? Is suicide considered more or less of a faux pas if you wait until after the meal has been served? Snape cleared his throat. He had to say something. Anything. He glanced wildly about the room, seeking inspiration, and realized to his horror that in his nervousness, he had absently been patting the little monster. Harry relaxed with a happy sigh as the professor gently rubbed his back. His muscles were still sore from all the Quidditch, and then he had tensed up again, worrying about the Weasleys. It was awfully nice of the professor to realize this and help calm him down. And he was doing it in front of the Weasleys, even. He wasn't hiding how he felt or pretending one thing in public and doing something else in private. Wow, Harry was really lucky. So, Harry, how are you enjoying Hogwarts? Mr. Weasley asked, realizing that his normally voluble wife was, for once, shocked speechless by the sight in front of her. It's brilliant, Harry replied, smiling broadly. What's been your favorite part so far? Harry glanced over his shoulder. Meeting Professor Snape, he answered honestly, turning back to his best mate's dad. Arthur did his best to ignore the choking noises which emanated from both his wife and guest at Harry's reply. Really? And why is that? He continued, feeling that he was dropping ever further down the rabbit hole into some topsy-turvy alternate universe. 'Cause he's been really great, Harry explained. He's taking care of me now, you know. Harry, love, wouldn't you like it if we took care of you? Molly asked feebly. She kept her eyes on Harry's face, ignoring both the deadly glare from Snape and the disapproving frown from Arthur. Harry shrank back against Professor Snape's chest. He wasn't sure how to answer. He didn't want to insult his best mate's family, and he did want to visit them a lot, probably, but he didn't want to lose Professor Snape either. Even if the Weasleys explained to the professor how the whole parenting thing should work, and stopped him from being so lenient, Harry still liked having someone so big and scary looking out for him. Molly shook herself. Harry's body language said it all and, Merlin help her, Severus Snape had bristled with protectiveness for the boy from the moment he'd come through the flow. Obviously her preconceptions had been wrong. Harry was, amazingly enough, happy with the dour man, and she'd be damned if she would permit anyone, even herself, to interfere with his choice. Of course, if it ever changed, then she'd be the first one to snatch the boy away, but for now, it was clear that Harry was where he needed to be. Well, she forced herself to inject cheer into her voice, even if you don't want us to take care of you all the time, maybe you'll still be willing to visit us part of the time. She looked at him hopefully. And of course, Professor Snape can come along whenever he wishes. Harry looked back at the professor again, seeking reassurance. If Snape was there, too, that was different. He smiled at Molly. That'd be nice. She sighed in relief, then gasped. My starters. She bolted for the kitchen. Harry, other than potions, Arthur said with a wink, what have been your most favorite and least favorite classes so far? I think Transfiguration is really hard, Harry admitted, even if it is taught by Professor McGonagall. She doesn't give her own house any special treatment, he said, glancing slyly at Professor Snape. Arthur laughed, well aware from his sons of Snape's preferential treatment of Slytherins. Do you think that having your child in your class will be easy or hard, Severus? Snape choked again. His child. Had Weasley actually said that? He wasn't so far gone as to miss how Harry straightened up proudly at the question. The K.St was now eyeing him with, good grief, a downright proprietary air. I have already put Mr. Potter on notice that I expect a high standard of behavioral and scholastic excellence from my ward, he finally managed to get out, though his usual sneer was marred by the tremor in his voice. Harry sighed and rolled his eyes. He's awfully strict, he told Arthur, leaning forward and lowering his voice confidingly. I already owe him like 700 lines, and it hasn't even been a whole week of school yet. I'm sitting right here. Snape poked the little K.St irritably. How dare he refer to him in the third person? To his further annoyance, Harry giggled and Arthur chuckled. Obviously he needed to poke harder. Or maybe a good strong pinch. So what's your favorite class? Arthur continued, pleased at how Harry was relaxing. At least raising 6 boys made it easy to strike up a conversation with one. I like flying. We had our first class this afternoon, Harry answered, his eyes shining. Molly, who had just entered with small plates of savories, smiled as she saw his animation. She put down one plate in front of the child, just as he explained, with a guilty look at Snape, I got into trouble though. What happened? She asked consolingly. Did you fly too high? Harry squirmed. He hadn't meant to admit this to the Weasleys. He didn't want them to think he was a troublemaker or anything. Madam Hooch had to take Neville to the infirmary, and she told us to stay on the ground, and I sort of didn't listen. Harry James Potter. Molly scolded in a voice that even Harry recognized as a mum's, you are in big trouble, young man, tone. That was very dangerous, particularly when he nearly smashed himself against the castle wall in an effort to rescue a silly trinket, a silky voice put in from behind him, and Harry turned to look reproachfully at his professor. Snape smirked. That would show the Weasleys that Prince Potter wasn't such a little angel. Sure enough, Molly looked even more concerned. Harry, wasn't that your first time on a broom? What if you hadn't been able to stop in time? You could have been hurt. Promise me you won't do anything so foolish again, or I won't be able to stop worrying about you. Harry hung his head, but inwardly he was exultant. All of these people were worried about him. Even as they were scolding him, it was because they were frightened he might have been hurt. This was great. I promise, he said as Molly reached out a gentle hand and tipped his chin up. He smiled into her anxious eyes. She really liked him. I won't do it again, honest, he said, trying to reassure her. Professor Snape saw and he was really angry. He smacked me and everything. Abruptly the temperature in the room dropped several degrees, as both Weasleys leveled angry glares at Snape. He glared right back. He wasn't about to explain himself. Let them go yell at Dumbledore if they wanted to challenge his guardianship. HMF, Molly huffed, giving Snape the evil eye. Harry, love, would you like to help me bring in the drinks? Butterbeer tends to fizz if it's a Cheode. Harry nodded agreeably and hopped off Snape's lap. Mrs. Weasley was as nice as he remembered, and Mr. Weasley seemed kind too. Maybe they wouldn't tell Professor Snape to be too hard on him. I see he's gotten into trouble already, Arthur said quietly once Harry had left the room. Are you having second thoughts? Snape wasn't about to admit anything to a Weasley. I hardly expected an 11-year-old child to be a model of perfect decorum. It sounds as if you've made that clear to Harry as well, the older man commented neutrally. Harry and Molly returned at that moment with the drinks, and conversation resumed, mostly about the elder Weasley's memories of Hogwarts and their adventures there. Harry listened happily, delighted to learn more about his new school, while Severus glared at his butterbeer and longed for the evening to end. When they moved to the dinner table, groaning beneath enough food to feed an army, or the entire Weasley clan, Harry hung back. Snape glared at him, but when the boy didn't join them at the table, he stepped over to him. Whatever is the matter? He demanded impatiently, keeping his voice down. Do you need the loo? Harry shook his head. Where should I go? He whispered. Snape frowned in confusion. What do you mean? Do I go into the kitchen? I could start washing the pots if I do, or do the Weasleys want me to wait in the living room? Or maybe Ron's room? What are you talking about? Harry sighed. Sometimes grown-ups, even Professor Snape, could be really slow. While you're eating, what do I do? Back at the Dursleys, I always was sent to my cupboard when there were guests over for dinner, but I don't know where to go here. Should I go to Ron's room to wait, or do you think I should start cleaning the kitchen? You were to join us at the table, Snape said, too taken aback even to insult the child. You were invited to dinner, not to watch the adults eat while you act like a house elf. But, you mean, I get to eat with you? Together. Harry's jaw dropped. He'd been surprised and pleased when he'd been allowed to join the adults for butterbeer and nibbles. He'd never imagined that he'd actually get to sit at the table for the meal. By now, their whispered tete-a-tete had captured the Weasleys' attention. "Everything all right, Severus?" Arthur asked, while Molly eyed Snape distrustfully. Harry's offhanded comment about the spanking had rekindled all her doubts. "Yes," Severus replied in a tone that dared them to challenge him. He dropped a hand to Harry's shoulder and pulled him along, speaking quietly. "You are to sit at the table and comport yourself like a gentleman. Watch me or the Weasleys if you are uncertain how to hold your utensils, and do not bolt your food like a ravenous beast." Snape added that last, having remembered what Ron looked like at the Gryffindor table. Harry dazedly took the indicated chair. This was unprecedented. He cast an uncertain look at the Weasleys, more than half convinced that Severus had made a mistake and they would send him from the table. But Arthur was smiling at him, and Molly was already passing him the basket of rolls. Harry took one and his resulting radiant smile brought tears to Molly's eyes. Harry did quite well, all things considered. He watched Snape carefully, and the professor slowed down his movements, making it easy for the child to mimic him. The Weasleys immediately spotted what was going on, and even Molly began to think she'd been mistaken about Snape. Then Harry tried to lift the platter of roast beef and winced. "Are you all right, love?" Molly asked worriedly. "That's too heavy. Arthur, help him with it." "Thank you," Harry said politely, spearing a piece of meat as he'd seen Professor Snape do. "Are you all right?" "Yeah," Harry said cheerfully. At his side, Snape stifled a groan, knowing what was coming next. "I'm just still a little sore from this afternoon." "Sore," Molly repeated with a rising inflection, her eyes fixed furiously on Severus. Naturally enough, having heard that Harry had been smacked earlier in the day, she leapt to the conclusion that he was referring to the aftermath of that punishment. "You're still sore." "Yeah," Harry agreed, completely oblivious to the current swirling around him. "Professor Snape says it'll take a while until I'm used to it. He gave me some balm for my backside though. That hurts even more than my back and arms." "Yeah," Harry said cheerfully. At his side, Snape stifled a groan, knowing what was coming next. "I'm just still a little sore." "Sore," Molly repeated with a rising inflection, her eyes fixed furiously on Severus. Naturally enough, having heard that Harry had been punished earlier in the day, she leapt to the conclusion that he was referring to the aftermath of that punishment. "You're still sore." "Yeah," Harry agreed, completely oblivious to the current swirling around him. "Professor Snape says it'll take a while until I'm used to it. He gave me some balm for my backside though. That hurts even more than my back and arms." Arthur took one look at his wife's face and was on his feet, pulling her into the kitchen. Severus, would you give us a hand?" "Just keep eating, Harry," he instructed calmly, "we'll be right back." The instant the kitchen door closed behind the adults, Arthur cast a silencing spell over the room. He was just in time. "Used to it. You expect him to get used to it. That's it. I'm calling Dumbledore right now." Snape rubbed his forehead. Theoretically, if this were happening to someone else, it would be quite amusing. Given his role in the drama, however, he found it more than a little annoying. "You have misunderstood the situation," he told Molly, not really expecting her to listen. To his surprise, she paused. "How so?" she demanded. "Are you saying you didn't strike that child? That poor, defenseless child?" That poor, defenseless child nearly dashed his minuscule sins out against the castle walls. He deserved to be punished. Then let his head of house punish him with lines or points or detention. What do you mean by intervening and then punishing him so that he is still sore hours later? What in Merlin's name did you do to him? His back, his arms, his bum. If Albus doesn't call the Aurors, I will. He's not sore from my punishment, you silly witch. Snape snarled. He's sore from Quidditch. Minerva McGonagall saw his flying and promptly claimed him for her house team. She subjected him to a 2-hour tryout, and that is why he is in pain. That is the most ridiculous excuse I have ever heard. Molly retorted. Have you forgotten that I have seven Quidditch-obsessed children? I know perfectly well that first years don't play on house teams. Do you have any idea how many complaints about that rule I have heard over the years? Including this year. Madam, you may think me capable of brutalizing a child, but do you really imagine I would be stupid enough to beat the boy and then bring him here to tell you about it? To his mingled gratification and offense, that made her pause. Well, no, actually, that doesn't make any sense, Molly admitted. And your behavior when you arrived, but I am not taking any more chances with that child's well-being. You told me yourself that Dumbledore placed him with abusive muggles for the last 10 years, so why should I believe that he's done better this time? Snape was annoyed to realize that he actually had common ground with a Weasley. Worse, she was a formidable opponent and one that could come in very handy in his future battles with Dumbledore and McGonagall over the boy's upbringing. His Slytherin instincts kicked in. Obviously he had to co-opt her to his side. Answer a question for me, he said abruptly, startling both Weasleys by the change in subject. If Ronald had disobeyed Madame Hooch and engaged in life-threatening aerobatics, but also displayed remarkable flying ability, what would you have done? The Weasleys exchanged a glance. Scolded him until his ears rang, sent him to bed without supper, confiscated his broom for a week, and then tried to find the money to get him extra flying lessons. Arthur answered for both of them. Would you have permitted him to join his house team, assuming an exception was granted by the headmaster? Yes, Arthur nodded. Would you have permitted him to join his house team without punishing him? I should say not. Molly huffed. Severus nodded. They would do. Very well. I believe this co-parenting idea may work. I beg your pardon. Molly interrupted hotly. I was about to call the Aurors. You were operating under a misapprehension, Severus snapped. Neither he nor Molly noticed Arthur slipping away. After Potter's stunt, Minerva ignored everything except the boy's flying prowess. Oh, she considered a token chastisement, but all her attention was on Potter's potential as a seeker. I made it clear that that was an unacceptable response to his behavior, and I took him in hand myself. I did not, however, he added hastily, injure the boy. He received a mere 2 swats to his backside, one for disobedience and one for putting himself in danger, as well as lines and an essay. He then went to the tryout and was pummeled mercilessly. Of course he is sore. They kept him on an unfamiliar broom for 2 hours, forcing him to catch the snitch over and over. Molly frowned, considering his words. She still had a suspicious look on her face. You expect me to believe that Minerva McGonagall was willing to overlook deliberate disobedience in one of her lions? Have you seen her expression when she looks at the house cup? Snape asked wearily. Well, yes, Molly hesitated. But what about your treatment of the boy, Severus? I'll not have him pay the price for his father's treatment of you. Snape flushed. How dare this witch sit in judgment of him? Oh, and you're not trying to atone for your own disregard of him for the past 10 years. I thought you were so close to the Potters, yet you were obviously too busy with your own children to spare a thought to the welfare of their orphan. Molly gasped. That's a terrible thing to say. Snape smirked. A little truth hurts. You greasy-haired bat. You fertility goddess wannabe. Once he had felt reasonably certain that Molly and Severus would not hex each other into oblivion, Arthur let himself out of the kitchen and rejoined Harry at the table. Did I do something wrong? Harry asked worriedly, looking over to the quiet kitchen. Only in flying class, from what you tell me, Arthur replied easily, reseating himself and putting a few more vegetables on Harry's plate. The boy made a face but obediently started eating them. Harry, I don't think I quite followed what you were saying before. Why are you sore? Harry looked up in surprise, broccoli dangling from his fork. Didn't I say I made the Gryffindor Quidditch team? Arthur's eyebrows rose in surprise. As a first year, you're joking. No, honest. Arthur looked at him, then asked a shrewd question. Is Ron chuffed for you, or green with envy? Harry had to laugh. A little of both, I think. I didn't have much time to explain stuff to him, because I had to hurry to come here. It's been a very long time since a first year was allowed on a house team, Harry. You must be very good. Had you flown much before coming to Hogwarts? Harry proudly shook his head. Not at all. Oliver Wood, he's our captain, he and Professor McGonagall tested me for like 2 hours this afternoon. They had me fly and chase stuff over and over and over. But at the end, they said I could be on the team, and Professor Snape had already given his permission. When I finally was able to get off the broom, I felt like I'd gotten walloped with the world's biggest hairbrush. I'd never been on a broom before, see. My relatives, he looked awkward, they don't like magic. Some muggles are like that, Arthur said comfortably, and Harry relaxed again. Well, that explains why you're so sore. I think if I had just spent the afternoon in Quidditch tryouts, I'd be lying on the couch moaning. Harry laughed. Professor Snape gave me a potion, it tasted awful, but it made me feel better right away. And he even rubbed my sore muscles until they didn't feel so bad. He looked anxiously at Arthur, all his fears arising anew. What are you going to tell him? Who? Severus. Arthur didn't understand. About what? About how to raise me. He does a lot of stuff he shouldn't, Harry admitted unhappily. Are you going to tell him to stop? Arthur threw a glance at the kitchen door. No sign that they were about to be disturbed. I could tell him to stop, he agreed carefully, lowering his voice and leaning towards Harry. What does he do that he shouldn't? Harry gulped, feeling tears gather. He knew it wasn't fair of him to take advantage of the professor's ignorance, but he dreaded the thought of losing the gentle touch, the cuddling, and the light swats in favor of more orthodox shouting and whacking and being told to act his age. Harry. Arthur's voice was soft. What should the professor stop doing? I guess you should tell him about real punishments, Harry choked out, wiping away a tear. He doesn't really get that. What do you mean? How did he punish you earlier today? Harry looked at Arthur fearfully. The man seemed nice, but would he punish Harry all over again? This time for the disobedience towards Madame Hooch. Harry. Arthur's voice was gentle but insistent. He just said I had to write some lines and an essay, he admitted, lowering his gaze. But that's just going to help me practice my handwriting. And I'm supposed to write the essay in his quarters, so I get to spend extra time with him too. He doesn't realize that punishments are supposed to hurt. He sniffled back more tears. I'm sorry that I didn't tell him. Please don't be too mad. Are you going to have him punish me again, but show him how to do it right this time? He waited bleakly for Mr. Weasley's stern agreement. Arthur sat there and blinked. Harry was worried that Severus Snape, whose name alone was enough to make several years of Hogwarts, students past and present wet themselves, was unfamiliar with fearsome punishments. That he, Arthur Weasley, was going to teach Severus how to really instill fear into a child. His own kids were more scared of Snape than they were of him. Even Ginny, who had never even met the man, was leery of Snape through the tales of her brothers, but viewed her own father's furious scoldings with maddening calm, or artful penitence. But Harry, I thought you said he spanked you. Harry sighed. He might as well tell Mr. Weasley everything. He doesn't even smack right, he confessed. He thinks it's not supposed to hurt, just show me that he's really mad. He says that if he wanted to hurt me, he'd use magic, but then he said he'd never do that, so that means he'll never really hurt me, not even if I've been really bad. He forced himself to look at Arthur. I know you have to teach him how to really smack, you know, so it hurts and all, but please, could it not be too hard? I mean, I know Professor Snape can hit as hard as Uncle Vernon, but he thinks that's wrong and he said he won't ever do it again. So maybe you could just tell him to hit harder than he does now, but not as hard as he could. Please, let me be sure I understand this, Arthur said, once again feeling like he was in an alternate reality. Severus has told you he won't use magic to hurt you. Soberly, Harry nodded. Did he talk about anything specific, like stinging hexes or crucio? Or did he say he wouldn't use any magic at all? Harry frowned. He just said if he wanted to hurt me there were spells that would hurt an awful lot more than any smack, but that's not what adults are supposed to do. He sighed. He really doesn't understand. Every time I do something bad, he does something nice. Like when I told him I hadn't known to buy good clothes when I was in Diagon Alley, he said he'd take me shopping instead of punishing me for being stupid. And when Draco and I disobeyed Madam Hooch, he was angrier about me maybe getting hurt than about my not listening to a teacher. Harry bit his lip as he watched Mr. Weasley's expression. The man's face was all twisted up in bemusement. He must not have realized how much help Professor Snape needed. So Severus said he won't hurt you with magic. Any magic. And he also said he won't hit you very hard. Harry nodded again. When he swatted your bum today. It didn't hurt at all. He didn't even put me over his knee or anything. He just sort of reached around and gave me a little slap, Harry acknowledged sadly, wishing he didn't have to betray the professor's ineptitude. Poor Professor Snape. Mr. Weasley would think he was a real no-hoper. You're worried that I'm going to tell him that he's supposed to smack you a lot harder. I know you have to teach him how to be a dad, Harry explained, trying not to cry. But I like that he lets me s him and he didn't even yell when I got snot all over him from crying. And he lets me act like a real baby sometimes without telling me off. Like when he carried me through the flow thingy, he didn't make fun of me or anything. I know you've got to tell him to stop all that, but... Harry, Arthur interrupted. Is there anything that Severus does that you wish he didn't do? Anything that makes you sad or hurts your feelings or makes you uncomfortable? No, sir. He doesn't say anything strange or touch you in certain places or have secret games that you're not allowed to tell anyone about. Harry frowned in bewilderment. No, sir. He doesn't harm you in any way. Your only worry is that he's too nice to you, too indulgent, and I'm going to tell him to stop. Yes, sir. And he doesn't hurt you or insult you or make you feel stupid or unsafe. No, he makes me feel safe, Harry protested. And he said if anyone tries to hurt me, even an adult, I can protect myself. A half-smile tugged at his lips. I guess you'll need to tell him that you and Mrs. Weasley see and whack me. Harry, I think you're confused about something, Arthur said slowly. It's not Severus who has the wrong idea about being a dad. It's you. Harry looked at him in bewilderment. Dads aren't supposed to hurt their children. If you ask Ron, I think he'll tell you that he's not scared of me or his mum. That we don't hurt him. That we don't allow anyone to attack him. All these things that Severus has told you, they're true. He is being a good dad. There's nothing I have to teach him. In fact, it's probably true that he can teach me a few things, because there have been times when I have lost my temper with Ron and the others. I probably have given them swats that hurt longer than a few seconds or said something that hurt their feelings or made some other kind of mistake. And Harry, it's likely that as Severus takes care of you, he'll make a few mistakes too. But I imagine that if you remember that he's doing his best to be a good father, and you keep trying to be a good son, then the two of you will do just fine. Harry's mouth was open in shock. You mean it? He's doing it right. But Uncle Vernon said, he gasped and both hands flew to cover his mouth. Don't tell Professor Snape I said that. He begged. He'll go spare. Arthur couldn't help but smile at Harry's agitation. Will he really? Harry nodded vehemently. He's really mad at the Dursleys, and he says the stuff they told me is worse than any bad word I could say. I've already got to write 500 lines about them being stupid liars, and he said if I quote them again, he'll wash my mouth out with soap. He glanced over his shoulder at the kitchen door and lowered his voice. I don't think he did it, but I don't want to find out. Just then the kitchen door flew open, and Molly and Severus stormed out. Arthur was pleased to see that both were still standing and no blood was visible. Harry, taken aback at the sudden resumption of noise as the silencing spell was voided, jerked in surprise, and his hand knocked over his glass of pumpkin juice. Molly reached over his head to grab it, and Harry flinched violently. Everyone froze. I'm such an idiot, Harry thought miserably. He knew, well, he was pretty sure, that Molly hadn't been going to hit him. Now they're going to think I'm AFR that I'm weird. Arthur and Molly exchanged shocked looks. The Dursleys' treatment of Harry had to have been worse than they imagined for him to have developed such ingrained reactions. Then the silence was broken by a calm voice. Excellent reflexes, Mr. Potter. As I told you, I expect you not to just sit there and let someone harm you. You moved out of the way quite speedily. I'm glad you are following my instructions so well. Next we will work on distinguishing friend from foe, but I'm certain Mrs. Weasley was impressed by your ability. And with that, Snape reseated himself. Yes, Harry, dear, Molly agreed. That was very well done. She slowly moved to right the glass and a quick wave of her wand vanished the spilled juice. Harry straightened up and sent a look of gratitude to Severus. Leave it to the professor to save the day. Now the Weasleys wouldn't think he was weird or stupid, they'd understand that he was just practicing. He smiled up at Mrs. Weasley. Dinner was really great, he told her. She cupped his chin in her palm and looked deep into his eyes. I'm very glad you enjoyed it, Harry. She planted a gentle kiss on his cheek. Did you save room for pudding? He grinned. Yes, ma'am. Let me help you with that, Arthur said, and the two vanished back into the kitchen. Harry looked after them thoughtfully. Adult wizards certainly seemed to like spending time in the kitchen. Sir, he said to Snape. Snape was prodding his cold dinner with a distinct lack of enthusiasm. I like the Weasleys. HMF. Snape did his best to ignore the cold chill the words sent up his spine. As if the Street's feelings mattered to him. Do you think they like me? I'm quite certain they do, he replied with as much disinterest as he could muster. Harry beamed. Good. Now that he didn't have to worry about Arthur turning the professor into Uncle Vernon, he was enjoying the visit a lot more. Sir, what? Snape snarled. Will we be able to go soon? What? This time, Snape didn't sound impatient, he sounded stunned. I like it here, Harry hastily explained, but I just thought if we could leave soon, then maybe I could stay in your quarters for a while. Before going up to the tower, he glanced at the professor from under his fringe, assessing the man's reaction. I could do some of my lines, he offered. You can do those in the Gryffindor tower, Snape pointed out, eyeing the boy. What did the little K.St want? Why on earth was he willing to leave the burrow in order to linger with Snape in the dank and clammy dungeons? Harry pouted. I want to have some time where it's just us, he admitted. Unless you're still mad at me. Snape decided that the warm feeling in his chest must be heartburn from Molly's cooking. Yes, the bloody witch was probably trying to poison him, he told himself, though it did seem that the two had reached a somewhat tentative truce earlier, not that Snape understood how it had come about. After several minutes of hurling insults at each other, she had abruptly burst into laughter, sged him, and said, I begin to understand what Lily saw in you, Severus. There aren't many men who can hold their own against a red-headed witch. He had no idea what a woman's hair color had to do with his own parenting ability, but it seemed that she had decided that he was in fact treating Harry well. She had even accepted his word that he hadn't beaten Potter to a jelly. In her place, he would have insisted on physically examining the boy, but she hadn't even suggested it. Instead, she muttered something about Harry's body language and dropped the subject. Heartened by her unexpectedly conciliatory attitude, he had rather uncomfortably explained the situation with Harry's wardrobe and inquired as to what a normal 11-year-old boy should have in his closet. She had promised to owl him a list by the following morning, and when she heard of his plans to take the boy on a shopping spree, she had begun to grin. Tell me again how much of a burden you consider Harry, Severus. Do not project your maudlin sentimentality onto me, he had snapped. I am merely ensuring that the Street's material needs are adequately addressed. So you're not planning to stop by a Quidditch shop then? He colored. I fail to see what relevance that question has to the issue of the boy's clothing. If I choose to purchase some additional items for the child, it is merely to ensure that he does not get up to mischief while he is in my quarters. I will not have him idle and looking for trouble. Ah, that sounds quite plausible. Keep practicing, she smirked, and he had stormed out of the room. After all this stress, it was no wonder that the food was upsetting his stomach. Though the warmth wasn't actually uncomfortable. Quite the opposite, in fact. No, I am not still mad at you for your dunderheaded stunt, Snape told the K.St. You have been punished, have you not? Sort of. I mean, I still owe you the lines and essay, Harry pointed out. Then perhaps it is appropriate for you to stay in my quarters until curfew and get started on your punishment, Snape consented austerely. After all, the little fiend was certain to need constant supervision or he'd never do his assignment. Harry grinned down at his plate. He'd gotten Snape to agree. You'll be there, right? He said, suddenly panicked as a thought occurred to him. You're not going to go away to do a potion or anything. Potter, you do not do a potion. Potions are brewed, and if you think I will leave you to roam my quarters unsupervised, you are sadly mistaken. You will remain in my immediate presence until I am confident that you know how to behave yourself to my satisfaction. Will you show me how to hold a quill? Harry pressed. I mean, if you're going to have to read all the lines, you should help me learn to write good. Write well, Potter, Snape growled. What did Muggles teach in their schools these days? Well, will you? Harry begged. Please. Oh, all right, Potter. If only to stop your incessant whining. Severus grumpily downed the last of his pumpkin juice. Just as he had feared, his free time was being entirely subsumed by this annoying K.St. Where was he supposed to find the time to plan their shopping excursion, let alone grade his students' essays? Molly and Arthur emerged at that point. Both looked very happy and rather amused, much to Harry's bewilderment and Severus' annoyance. Harry demolished 3 helpings of chocolate pudding and only declined a 4th when Severus gave him a glare combined with a sharp tap on the ankle. So, Harry, would you and Severus like to come back for dinner on Saturday? We'll have all the kids home at that point, and we can talk about making you both honorary members of the family, Arthur announced. Harry perked up happily, but Snape choked on his last bite of pudding. Me, the potion master finally managed to wheeze. And hun. Well, of course we're talking about both of you, Molly said, an evil glint in her eye. You're a package deal, aren't you? Yes, Harry agreed quickly. Right, Professor. Snape subsided into incoherent splutterings which the rest of the table optimistically took as agreement. Don't mention anything to the boys, Harry, Molly instructed. We'll be bringing them all home tomorrow night to explain everything, then you two can come on Saturday and perhaps you'd like to stay overnight with Ron and the others. Like a slumber party? Harry asked hopefully. He'd never been to one, but he'd heard kids at school talking about them. Yes, love, Molly agreed. Just like that. Harry looked over to where Severus looked like he was strangling his napkin and decided now might not be the best time to ask permission. I'd like that, he said honestly. Thank you. We'll be glad to have you here, Harry, Molly said softly. Before you leave, do you want to take a wander around the house? Harry glanced at Severus and receiving a nod, he shot off. I suspect that Fred and George may find they've met their match in Harry and Ron, Arthur said, hoping to change the subject to something that was less likely to infuriate their guest. I understand from Harry that you've made it clear he's not to be bullied or picked on. Snape nodded, looking grim. His Muggle cousin used to do something called Harry hunting, and his parents prevented any retribution. I have made it clear that he is no longer bound by those rules. Arthur looked weary for a moment. Considering that there are wizards out there who truly are Harry hunting, that is a lesson he needs to learn quickly and well. Molly looked at the two men. Do you think it's starting up again? We've had 10 years of near silence. Snape raised an eyebrow. Silence doesn't necessarily mean there's nothing out there. I know, but he's such a small boy, teach him well, Severus. I intend to, he retorted shortly, but without his usual snarl. As you can see, however, there is much work to be done. His relatives were appalling. He has not felt physically safe for most of his childhood. I'd say he's beginning to feel that way now, Arthur smiled. He tells me that you said no other adult has the right to touch him. He sounded very impressed. Snape fought back a desire to preen. That is quite correct. And that is true for his time here as well. If he misbehaves, he is to be returned to me for punishment. Molly raised her eyebrows. If he misbehaves in any way. You do remember he's an 11-year-old boy, correct? Severus scowled. Over the past 10 years he has been beaten, starved, locked up, and used as slave labor. It is important that no current punishments remind him of life with his horrible relatives. How about this? Arthur suggested. We certainly won't strike him or deprive him of meals, but if he gets into minor trouble with our kids, then Harry will face it alongside our bunch. If he and Ron get sent to bed early, for example, or have to denome the garden, will that bring back bad memories for him? If he's being punished right alongside Ron, wouldn't that be a way for him to see that he's part of the family? Snape grudgingly agreed that might be acceptable. Molly and Arthur shared a not very well hidden grin. Should we? Molly's question was interrupted by an almighty crash from the stairwell. The adults rose as one and rushed to find a guilty-looking Harry struggling to his feet. "I'm sorry," he blurted as soon as they appeared. "What happened, Harry?" Molly asked, hurrying over to check him for injuries. He shrank back. "I tripped on my way down the stairs. I'm really sorry. I think I might have broken the banister." He hesitatingly pointed to one of the battered spindles that ran along the stairs, but he kept a wary eye on both Weasleys and tried to sidle closer to Severus. "That's all right, Harry. We're just concerned you might have broken you," Arthur said. "Did you get hurt?" "No, sir," Harry said quickly. "I'm fine." "Harry, your leg." Molly pointed to a rip in his trousers. "I'm sorry," he said nervously, looking at Severus. "I can fix it, honest." "Harry, you're bleeding," Molly persisted. "It's okay," Harry protested, but Severus already had his wand out and was casting a diagnostic charm. "Mr. Potter," he snapped a moment later. Harry flinched at the tone. "I believe I have indicated my intolerance for falsehoods." Harry gulped and nodded. "But it wasn't a real lie, sir. I just—" "Mr. Potter," Snape leaned over to make eye contact, "is this one of the Dursleys' rules? No admitting when you were injured?" Harry trembled as he gazed into his professor's angry eyes, but he was unable to look away. "Why, yes, sir," he finally admitted. "And what did I tell you about their rules? To forget them." Harry's voice was very small and apologetic. The professor snorted. "If you were injured or distressed in any way, I expect you to tell me about it," Snape said sternly. "I will consider failure to do so as not only a lie but also an example of your putting yourself in jeopardy. Do you understand?" he asked pointedly. Harry unconsciously covered his bum. "Yes, sir." "Then perhaps you would like to answer Mr. Weasley's question again." Harry nodded hastily. "Yes, sir. My wrist and my leg hurt, sir." "Your wrist is strained. I will give you a potion when we return to Hogwarts. As for the cut on your leg, leave that to me," Molly invited. She took Harry's hand and smiled at him encouragingly. "After 7 accident-prone children, I'm practically a certified healer." She led Harry over to the living room couch. "I'm not as flexible or as slim as I used to be," she explained to Harry, "so rather than making me bend over to see your knee, why don't we both sit on the couch?" She sat down, had Harry sit next to her, then helped him swivel around so his back was against the armrest and his bent knees lay across her lap. She gently raised his trouser leg and tutted over the small cut. Harry watched, amazed and delighted, as she gently scourgified the wound, removing all the blood, then magically sealed the laceration with a murmured spell, tracing the tip of her wand over his injury. "How's that, love?" she asked. "Great," he beamed. "That would sure have come in handy plenty of times in the past." Another spell and his trousers were cleaned and mended, and Harry was even more sold on magic than he had been. "That's brilliant, Mrs. Weasley. Thank you." He started to get up, only to be gently pushed down. "Oh no, Harry, we're not done yet." Arthur grinned and nudged Severus. At Harry's puzzled look, Molly explained, "In this house, if you get hurt, you have to sit still for a few minutes and let the healing spells take effect, and there's a rule that when you get hurt, you get cuddled." "Is that all right?" Harry blinked. Ron's mum was willing to give him a cuddle. But wasn't she only supposed to do that with her own kids? And wasn't he too old anyway? She must have seen the indecision in his eyes, for Molly leaned over and whispered, "Don't tell him I told you," but Ron twisted his ankle 2 days before going to Hogwarts, and he didn't mind the cuddle. Harry felt his heart start to beat faster. He was finally going to see what it felt like to get KSGED by a mum. Of course, it was someone else's, not his own, but that was almost as good, especially since he was practically an honorary Weasley. "Well," he said carefully, "if it's a rule." Molly grinned and held out her arms. A moment later, Harry was cuddled against her and she was rocking him, crooning in his ear. Snape thought he might sick up at all the sentimentality, but an odd feeling of envy was also making itself felt deep in his chest. He could have done that. Not that he would have wanted to, but he could have. Harry felt wrapped up in clouds of love. He hadn't known that it was so nice to be K.S.G.E.D. like this. When he had K.S.G.E.D. Snape, he had felt safe and warm, but this was different. This was softer. After several minutes, he heard Professor Snape clear his throat, and he dutifully looked up. To his surprise, Molly's face was wet with tears as she smiled down at him. "You're such a good boy, Harry," she said, and she said him. Harry decided that he might have to fall down the burrow stairs on a semi-regular basis. As Harry got up and crossed over to join an impatient Snape, Molly let out an exclamation. "Oh, I nearly forgot." She hurried over to a small cabinet and lifted out a flat box. "I have something for Harry." Harry didn't move closer. "It's not my birthday, Mrs. Weasley," he said, mystified. She laughed. "I've been saving this for you for a very long time, Harry. We can count it as a birthday present you've just not picked up, okay?" She seated herself back on the couch and patted her lap. Obediently, Harry went over to her. She pulled him onto her lap, so that his back was against her front, and she brought the box around to sit in his lap. "Close your eyes," she instructed. Harry glanced at Professor Snape. Severus frowned and drew closer. Not that he didn't trust Molly Weasley, but he wasn't about to take chances either. He stopped about a foot away, his hand resting inconspicuously on his wand. "Go ahead." He nodded once. Harry closed his eyes tight. Molly whispered a spell and took the lid off the box, holding it up so it was just beneath Harry's nose. "What do you smell, love?" she asked softly. Harry sniffed. A fragrance rose to meet him and his heart lurched. Somehow, on a level too deep for conscious thought, he recognized the sweet, citrusy smell. His whole body tensed, and he dragged in another, deeper breath. His throat tightened. "Mummy," he whispered, tears beginning to seep from beneath his closed lids. Snape froze. It couldn't be. Molly's brimming eyes met his, and she lowered the box enough for him to see. A sweater, carefully folded, lay in the box. "Open your eyes, Harry, love," she whispered. "This belonged to your mummy. I've been keeping it for you." Harry reached out a single finger and with gentleness approaching reverence, lightly brushed the blue wool. How did you get it?" he asked, his voice thick with tears. "Your parents were in the order with us," she began. "What's the order?" Harry interrupted, glancing up from where he had been staring at the sweater as if it were a holy icon. Molly caught Severus' headshake. "It was a group that we were all in, Harry. Your parents, Severus, Arthur and I, we were all members. And your mum and I were friends. We were both pregnant at the same time, although I was a few months farther along than she was, and before your parents went into," she broke off abruptly. "Before your parents went away, she would often come over to the burrow. On one of her last visits, she left her sweater behind. I was planning to give it back to her, but I never got the chance. When I heard that she had died, but you had survived, I put the sweater away with a stasis spell so that you would have it when you were older." Harry choked back a sob. Somehow, being able to smell his mother, a scent that he had completely forgotten at a conscious level, suddenly made him miss her 1,000 times more. It was as if she had just stepped away and could come back any second, except he knew she never would. It made it infinitely worse and immeasurably better, all at once. It was as if she were there in some way, but not in the way he wanted. But it made her real, in a way she hadn't been to him, not since he was a baby. For the first time in a very, very long time, Harry Potter desperately wanted his mother. "Mum," he gasped out, and then he had twisted around and buried his head into Molly's chest, letting the tears come. Molly instantly pushed the box out at Severus and folded Harry into her arms, rocking and murmuring to him as he wept. Arthur took Snape, now holding the precious box like a religious relic, into the kitchen. He took one look at Severus' face and left, returning a moment later with a tumbler of fire whiskey. He put the glass at Severus' elbow and left him alone. Snape delicately stroked the fine wool in much the same way Harry had. Lowering his face to just above the box, he inhaled deeply and let Lily's fragrance fill his mind. Memories overpowered him. The Muggle-born child who had first befriended him, the teenaged Lily of their Hogwarts days, the young woman he caught an occasional glimpse of at an order meeting, she was here, and yet she wasn't. Her eyes lived on, and her compassion, her boundless capacity for love, they all lived on in Harry. Her child. Her son who, he abruptly knew, was now the most important thing in his life. Lily's presence pressed upon him, and suddenly, although far from a spiritual man, Snape was convinced that she was there with him. Watching. Waiting. I promise, Lily. I promise I will care for him as you would have. I promise. As he made his second unbreakable vow, he could swear her fragrance intensified. He closed his eyes, desperate to see her one last time even if only in his mind's eye. He felt something brush his cheek, but when his eyes flew open, he was alone, Lily's sweater sitting beside him in the box. It was some time before Snape left the kitchen, his eyes reddened, the sweater safely returned to its box and stasis spell, and the fire whiskey still burning his throat. He found Arthur and Molly sitting quietly in the living room, Harry fast asleep in Molly's arms. He cried himself to sleep, Molly explained in a whisper. It's been such an emotional day for him. Indeed, Snape said stiffly. He held the box out to Molly but she shook her head. It's Harry's, Severus, and I know no one will safeguard it for him better than you. He fought down an uncharacteristic lump in his throat. This was very thoughtful of you. To know Lily was to love her, Severus, but I think you, Harry, and James knew that better than anyone. He automatically bristled to hear his name linked in any way with James Potter, but he couldn't find the energy to sustain his outrage. He nodded and shrank the box to fit it in his pocket. He reached down and scooped Harry up into his arms. The boy lolled bonelessly and he maneuvered him around until Harry's head lay against his chest. Thank you for your hospitality, Severus said formally. It was our pleasure. We'll see you again this weekend, Arthur said. Molly waved as Arthur threw the flow powder into the fire for him. Severus stepped out into his quarters and contemplated the small child in his arms. He knew the proper thing, the Snape-like thing, to do would be to shake him awake and send him up to his dormitory. The boy was 11, after all, and long day or no, he was old enough to put himself to bed. So why on earth was Snape laying him down carefully on his couch and tucking him in with a heavy Afghan? Severus scowled as he pulled off the Street's glasses and placed them on the adjacent table. He was not going soft. It was just that it was nearly curfew and he had no intention of hearing McGonagall complain about his keeping her students out after hours. Besides, he was the boy's guardian, so it was nobody's business if he chose to keep the K.St here. Better to do that than run the risk of the Weasley K.Sts interrogating him on where he had been. Yes, that was it. He was keeping the boy here so as to prevent him from having to face awkward questions from his housemates. Perfect. That was it. It had nothing to do with a blue sweater and a raft of memories. Nothing at all. Severus groaned in torment, longing for the blessed escape of death. He couldn't believe he'd been stupid enough to be captured in this fashion. He should have known better. He did know better. But somehow he'd been distracted, let down his guard, and this was the result. Severus had survived the tortures of his father, his housemates, the Marauders, and Voldemort. He had suffered under the Cruciatus more times than he wanted to remember, to say nothing of the lesser, but still excruciating, dark curses, humiliating and painful hexes, and of course, the Muggles' favorite, brute force. He probably had endured more punishment than any other living wizard except for those who enjoyed that sort of thing, and his pain tolerance was remarkably high. But not high enough. Not for this. He bit back a whimper of anguish. He would not beg. He would not scream aloud. He would not give his tormentor that satisfaction. Even when he had writhed under Voldemort's wand, he had not wept for mercy, and he would not start now. Surely he would slip from consciousness soon. The only thing that remained for him now was vengeance. It was what kept him clinging to life, what prevented him from actively seeking the release of suicide. This was all the fault of that wretched K.St Potter, and if it was the last thing he did on this earth, Severus vowed to exact bloody retribution from the little fiend. He saw his torturer approaching, an eager gleam in his eye, and he prayed for deliverance. Please, please no more. Please, a portkey, a massive aneurysm, the return of the Dark Lord. Anything to rescue me from this agony. Severus, Albus Dumbledore exclaimed happily. Look, they have a version of Wizard's Chess, only with Quidditch. Harry will love it. Do you want to give it a try? Severus still couldn't believe he hadn't been smart enough to lie when the headmaster had noticed him leaving the castle that morning and asked where he was going. He should have known that Dumbledore would insist on accompanying him on the shopping expedition to outfit Harry's new room, and he should have expected that the crazy old coot would turn what should have been a brief, efficient mission into endless, hellish hours. No store was omitted. Why Dumbledore thought they needed to examine kitchenware had entirely escaped Snape. Did he imagine Potter was going to participate in the 83rd annual Supernatural Sweets Bake-Off? They had actually spent over an hour in a bloody linen store, debating whether Harry would prefer animated dragons or hippogriffs on his bedsheets. Or rather, Albus debated about the sheets and Severus debated bludgeoning himself unconscious. And after the dotty old man had finally decided on hippogriffs, then they had to start all over again on the color of the draperies. Severus had pointed out, with the last threads of his self-control, that he lived in a dungeon. A windowless dungeon, but that had only deflected Albus from draperies to carpeting. At the magical body shop, Snape had at first thought it might sell some kind of wizarding pornography, and he had been about to argue with Albus that while Harry might be a growing boy with a natural, healthy curiosity, Snape was not about to encourage that sort of thing. But then he had realized, to his infinitely greater horror, that it was a sort of fancy toiletry shop in which no self-respecting man, wizard or muggle, should be caught dead. Amidst what appeared to be a million different soaps, lotions, shampoos, creams, powders, and cosmetics, not to mention vaguely obscene-looking gadgets whose function Severus did not want to think about, Albus began a lengthy dialogue with the witch behind the counter. Severus hid as best he could amongst the cluttered, aromatic merchandise. The store made Ollivanders look empty, and hoped for an attack by Death Eaters. While Severus endured the curious stares of the other customers, all female, of course Albus discussed proper skin care for pre-teens with more concentration than he normally brought to meetings of the Wizengamot. After the headmaster had purchased a bag full of products that the witch insisted would guarantee Harry a spot-free adolescence, Severus made a beeline for the door, only to be dragged back by Albus. Magic. Mortified beyond words, that spell was used by mothers on wayward toddlers. Snape had opened his mouth to tell the headmaster just what he thought of his behavior, but he'd been shocked into speechlessness by the realization that Albus and the shop witch were now discussing hair care. Specifically, the care of his hair. All of his protests, shouts, arguments, and fuming were blithely ignored, and he was kept at the counter, under threat of a sticking hex, as his scalp and hair were meticulously examined. To his intense dismay, several of the customers joined in the resultant discussion, offering their own remedies and advice, and it was a good 20 minutes before he was finally allowed to escape, with an even larger bag of supplies than the one intended for Harry. His afternoon had gone downhill from there. In the clothing store, he had actually threatened to Avada Dumbledore if he didn't stop selecting the most extreme examples of psychedelic clothing. At the bookstore, Albus was only prevented from purchasing Harry a private like.shri equal to Snape's and Dumbledore's combined volumes by urgent reminders that Madame Pants would surely take such an action as a personal insult and retire to the stacks in tears. At the pet store, the headmaster had wanted to purchase Harry a familiar, but Snape managed to persuade him that Hedwig was unlikely to welcome the intrusion of a Kneazle or Krupp. But it was at the toy store, predictably, that Albus had gone insane, and now Severus was rapidly following. No more toys. Albus, Snape managed to snarl between clenched teeth. The pile of toys at the counter was already more appropriate for a new satellite shop location than the small bedroom of a single wizarding child. The headmaster's face fell. Oh, but Severus, they have. No more. Seeing the older wizard was about to argue, Severus turned crafty. What will you get him for Christmas if you buy out the store now? He asked, refusing to imagine what Christmas with the K.St would be like. All tinsel and ho-ho-hoing and enough holiday cheer to make Snape nauseous for a month. You do have a point, Albus finally agreed, and Snape wasted no time in hustling him out of the shop. Ooh, wait. Quidditch, Albus said, pointing, as Snape tried to drag him along to the apparition point. While you were busy dithering over the best material for Potter's dress robes, I went to the Quidditch shop, Snape informed him, callously ignoring Dumbledore's disappointed expression. Maybe you forgot something, he suggested hopefully. Christmas, Albus. It's only a few months away, Severus retorted, not easing his pull on the older man's arm. Dumbledore sighed, then brightened. I can't wait to see the look on Harry's face when... No, Albus. You are not going to turn this into an excuse for a surprise party. I will not have my private quarters invaded by half of Gryffindor Tower, to say nothing of assorted moronic faculty members like Trelawney. Perhaps just a few of Harry's closest friends, Albus began. Can you imagine the havoc Hagrid would wreak if he stumbled into my potion supplies? No, the headmaster sighed in defeat. Very well, my boy. But I may require you to show me Harry's expression via pensieve. The K.St is still working through his punishment for the flying incident, Snape said coldly. I have not yet decided when he might be allowed one or two of the smaller items. Dumbledore sighed again. You shouldn't be so strict, Severus. Was it not you who emphasized the importance of positive reinforcement? Snape glared. If you do not like the job I am doing, you should not have forced it upon me. I would remind you that this was not my idea. It was intensely gratifying to see Albus meek nod, though the sensation lasted only until Albus' next words. Very true, my boy. So it is all the more satisfying to see you sing it with such dedication. I understand from Molly and Arthur that they were impressed with your handling of Harry over dinner last night. They said you were quite a natural, Albus smirked. Severus gnashed his teeth. Bloody, overtalkative Gryffindors. He managed to get some of his own back by refusing to allow Albus help him arrange Harry's new room, though in retrospect he wished it had been the headmaster who had to deal with the house elves. When they learned the new room was intended for Master Harry Potter, sir, the little creatures went mad with excitement and about 30 popped into existence, dashing about the room and readying it for its new occupant. Snape had to intercede in innumerable arguments amongst the high-strung little creatures, and it took all his Slytherin cunning to prevent them from carrying out mass self-punishments when they decided a piece of furniture would look better on the other side of the room after all. By the time the room met with their unanimous satisfaction, he was convinced that it would have been easier by far to do it himself the Muggle way. When he'd roused the boy that morning from where he had slumbered on Snape's couch, Harry had been alternately embarrassed and delighted to find he'd been allowed to stay in the professor's private quarters. Thanks for letting me sleep here, he mumbled, pink. He propped himself up on one elbow and scrubbed at his eyes. Wow, the professor had let him sleep on his good couch and everything. Yes, well, it was very late and I had better things to do than walk you all the way back to the tower, Snape sniffed. He tugged the boy up by his ear, lest the K.St think he was getting soft. Get washed and dressed, or you will miss your breakfast, he threatened darkly, though he had no intention of releasing the too skinny K.St without a full, nutritious meal in his stomach. The house elves are waiting to send it up. That's okay, Harry assured the professor, even as he obediently headed down the corridor to the bathroom. He didn't want the man to go to any trouble on his behalf. I see, and just grab a sweet roll and eat it on the way to class, eep. He broke off as the professor's strong fingers closed again on his ear and dragged him around him to face the man. He blinked in surprise. The grip on his ear didn't hurt exactly, but Harry knew better than to resist it. Potter, if I see you stuffing your face with unhealthy sugary treats, I will order the house elves to spoon-feed you your meals for the next month, Snape threatened furiously. I expect you to eat 3 balanced meals a day, and to limit your intake of sweets. How do you expect to add muscle and height to your scrawny frame if you don't eat properly? Chocolate frogs and sweet rolls and 3 helpings of pudding are going to make you as wide as your whale of a cousin. Do you understand? Wide-eyed, Harry nodded. His relatives barely gave him enough food, let alone cared if it was nutritionally balanced or not. We shall discuss this in greater length later, Snape promised sternly. For now, though, you should get in the habit of following Miss Granger. She appears to eat quite sensibly. Harry wrinked his nose. She always takes lots of vegetables and green stuff, he protested. She eats like a girl. And Mr. Weasley eats like a bottomless pit, and you, young man, are well on your way to a spotty and unhealthy adolescence. Now do as I say or you will regret it. He sent the boy towards the bathroom with a glare. Really? Such insolence, and so early in the morning too. Harry hurried to the bathroom and performed his morning ablutions. His heart was singing. Merlin, Professor Snape worried about him. It wasn't enough for him that Harry ate, he insisted that Harry ate the right foods. And he was even going to teach him what they were, just so Harry would grow up to be strong and healthy. Harry grinned at his reflection. He guessed that if the professor had anything to say about it, Harry would be taller than Ron by the end of the school year. It would be a nice change from always being the runt of the class. Scrubbed pink, Harry slid into his seat at the small table in Snape's kitchen, under the professor's stern glance. "G-morning, sir," Harry said, remembering his manners a bit belatedly. "Good morning," the professor replied. A plate of eggs, toast, and fruit appeared with a pop, and Harry smiled happily. "You will be sure to finish your milk, Mr. Potter, and this vial of dietary supplementation as well. It will make up for some of the nutritional inadequacies of your previous life." Harry gave the potion a dubious look, but he figured it was safer not to protest. He remembered how Mr. Weasley had given him extra vegetables last night, and he decided it was a dad thing. "You will take a daily dose of this potion," Snape continued, pleased that Harry was too busy forking eggs into his mouth to protest, "until Madame Pomfrey informs me that you have caught up to your age group on the growth charts." "Does it taste awful?" Harry inquired with a sigh. "Undoubtedly." Snape smirked as the boy groaned. This was quite fun. It wasn't even his first class and he had already tormented a child. "As I am certain you have not so much as begun the lines you owe me." Harry's guilty blush confirmed his suspicions. "You will report for detention with me this afternoon, immediately after your last class." "Ah," Harry protested. "It's Friday. And you have detention," Snape informed him heartlessly. "Would you care to try for Saturday detention as well?" Harry grumped and stabbed moodily at his fruit. "And just what thrilling plans did you have for the afternoon?" Snape sneered, irritated at the boy's sulking. Harry shrugged. "I dunno. I just figured Ron and me would." "Idiot. Have you forgotten that Mr. Weasley and his brothers are being summoned to the Burrow immediately after classes?" "Oh," Harry thought for a moment. If Ron weren't around, there really wasn't much to do. Granger would probably try to convince him to study with her, and though Dean and Seamus might include him in their plans, it was just as likely that they wouldn't. He really did need to work on the lines, and it would be better to do it here where he could get the professor's help with his handwriting than back in the common room where everyone would see he was being punished. Given Ron's absence, the professor was right. This really was the best time to do the assigned lines, when he wouldn't be missing out on anything else. Harry glanced over at the professor. Here the man had selected the perfect opportunity for Harry to get his punishment over with, when he wouldn't have to forego other, more enjoyable activities, and Harry was whining at him. What's more, Professor Snape had been awfully nice about his not finishing the lines quickly. Plenty of other teachers would have gotten cross if he hadn't handed them in the very next day. "I'm sorry," he mumbled guiltily. "HMF. Snape, still scowling, didn't even look up from where he was perusing a potions journal as he sipped his morning coffee. Harry drooped in his chair. Now the professor was mad at him, and properly so. He poked at the last of his fruit, his appetite abruptly gone. "Finish your breakfast, you horrible K.St., Snape ordered sharply. "Classes will start shortly." He reached over and fixed the little monster's collar where it was twisted at the back. Honestly, couldn't he even dress himself? Harry looked up hopefully through his fringe. Maybe the professor wasn't all that mad if he were fixing Harry's shirt. "I said, eat." Snape gave the defiant child a cuff on the side of the head. It was definitely a cuff, not a pat. And certainly not a tousle of the Street's wild hair. It wasn't his fault if his fingers got caught in the rat's nest. Reassured, Harry grinned and demolished the rest of his breakfast. "Weisier," he mumbled around the last of his milk. "And don't talk with your mouth full." Snape snapped, but the rebuke went unnoticed as the K.St. slipped from his chair and, snatching up his bookbag, ran for the door. "See you this afternoon, Professor." Harry shouted over his shoulder. "It's a detention, Potter." Snape yelled angrily. Not a party. Ooh, he seethed, he'd teach that little wretch to fear his detentions. Chirp a happy farewell, would he? When facing an afternoon of punishment. He'd have that K.St writing lines until his fingers fell off, and then he'd really make him suffer. By the time classes ended, Snape had regained his good humor by reducing 4 Newt students to tears and awarding Oliver Wood a detention guaranteed to have the boy begging for mercy. By the time he was done bending over to scrub a decade's worth of potion splatters off the legs of Snape's classroom desks, Wood's back would be in spasm for days. Or at least until he managed to limp up to the infirmary. The Gryffindor Quidditch captain had apologized and groveled while Snape verbally flayed him for not showing Harry proper warm-up and cool-down exercises before the tryout, but what had really made his eyes fill with horrified tears was Snape's threat to switch the boy to the Slytherin team if the Gryffindor team didn't take proper care of its players. Wood had gabbled out panicked promises and offered to let Snape take any further injuries that Harry suffered out of his own hide. "Why, Mr. Wood," Snape had silkily replied, "I was already planning to do so." After all the threats, the actual punishment was a welcome relief to the twitching Wood, and Snape left him scrubbing away as Harry entered the room. "Lo, sir," Harry said politely, quickly stuffing the chocolate frog he'd been munching into a robe pocket. Snape took his chin in a firm grip and, taking out a clean white handkerchief, he scrubbed the urchin's face. He asked menacingly, showing the K.St the smears of chocolate that had, until a moment ago, decorated his countenance. It's the Potter twins' birthday," Harry explained pleadingly. They were giving frogs to everyone. It would have been rude to refuse. "No dessert tonight," Snape pronounced in tones that brooked no argument. Harry sighed. "Ootsir. See and I at least finish my frog then?" he asked hopefully. "No." Snape extended his palm, and Harry mournfully deposited the half-eaten frog upon it. It was rather linty after its stay in his pocket, he admitted to himself. Snape regarded it with loathing and vanished the treat. He took Harry by the shoulder and moved him briskly down the aisle to a seat in the front row. "Hi, Oliver," Harry said as he was dragged past the older Gryffindor. "Hello, kid," Wood grinned up at him from where he was bent over the tall desk, scouring the legs with a stiff bristled brush. "This is not a tea party, Potter," Snape snapped. "Sit down and begin your lines." "Yes, sir," Harry said obediently, drawing parchment and quill out of his bag. He'd been assigned the lines about his relatives first, but it would be easier to finish the ones about the flying incident, since there were only 200 of them. He decided that it would be better to finish at least one part of his punishment as quickly as possible and determined to work on the 200-line assignment. His stomach gave a rumble and he thought longingly of the frog before focusing his attention on the work before him. Now what was it that Snape had told him to write? Oh, right, Harry bent to his task. He jumped in amazement as a glass of milk and plate of sliced apples appeared on the desk in front of him. Looking up at the professor, he saw Snape glaring at him. "Get to work, you lazy K.St. Sir," Wood protested from the back of the room, and Harry twisted around in surprise. "You shouldn't call him that. Mind your own business, Mr. Wood, or would you care to clean the chairs as well as the desks?" Snape threatened. Wood ducked back to work, muttering rebelliously, while Harry nibbled an apple slice and wondered what all the fuss was about. He'd finished most of the apple and all of his milk when Snape dragged up a chair beside him. "How do you expect me to read this chicken scratch?" the professor scolded, glancing over the dozen or so lines Harry had written. "Sorry, sir," Harry said meekly. "Look here. This is the proper way to hold a quill, and, where did you get such a pathetic excuse for a quill, Mr. Potter?" They were on sale in Diagon Alley, sir. Obviously priced that way because otherwise no one would be foolish enough to purchase such appallingly poor quality items, Snape sniffed contemptuously. "Here, this is a self-inking leak-proof quill. I will have no more of your whining excuses about your quill being the cause of your atrocious handwriting." Harry was going to point out he hadn't offered any excuses, whiny or otherwise, but he figured that it would be rude to argue when he'd just been given a present. "Thank you, sir." Snape scowled horribly. "Stop chattering and try again." No, hold it like so." By the end of 15 minutes, Harry's penmanship was markedly improved, and Snape returned to his own desk. "And if you don't have 50 lines done by the next time I check, Potter, you will find yourself hexed to that chair until curfew." "Bloody bat," came floating from the back of the room. "Did you say something, Mr. Wood?" Snape purred. "No, sir," Oliver replied meekly. "Straighten up and face me when you address me, Mr. Wood." The whimpers that Oliver emitted as he painfully stood brought a smirk of pure pleasure to Snape's face. Wood groaned pitifully as his back agonizingly protested the previous 2 hours. Dear, Mr. Wood. I suppose I should have let you stretch out a bit before setting you to scrub the undersides of all those desks," Snape said happily. "Your back muscles must be in knots." "Yes, sir," Oliver winced. He had to admit, sore as he was, that there was some poetic justice to this detention. He sent an apologetic look over to where Harry was sneaking a peek over his shoulder. He really hadn't meant to overwork the little kid like that, but it was just so exciting to see him dart in and grab the snitch time after time after time. "There is still an hour and a half until dinner," Snape mused, enjoying the way the Gryffindor captain paled at the thought of another 90 minutes of such back-breaking labor. "Please sir," Wood tried, "the tryouts were only 2 hours. And you were older, stronger, and, allegedly, wiser than an 11-year-old, Mr. Wood." He sighed. "Yes sir." Wood started to bend over again, but was halted by the potion master's cold tones. "You may spend the remainder of the afternoon considering the lesson you have just learned." Wood looked uncertainly at Professor Snape. What did that mean? Was he about to be sent to a corner like a 4-year-old? The greasy git was capable of almost anything, so long as it was humiliating, painful, and likely to make grown men weep. Snape rolled his eyes. "Little words, Gryffindors need little words and clear directions," he reminded himself. "I assume you can contemplate your actions without being engaged in manual labor, Mr. Wood." "Oh, yes, sir," Oliver nodded quickly, scenting a reprieve. "Then you are dismissed. I expect 2 feet on the responsibilities of leadership on my desk by Monday, along with another 12 inches on the prevention of back injuries." He smirked. "I imagine you can interview Madame Pomfrey on the latter topic while you are consulting her professionally. If both essays do not meet with my approval, you will provide another 2 feet on sports injury incidents and prevention. Do we understand one another?" "Yes, sir," Wood agreed miserably. 2 extra essays. So much for his plans to practice his flying this weekend. And if he knew Snape, he'd probably end up doing the 3rd essay as well. Wood's shoulders slumped in dejection, and he immediately flinched at the hot, knife-like pain that the movement caused. At least Snape had pretty much just given him permission to see the Medi-Witch. He had expected to have been prohibited from using any kind of magical pain relief, and it was a pleasant surprise to realize that not even Snape was that evil. Besides, it could have been much worse. The git might have made good on his threat to turn Potter into a flying snake. He winked at Potter, and the kid grinned back. Wood felt a little bad leaving the first year alone, at the mercy of the evil bat, but on the other hand, it wasn't as if his presence had been much help to the kid. Snape had still snapped and snarked at him the whole time, coming down on him for his handwriting, for Merlin's sake. What business of his was it if the kid's handwriting was awful? You wouldn't catch Professor McGonagall sticking her nose in like that. She respected her students and didn't treat them like a bunch of babies. Wood had heard that Snape even assigned bedtimes to his Slytherin first years, Merlin. What was the point of being away at school if you couldn't stay up late when you felt like it? Wood waved at Harry and turned to go. "Thank you, Professor," he called out, figuring it was a lot safer to be polite. "What part of dismissed was unclear to you, Mr. Wood?" The professor's snarky retort floated back to him as he escaped through the door. Snape kept one eye on the K.St and the other eye on the time. Newly equipped with the rudiments of proper penmanship and a functional quill, Harry managed to demonstrate substantial improvement by the end of his 200 lines, which he finished shortly before dinner. "Here, Professor," Harry said happily. "I counted twice to be sure I got them all." He flourished the parchment with pride. Normally at this point, Snape incendioed the parchment to demonstrate to the miscreant just how pointless the punishment had been. All that time and effort spent on something completely without meaning or value even to the man who'd required it. More than once, this casual act of cruelty had reduced students to helpless tears, as they realized just how heartless and mean their potions professor really was. But somehow, looking at the satisfaction with which Harry regarded his 200 lines, the product of an entire afternoon of laborious, tongue-biting effort, Snape couldn't do it. HMF, he scanned the parchment. Not quite as atrocious as it might have been, he said grudgingly. So instead of chicken scratch, maybe it's monkey scribble? Harry asked cheekily. Snape narrowed his eyes. Your handwriting has not yet reached the evolutionary level of primates, Mr. Potter. Turkey scratch. Owl scrapings. Penguin. Harry was having too much fun with this line of thought, and Snape brought his hand down on his desk with a resounding crash. Potter, you were being punished. Oh, Harry said guiltily. He did his best to look repentant. The professor shouldn't have had to remind him of that. Now the man probably felt like he hadn't done a very good job of disciplining Harry. Poor Professor Snape. Harry knew what it was like to be made to feel as if you hadn't done a very good job, despite trying your best. He didn't want to make the professor feel that way. Despite what Mr. Weasley had said, it was clear to Harry that the professor simply didn't have it in him to be terribly strict. Still, just because Snape really didn't understand this whole punishment thing didn't mean Harry should make him feel bad about his shortcomings. Sorry, sir. He thought hard. What could he say that would make his professor believe the punishment had been effective? I'm really very sorry about taking risks with my safety. I've learned my lesson, honest. He watched the professor worriedly. Would that work? He really hadn't meant to make Professor Snape feel inadequate. Snape eyed the K.St. narrowly. That was more like it. He looked anxious now, and he was biting his lip nervously. Obviously Snape's outburst had frightened the little menace. His relatives probably shouted at him quite a lot. Snape shifted uncomfortably as an unfamiliar feeling of guilt settled in his chest. Harry was much more fragile than the average horrible Hogwarts student. He had to remember that and not be his usual snarky self, lest the K.St. be reminded of those unnatural muggles. I'm glad to hear that, Mr. Potter, he said, his voice still stern but more quiet. Your welfare is too important for you to treat it casually or place yourself at unnecessary risk. I will not relax my position on this, so unless you wish to spend more afternoons copying lines, writing essays, and nursing a sore backside, I suggest you demonstrate more caution in your daily activities. It took Harry a few moments to puzzle out all the big words, but once he had, his face lit up with a beaming smile. Professor Snape had just said Harry mattered. He'd said that Harry's health and safety were important. That Harry couldn't just do any old silly thing that might get him hurt, because he was important. That was almost like saying Snape cared. Better almost, because lots of times people said they cared, but they didn't do anything to back it up. But Snape did more than that. He'd said that if Harry put himself at risk, he, Snape, would stop him. He'd even threatened him with another smacking. Not that his light taps actually left Harry with a sore backside, but it was obvious that Professor Snape believed they did. Still, his threat showed how serious he was, because he only used smackings for the most serious misbehavior. Wow, that was almost like saying that nothing was more important than Harry. Harry blinked. This was a thought so revolutionary that he had to test it. Sir, what? Snape frowned. The boy was still looking pinched around the mouth. What was upsetting him so much? The threat of more swats. The scolding. Had Snape's tone still been too harsh? Would you smack me for talking back to you? Harry asked cautiously. Backtalk had always been a major sin in the Dursley household. For Harry, anyway. Dudley was of course permitted to say anything he wanted and to throw tantrums over trivialities. Snape blinked. What an odd question. What could Potter be up to? He gave the K.St. his, since you are obviously finding life as a human too challenging, let's see if you are more useful to society as potion ingredients. Glarin growled, no, Mr. Potter, though I will ensure through other methods that you are unlikely to engage in that behavior more than once. Harry thought about that. Maybe talking back wasn't such a big deal here. He'd heard some of the other kids, like Ron, say things to the professors that he would never have said to Uncle Vernon, not unless he wanted his backside to be bruised in all the colors of the rainbow. Maybe he should ask about something else. Would you smack me for punching someone? Like Draco, say. Harry guessed that getting in a fight with a member of Snape's house would be sure to land Harry with the most severe punishment possible. Snape eyed the boy narrowly. On the one hand, he was encouraged that the boy would contemplate striking someone, rather than always being the passive victim that the Dursleys had trained him to be. On the other hand, he wasn't pleased at this sign of pre-adolescent male aggression. And why was the little idiot even asking such a question? Was he actually stupid enough to inform Snape of his plans for future mischief, albeit in this roundabout way? No, Potter, because the resulting loss of house points and numerous detentions you would receive would adequately demonstrate the folly of your actions. Harry blinked. Wow, so the professor did think that punching Draco was a lesser sin than putting himself in jeopardy. That was amazing. He knew he should stop, but he felt compelled to push his luck and try one more thing. Surely this would outweigh all other crimes, at least here at a school. Wouldn't you smack me for cheating? Harry barely breathed the last word. He figured that to a teacher, cheating had to be the ultimate sin. After all, besides fighting and cheekiness, what else did students do? That made teachers furious beyond words. The little monster. What was he plotting? Snape reached out and, seizing Harry by the shoulder, dragged him close. Potter, he said, glaring at the K.St., cheating at Hogwarts is one of the few actions which are dealt with by Professor Dumbledore himself. Do you really want him upset with you? Harry paled and shook his head violently. Good. Snape paused. But to answer your question, no. I would not smack you for that. I have told you repeatedly that you will only be struck for violating my two most important rules, both of which have to do with preserving your safety. He scowled menacingly. Do you need to copy this statement a few hundred times in order for it to sink into your thick skull? No, sir, Harry said quickly. His fingers were already sore from gripping the quill for the 200 lines, and he still had another 500 to do. But despite Snape's threat, he couldn't restrain the blinding happiness surging through him. He was right, incredible though it might seem. Snape was in fact saying that Harry's health and welfare were more important to him than anything else. Considering how often Harry had burnt himself preparing the Dursleys' food or hurt himself working in their garden, it was downright strange that Snape put so much emphasis on his well-being. The Dursleys had always insisted that everything about Harry, including his health, took a distant second place to their slightest whim. They wouldn't inconvenience themselves even for something of critical importance to Harry, and for most of his life, Harry had just had to accept that Dudley's most trivial desire outweighed his own deepest need. Until now. Now Professor Snape was standing the world on its head, and saying that the most important thing to him was Harry. Harry's health. Harry's safety. And he was willing to back up his words with actions, up to and including a swatting, which he obviously considered a very severe punishment indeed. The warm feeling inside Harry intensified. Professor Snape very clearly had no idea how to spank a kid. But the fact that he was still willing to give it a try, just to make sure Harry understood how serious Snape was about his staying safe, meant the man was willing to go to a lot of trouble on Harry's behalf, something no one else had ever done for as long as Harry could remember. Harry wished there was something he could do for Professor Snape to show him how much he appreciated what the professor was doing for him. Sir, he said tentatively, what is it now, Potter? Snape demanded in irritation. Why was the K.St. just standing there, frowning in thought? And suddenly the little monster had him in a stranglehold. Snape nearly drew his wand before he realized Harry wasn't attacking him. It was a K.S. completely incomprehensible given the circumstances. The wretch was in detention, he'd just had to copy the same lengthy sentence 200 mind-numbing times, he'd been threatened with additional punishments, up to and including physical chastisement, and it had been made explicitly clear to him that Snape would cut him no slack, show him no favoritism should he get into trouble. He'd quickly destroyed any hopes the K.St. might have had that his misdemeanors would be overlooked. He had finally deduced that Harry was bringing up some typical school-based misbehavior in the hopes that his guardian would promise to use his faculty status to let him off with a warning. Instead, Snape had made it clear that Harry would be punished most unpleasantly for even minor transgressions. Why on earth had this prompted a grateful K.S.? Snape wondered if the boy were even more confused than he had originally thought. It had been obvious from that first detention that Harry had no idea about what constituted appropriate punishments, let alone rewards, but now Severus wondered if he were so befuddled that anything short of a brutal thrashing was seen as incredible leniency. "Potter, that's quite enough," he said, disentangling the whelp from his neck. He glowered at the K.St., who was smiling mistily at him, but somehow the hands that were holding Potter at arm's length were much gentler than they should have been. He had intended to give the boy a good shake, lest he think that such maudlin displays of emotion would be welcome, but instead he found himself patting the skinny shoulders. Really, what was he doing? Just because he'd agreed to look after the boy didn't mean he had to display such appalling sappiness himself. Time to change the subject. "Potter, come with me." He cleared his throat uncomfortably and rose to his feet. Harry trotted along beside him as Snape led the way to his personal quarters. Snape argued with himself the whole way, but in the end he decided that it made sense to get it over with here and now, if for no other reason than he didn't want Albus to pester him about it over dinner. "Go in," he ordered, opening the door to Harry's new room. The K.St., disobedient in this as in all things, gave him an uncertain look and peered in warily. "Go in," Snape repeated. He brought his hand forward smartly, intending to propel the little monster into the room with a firm shove. The admonitory push didn't work out quite as Snape had intended, because the next thing he knew, the K.St. had seized his hand and was clutching it as he ventured forward. The way he was hesitating, you would have thought that a live dragon lay in wait within the dim room. "Oh, for Merlin's sake, Potter." Snape stepped forward, pulling the boy with him. He waved his wand, illuminating their surroundings, and Harry's jaw dropped. They stood in the middle of a fair-sized room, with magical windows providing a view of the Quidditch pitch. A curtained bed stood, blazing with, in Snape's view, garish Gryffindor colors, while around the room bookcases held both textbooks and pleasure reading, not to mention many of the toys and activities that Albus had insisted upon purchasing. A desk in the corner, much too close to the window, in Snape's view, the K.'s microscopic attention span would be constantly distracted, had a few basic reference materials, age-appropriate quill set leak-proof, magically refilling, and charmed to recognize misspellings, and a stack of parchments of various lengths. Snape saw the boy's eye had been caught by the animated hippogriffs on the bedsheets and once again rolled his eyes at Albus' fancy. Surely Potter was too old for such babyish nonsense. Wicked, the boy breathed. Well, apparently not. Harry's eyes roamed over the room. It was like a dream bedroom, filled with even more amazing toys than Dudley's had been. There was an easel with paints in one corner, something that looked like an animated, miniaturized game of Quidditch in another, more books than he had ever seen outside alike. Shri. Even something as prosaic as the bed had magical sheets, and he could see through a half-open door that the attached bathroom was large and contained a bathtub as well as a sink and toilet. Whoever lived here was amazingly lucky. Harry wondered why he would ever leave this marvelous room. If Harry had had a room even a fraction as nice as this, the Dursleys would never have had to lock him away. He would have been all too happy to stay there, out of sight. Harry looked around, wondering whose room it was. He hadn't thought that Professor Snape had children, but obviously he'd been wrong. Harry felt a sharp pang of loss and, was that jealousy, in his chest. Stupid, he told himself fiercely. Just because he's been kind to you doesn't mean you're anything special to him. He's just nice, that's all. Harry fought down a feeling of bitter disappointment, which he recognized as being both unhelpful to him and unfair to the professor. He knew all too well what it was like to be second best, and he had briefly hoped that for once he would be the primary focus of an adult's attention. But obviously that wasn't to be. And really, Professor Snape would be a lot better than the Dursleys. Hadn't he already been kinder to Harry than they had ever been? Even if he had his own child whom he'd naturally care more about, he'd probably still be nice to Harry, and besides, Harry also had the Weasleys. Oh, now Harry understood his visits to the Weasleys in a new light. Obviously he was to be sent to the Weasleys whenever Professor Snape wanted to spend time with his real son. Well, that was a lot better than being exiled to a cupboard. Harry tried to smile. See, he told himself. Professor Snape is being awfully nice and thinking about me. That was the thing about being an orphan. You couldn't really expect anybody else to want you once your parents were dead. Everyone else was busy enough with their own kids, and being stuck with another one was, well, inconvenient. Harry had had that concept drummed into him from a very early age, and he knew he should be grateful for any small kindnesses that came his way. And he was. Really. It was just that for some stupid, foolish, babyish reason he had imagined that Professor Snape was his. And it hurt an astonishing amount to realize otherwise. He forced back his traitorous tears. It would never do for the professor, who had been so nice to him, even giving him a present in the middle of detention, to guess how presumptuous Harry had been. Yes, sir. He struggled to sound as natural as possible. He looked around the room again. Why were they here? Perhaps Snape wanted him to clean the room. Or was he going to warn him, as the Dursleys had with both of Dudley's bedrooms, that this room was off limits to him? As if he'd be stupid enough to touch someone else's things. Dudley had cured him of that before he was 4 years old. Snape frowned at the boy. He hadn't expected transports of joy. Well, actually he had, but for as emotional a little creature as Potter was, this poker-faced surveying of the room was infuriating. The little ingrate was apparently too proud even to offer up a token, "Thank you," and he had gazed around the room with a distinct expression of acute disappointment. So all of his efforts, not to mention the house elves, had been wasted, had they? Snape cursed himself for even bothering to try to please the unappreciative whelp. Why had he ever expected a Potter to show gratitude? Naturally the boy felt that any bedroom in a dungeon was inappropriate for the Prince of Gryffindor. Snape ground his teeth, forcing back the snarls of invective that he could feel rising to his lips. They would reveal too much of his own emotional state. No, better to match the boy's disinterested, faintly contemptuous attitude. He had never let the father know how much hurt his actions had caused. He wasn't about to start now with the son. When Harry turned to him with an expectant look and question, Snape returned the look with his own scowl. "What is it, Potter?" He'd be damned if he were going to prompt the boy for token, and obviously insincere, thanks. Why are we here, sir?" The effrontery of the boy. As if the room were beneath his notice. Irrelevant to him. Fine, two could play at that game. "I thought you might like to see where you will sleep when you stay with me," he sneered. Most civilized people do wish to have some knowledge of their accommodations. Oh no, this was a very bad idea. Harry looked around the enchanted room with something closely akin to dread. It was one thing not to have much. It was another thing to have your nose rubbed in it. Being surrounded by all these wonderful things that he could never, ever hope to touch, let alone own, would be much, much worse than being stuck in a small, dusty, spider-filled cupboard. At least in the cupboard, Harry could surround himself with wonders from his imagination. They might not be real, but at least they were his. And what about the owner of the room? He wouldn't be pleased to have some interloper staying in his bed, possibly playing with his toys. Even if he weren't like Dudley, who seemed to feel that his things were soiled beyond repair if Harry so much as glanced at them, he was unlikely to want someone else to be living in his room, with his things. And if he were like Dudley, some of Harry's worst punishments had come after Dudley had claimed that Harry had broken, touched, or played with his toys. It didn't matter if Harry had been in another room entirely when it happened, his aunt and uncle had always taken Dudley's words at face value. Harry hoped that Professor Snape might be a little more fair if such a thing happened here, at least waiting to hear Harry's side of the story before automatically punishing him, but it would be much, much better to avoid the problem in the first place. "Please, sir," Harry gulped. He didn't want to seem ungrateful. Ungrateful people were the very worst, and they often didn't get fed for a long, long time. "Couldn't I just sleep on the couch like I did last night? It was really comfortable. I don't need a bed." Snape couldn't believe the K.St. Was he really so spiteful that he'd prefer to sleep on a couch than a bed, just to show how utterly disdainful he was of Snape's efforts to please him? "And if I don't wish to have a snoring urchin in my living room?" He snarled, barely managing to restrain his temper. Only the thought of Albus' reaction if he bodily flung the little wretch from his quarters prevented him from doing so. Oh, of course. Harry felt stupid. Like anyone would want an orphan smack in the middle of their quarters. Well, I really don't need a room like this, he said, fidgeting. I mean, if you've got a storage room or he never got to finish the sentence, because Snape grabbed him by the shoulders and gave him a shake. Closet. The professor demanded furiously. Were you about to say closet? At Harry's wide-eyed nod, the professor shook him again. How dare you suggest that I am like those dreadful relatives of yours, Potter? Do you actually imagine I would lock a child away like some disused cleaning supplies? Snape couldn't remember the last time he had been this angry. Even the Weasley twins sabotaging the Slytherin Tower's showers, turning his entire house green, paled by comparison. This little K.St. was informing him that he preferred those muggles cupboard over Snape's best attempt at a lavish bedroom. Such outrageous disrespect was, positively Slytherin. Harry stared at Professor Snape in shock. He was almost as mad as when Harry had gone after the Rememke.sll. But what had Harry done? All he had said, he had suggested that a closet was good enough for him. The professor had made it very clear that the Dursleys were awful people because they hadn't treated Harry properly. Harry deserved better. And yet here he was, acting like it was okay if he were shoved in a closet. The Dursleys would never have treated Dudley like that, and Professor Snape had said that Harry deserved to be treated at least as well as Dudley. At least. The professor must think he was awfully dumb. He kept forgetting. He kept acting like what the Dursleys had told him was right, even though Professor Snape must have told him otherwise about 1,000,000 times. No wonder he was angry. Of course, this also meant that the professor still cared about him. Obviously not as much as he cared about his real boy, the one to whom this magnificent room belonged, but quite a lot all the same. Harry's heart leapt a little. He really liked that the professor got so furious whenever Harry acted as if he didn't matter. It was such a clear indication that Harry did matter. To him. At least a little bit. "I'm sorry," he mumbled, casting down his eyes to hide the relief in them. "I just didn't want to get in trouble for touching anything." Snape's ire was checked as the words penetrated. "What? Why would you get in trouble for that?" Harry kept his eyes down and lifted one shoulder in a shrug, a habit Snape had already learned to detest. "He might not like me touching his things." "Who? Your son?" Snape's legs nearly gave out from under him. What? Was the K.St. delusional? Did he have a split personality to speak of himself in the third person? "Potter, what in Merlin's name are you talking about?" Harry looked up at him in confusion. "Your son. The boy whose room this is. Or is it your nephew? I just think he probably wouldn't want me to stay here. I mean, it's got all his stuff, and he might not like it. I wouldn't touch anything," he added swiftly, "but he might think I had. Like if I moved something while I was cleaning. And then he might get mad," he ended, swallowing hard. Snape stared at the boy. As usual, Harry's emotions were written large upon his features. Longing, envy, lost hope, dread, apprehension. He had obviously been accused of touching something, in the past, at the Muggles, clearly, and the outcome had scarred him. Probably literally. Snape ground his teeth again, but now the rage was no longer directed at the boy in front of him, but at those bloody Muggles to whom a visit was long overdue. For now, though, he had several misconceptions to clear up. "Potter, I do not have a son, nor a nephew, nor a cousin, nor any other type of blood relative. I have a ward. You," he pointed out. The boy was a Gryffindor, after all. Harry stared at the man in confusion. So the professor was alone, as Harry had somehow guessed. But then why was this brilliant room here? "This room," Snape went on, ignoring the guilt that stabbed at him for his earlier misconceptions, "is yours. I created it, with the help of the house elves," he added grudgingly, "for you. It has never belonged to anyone else. It is yours." He repeated that point, as the boy's shocked expression suggested he was having trouble with the concept. "The things in this room all belong to you. No one else. You were supposed to touch them." But now the boy was shaking his head desperately, and his hands were tightly clenched before him, as if he were frightened that they would betray him in some way. "No, sir. No, they're not mine. I never even saw them before. You must have made a mistake, sir. Maybe they belong to one of the other boys in the dorm." Please, sir, I never touched them. Great. The K.St was becoming hysterical. Idiot Gryffindor. Unable to make the slightest deduction and panicking at the thought of Snape having furnished his room with unwittingly stolen goods. Snape pulled the boy over to the bed with him and sat down, ignoring the magical hippogriff's annoyed roars. He positioned the trembling boy between his knees and looked him straight in the eye. Potter, I will say this slowly, so try to follow, he snapped, squirming internally at what he was about to reveal. The things in this room are yours. They, stop shaking your head, you foolish child, belong to you, because I purchased them for you. Harry froze. He couldn't possibly have heard that correctly. Yes, Snape continued, I created this room for you and I purchased these things for you. A boy should have his own things. The fact that those unnatural relatives didn't provide you with the basic necessities of life like food and clothing, let alone things appropriate for a growing boy, such as books and educational toys to stimulate the mind, in no way informs my behavior. You saw the Weasleys' home. You saw all the things their children have, despite their extremely limited means. Did you imagine that I would treat you as poorly as those muggles did? You are my ward, Potter. You will be treated as the important, deserving child that you are. Children are to be treasured, Potter. Your treatment here will reflect that. Oh, Merlin, if Albus ever heard him say such nauseating pap he would never hear the end of it. He'd be head of Hufflepuff by the end of the day if he kept this up, but the boy needed to hear it. The books all said so. Indeed, the child was now staring at Snape as if he were some alien creature, mouthing gibberish. Snape growled in frustration, then decided that, so long as no one was around to witness it and since he had already outdone a Hufflepuff for sheer emotional gooiness, he might as well take a page from Molly Weasley's book. He lifted the boy onto his lap. What was he thinking? And patted him awkwardly. It is all right, Potter. You deserve these things. You deserve to be treated well. You are a good boy. He couldn't suppress a grimace as he said that last. It was so totally foreign to his nature, but he still forced the words out. There was a roaring in Harry's ears as he tried to process the completely impossible statements that had just come out of Snape's mouth. All this was for him. The professor had gone out and bought them for him. With his own money. But why would the professor do such a thing? He'd already done so much for Harry. Why would he spend so much more time and effort and money on him? But why? Harry finally managed to stutter. Potter, weren't you listening? Snape admonished, tightening his grip around the boy's thin shoulders. Good, he had a reason to scold. He was much better at that. I told you, you are now my ward. It is my responsibility to ensure you have the things a young wizard needs. But all this, Harry squeaked, waving an arm at the enormous, wonderful, magical, literally, room. I don't need all this. Snape scowled even more fiercely. Of course you do, you ridiculous child. Just because you have been treated like an illegitimate house elf for most of your life is no reason for such a state of affairs to continue. Do you imagine I will behave like those horrible muggles? You deserve and are entitled to the same things that any other wizarding child has, and it is my responsibility to see that you have them. Harry's eyes dropped. But you already gave me a dad, he whispered, one hand playing with Snape's sleeve. You don't need to get me anything else. It took a moment for Harry's words to sink in, and when they did, they were immediately followed by a roaring so loud that Snape wondered if someone was using the flow. Only the odd, squeezing feeling in his chest told him that the noise came from within. Had that impertinent, unfathomable, unpredictable child just said that? Had he really referred to Snape as a father, his father? Snape wondered if the flying pigs that must surely have invaded Hogwarts were interfering with Quidditch practice. He tried to speak and found it necessary to clear his throat first. Yes, well. What was he supposed to say in response to such a ridiculous, inaccurate statement? Well, yes. He needed to clear this up once and for all. He couldn't have the K.St running around Hogwarts spreading such ridiculous ideas. It was one thing for him to, reluctantly, serve as the K.Street's temporary guardian until Albus finally came to his senses and replaced him with someone appropriate, and quite another for anyone, particularly the spawn of his nemesis, to imagine him in some kind of paternal role. He could only imagine the howls of incredulity and derision with which such a notion would be greeted. And that would just be the faculty's reaction. No, better to set the little menace straight once and for all. Make it clear that no self-respecting Snape would ever affiliate himself with an urchin, let alone a Potter. Just because he may have vowed to look after the boy didn't mean he had to deal with anything beyond his material well-being. Even the Dursleys had done that, more or less. Well, rather less, if truth be told. He opened his mouth to tell the K.St., once and for all, that he was never to use that term again. That he was Snape's ward by order of the headmaster. That Snape would look after him because that was the man's duty, nothing more. But before he could, Harry glanced up from where he had appeared mesmerized by his gentle tracing of Snape's sleeve, and Lily's eyes once again pinned his soul. In the recesses of his mind, he dimly noted that, to his surprise, Harry wasn't tentative or worried. Rather his eyes held quiet contentment and peace. As if whatever else might happen in the world, he had found his place of safety. He was shy, but not frightened. Snape cleared his throat again. You sound like a simpleton, Potter. Being in, that sort of position makes it all the more likely that I would provide these items. Now if you don't like the room or the toys, then... No, Harry yelped. No, they're brilliant. I love them. Snape sniffed disapprovingly. Well, since you have yet to say thank you, naturally I assumed. And once again the boy flung himself against the professor, hard enough to drive the breath from the man's body. Thank you, thank you, thank you, he whispered into Snape's chest, squeezing as hard as he could. The exquisite pain in his chest was obviously caused by Potter driving his pointy skull against his breastbone, Snape told himself. Yes, well, there had better not be any more of those ridiculous tears, Potter. I have no intention of letting yet another of my robes be spoiled by your inability to reliably use a handkerchief. There was a suspicious snuffling sound from the area of his chest, and Snape muffled a sigh. You have 20 minutes before dinner time. I suggest you use it exploring your room, though if you insist, you may instead spend it weeping helplessly upon my shoulder. I don't weep helplessly, Harry retorted indignantly, drawing back and looking up at the professor through eyes that were suspiciously shiny. Snape raised an eyebrow. Of course not, he agreed sardonically. He lifted the boy off his lap and deposited him on the bed. I will summon you when it is time to go to the Great Hall. He left the boy to his explorations. Hopefully the little idiot would be able to bring himself to touch the things in his room if he were unobserved for a while, and to be fair, he wasn't sure if he could bear to remain in the room much longer. Dumbledore would doubtless have remained behind, demonstrating every game and toy, but Snape found he was having an unexpectedly difficult time maintaining his cool demeanor. Every time the little K.St. expressed shock at the most mundane civility, Snape was seized by an almost uncontrollable desire to apparate to the Dursleys and demonstrate some Death Eater party tricks. He wondered if he could borrow Bellatrix Lestrange from Azkaban. For a few hours, and maybe a Dementor or two. Harry gazed about the room, his room, he swiftly corrected himself, and everywhere he looked, he saw new wonders to explore. He stroked the sheets on which he sat, and the hippogriffs on the sheets squawked and fluttered their wings in welcome. Dudley didn't have sheets like these. He'd never even seen sheets like these. And his room wasn't this big, either. Even if you put his 2 bedrooms together, this room, Harry's room, was still bigger. And Dudley's toys didn't do anything. Harry's toys, did all sorts of amazing things. He knew he should probably be walking around and looking at the different toys and stuff, but right then, all he wanted to do was to sit and stare. He had a room, a real room, that was all his own. And it was filled, practically to the brim, with toys and books and all sorts of wonderful things. But the very best part, the part that was making Harry so happy that it hurt, in an odd, marvelous sort of way, was that Professor Snape had done it. For him. He had created the room and bought all the stuff just for Harry. Harry looked around the room, and his eyes didn't see objects, they saw love. Tangible, concrete examples of love and kindness and caring. Harry thought, a bit breathlessly, that his heart might explode if he were any happier. He flung himself down on the bed and stared up at the canopy and wondered if any other boy in the entire history of the world had ever been this happy. And that's how Snape found him 20 minutes later, lying flat on his back on the bed, an odd, blissful look on his face. "Potter," Snape scolded, pulling him off the bed and smacking, not patting, him on the rear. After all the sentimentality earlier, he'd better send a strong message that Harry shouldn't expect all hearts and flowers and cuddles from him. "Don't lie on the bed with your shoes on, thoughtless child. Aren't you ready? Have you washed your face and hands? Didn't I tell you it was almost time for dinner?" The boy must have stumbled as he got to his feet, because suddenly his arms were around Snape's waist and he was hanging onto him for support. Snape's traitorous arms gave him a little squeeze even as he steadied the K.St and set him firmly upright. Harry gave Snape a K.S as the man helped him up and was delighted when he got a brief MK.C in return. It was nice to have a grown-up whose gentle hands lifted you, complete with a playful tap on the bum. Before Hogwarts, Harry had never had an adult lay hands laid upon him other than in anger, and he found that he really, really liked the professor's affectionate touch. It wasn't soft like Mrs. Weasley's nor Madame Pomfrey's, he mused, it was more manly than that. It wasn't hard enough to be roughhousing, but it wasn't babyish or girly either. Harry grinned. It was what a dad was supposed to do. Not too gentle, not too rough, just right. And now the professor was guiding him towards the bathroom, ordering him to get washed up, making sure that Harry was fresh and neat before he went out. It was so nice to have someone looking after him like that, making sure he didn't disgrace himself, ensuring that he got to meals on time. Harry sighed happily. Snape rolled his eyes at the boy's histrionic noises. Oh, for Merlin's sake. Such sighs and lamentations, all because he had commanded the K.St to wash up for dinner. What a melodramatic monster. Hurry up, he snapped. The boy was too skinny. He needed to eat his fill at meals, but given the appetites of his housemates, if the boy didn't get to the table on time, he'd be lucky if Longbottom and those other bottomless pits left him any scraps. "If you dawdle, you'll have to take an extra nutritive potion," he threatened darkly. Harry dried his face and hands and hurried out. It was so nice of his professor to think of things like nutritive potions, let alone brew them for him. Maybe if he asked very nicely, after finishing all his punishment lines and essays, the professor would let him help prepare them. "Come along." Snape pulled Harry along in his wake as he strode towards the Great Hall. Harry noted several Slytherins watching and whispering as they made their way through the dungeons, and he smiled and waved. After all, he'd need to get along with members of his professor's house. Oddly, his friendly greeting seemed to prompt even more furious whispers. Then they were moving through the main corridors, and it was Gryffindors doing the watching and whispering. Harry didn't mind. He was used to being whispered about. Dudley had always made sure that all the other kids at school thought he was weird and stupid. It was nice to have people whispering about him for good reasons, like having a new guardian. He figured not too many other professors had children at the school, so he'd be the center of attention for a while, but that was okay. Like when the professor scolded him for putting himself in danger, it was okay for a not-so-nice thing to happen, like scolding or whispering, so long as the underlying reason for it was good, like being cared about or sort of adopted. "Go join your house, and remember to eat a balanced meal," Snape ordered as they entered the hall. Harry nodded and hurried to join his housemates. "Oi, Harry," Oliver Wood intercepted him. Harry noticed that Oliver was moving a lot more easily than when he had left Snape's classroom. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," he assured the older boy. "Are you? Did Madame Pomfrey get you some potions?" Wood sighed heavily. "Yeah, and she did help me with the essay too, but first I got a right good ticking off from her too." "I'm really sorry about leaving you sore like that, Harry." "It wasn't so bad," Harry reassured him hurriedly. He didn't want the team captain to think he was a crybaby. Oliver gave him a dubious look. "Right. Well, anyway, from now on, we'll start and end all practices and games with stretches. Be sure you're, that is, can you make sure Professor Snape knows that?" "Sure," Harry agreed. He sat next to Oliver and several other team members and was quickly immersed in a loud discussion of Quidditch's finer points. At the staff table, Snape watched the disobedient K.St as he completely ignored the vegetables in favor of meat and potatoes. Worse, he filled up on rolls and pumpkin juice while waiting for the main course to appear. He leveled a glare so scorching that the Gryffindors on either side of him felt it and flinched. Katie Bell hastily nudged Potter and whispered in his ear. The little monster started, glanced quickly at the staff table, then blushed violently. A moment later he was scooping vegetables onto his plate, much to Katie and Oliver's amusement. I see Harry's eating habits are undergoing a dramatic change, McGonagall murmured in his ear. Would that be your influence, Severus? He gave her a lofty stare. As his head of house, I would have expected you to exert your influence and explain that chocolate frogs are not an appropriate form of sustenance. She sighed. Oh, Severus, he's had so few treats in his life. Surely a frog or two. He tuned her out. Typical bloody Gryffindor. Just as he told Albus, too focused on the boy's tragic past to help him build a strong and healthy future. Well, if he had to be the evil bat, so be it, but Potter would not grow up to be the boy who lived to ignore green vegetables if he had anything to say about it. When the pudding came around, Harry virtuously ignored it, after casting a hopeful eye at the staff table. What he read in Snape's face was sufficient to convince him not to even try sneaking a taste. Oliver caught the interaction. He told you no pudding, didn't he? He whispered to Harry. Harry sighed and nodded. Want me to try to pass you some under the table? Better not. Harry shook his head, remembering the professor's threat to have the house elves spoon-feed him. He still wasn't entirely sure what house elves were, but he figured that having anything spoon-feed him in the Great Hall would be mortifying beyond his wildest dreams. Oliver glanced at the staff table and shivered. Yeah, probably best not to risk it. He glanced at the table. Bet he wouldn't mind if you had some fruit, he said, nodding at the fruit bowls that dotted the long tables. Harry bit his lip. Really? Yeah, they're practically like vegetables. Harry remembered how the professor had given him an apple for a snack earlier, after confiscating the chocolate frog. He reached out a cautious hand towards the fruit, watching the staff table closely. At his professor's nod, he relaxed and took a banana and some grapes. Thanks, he told Wood. No worries, kid, the older boy grinned. Gotta keep our seeker in top form. After dinner, Harry returned to the dorm with Neville, Dean, and Seamus, the older students having headed off to study. As they reached the portrait, they were intercepted by McGonagall. Mr. Potter, she called, Professor Snape asked me to remind you that you are to report to his office tomorrow morning at 10. She looked at him closely. It is not marked down as a detention in my records, Mr. Potter, so you need not attend if you don't wish it. Would you like me to speak with Professor Snape about releasing you from the meeting, or are you all right? He smiled at her. I'm fine, Professor. Hey, Neville, maybe you want to come along too. Longbottom choked and paled. What? Why? You can see my room, it's brilliant, and I'm going to ask Professor Snape to let me brew with him. Maybe if you come, you'll get some tips to help you in class. McGonagall was staring at him with her mouth agape. You, what, but, Severus, E.H. She stared after the boys as they climbed through the portrait, Harry still enthusiastically trying to convince Neville. She had started the conversation feeling quite anxious about how Harry was faring with Severus. But now, witnessing Harry's behavior, she found herself rather more worried about how this new situation was going to affect Snape. Poor Severus. She suspected he had no idea what he was in for. To be continue, I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.